The stoic dwarves of Ironforge spent countless generations mining treasures from deep within the earth. Hidden within their impregnable stronghold of Ironforge Mountain, they rarely ventured beyond the wintry peaks of Dulmora. Recently, however, the dwarves unearthed a series of ruins that held secrets to their ancient heritage. Driven to discover the truth about his people's fabled origins, the great king Magni Bronzebeard ordered that the dwarves shift their industry from mining to archaeology. As part of the Grand Alliance, the stalwart dwarven armies have been called away to battle the merciless horde in faraway lands. In these perilous times, the defense of the Mountain Kingdom falls to brave dwarves like you. The spirits of the ancient kings watch over you, and the very mountains are your strength. The future of your people is in your hands.
In every shadow, his brother followed, one hand on Caramon's shoulders, his lips set in grim determination. The rest came after, their weapons drawn. But they saw no more of the creatures. "Why aren't they chasing us?" Flint asked after they had travelled an hour. Tanis scratched his beard. He had been wondering about the same thing. "They don't seem to need to," he said finally. "We are trapped. They've undoubtedly blocked all the exits from this forest, with the exception of Darkened Wood." "Darkened Wood," Goldman repeated softly. "Is it truly necessary to go that way?" "It may not be. We'll get a look around from Prayer's Eye Peak." Suddenly, they heard Caramon walking ahead of them shout. Running forward, Tanis found Raistlin had collapsed. "I'll be all right," the mage whispered. "But I must rest." "We could all use rest," Tanis said. No one answered. All sank down wearily, catching their breath in quick, sharp gasps. Stern closed his eyes and leaned against a moss-covered rock. His face was a ghastly shade of greyish-white. Blood had matted his long moustaches and caked his hair. The wound was a jagged slash, turning slowly purple. Tanis knew the knight would die before he said a word of complaint. "Don't worry," Sturm said harshly. "Just give me a moment's peace." Tanis gripped the knight's hand briefly, then went to sit beside Riverwind. Neither spoke for long minutes. Then Tanis asked, "You've fought these creatures before, haven't you?" "In the Broken City," Riverwind shuddered. "It all came back to me when I looked inside the cart and saw that thing leering at me. At least..." He paused, shook his head. Then he gave Tanis a half-smile. "At least I know now that I'm not going insane. These horrible creatures really do exist. I had wondered sometimes." "I can imagine. So these creatures are spreading all over Kryn, unless your Broken City was near here." "No, I came into Quishu out of the east. It was far from Solis, beyond the plains of my homeland. What do you suppose those creatures meant, saying they had tracked you to our village? Goldmoon asked slowly, laying her cheek on his leather tunic sleeve, slipping her hand around his arm. Don't worry, Riverwind said, taking her hand in his. The warriors there would deal with them. Riverwind, do you remember what you were going to say? Yes, you are right, Riverwind replied, stroking her silver gold hair. He looked at Tanis and smiled. For an instant, the expressionless mask was gone, and Tanis saw warmth deep within the man's brown eyes. I give my thanks to you, half-elven, and to all of you. His glance flickered over everyone. You have saved our lives more than once, and I have been ungrateful. But he paused. It's all so strange. It's going to get stranger.
The stoic
Graceland's voice was ominous. The companions were drawing nearer Prayer's Eye Peak. They had been able to see it from the road, rising above the forests. Its split peak looked like two hands pressed together in prayer, thus the name. The rain had stopped. The woods were deathly quiet. The companions began to think that the forest animals and birds had vanished from the land, leaving an eerie, empty silence behind. All of them felt uneasy, except perhaps Tasselhoff, and kept peering over their shoulders or drawing their swords at shadows. Stern insisted on walking rear guard, but he began lagging behind as the pain in his head increased. He was becoming dizzy and nauseated. Soon, he lost all conception of where he was and what he was doing. He knew only that he must keep walking, placing one foot in front of the other, moving forward like one of Tass's automations. How did Tass's story go? Stern tried to remember it through a haze of pain. These automations served a wizard who had summoned a demon to carry the Kender away. It was nonsense, like all Kender stories. Stern put one foot in front of the other. Nonsense, like the old man's stories, the old man in the inn. Stories of the white stag and the ancient gods. Paladine. Stories of Huma. Stern clasped his hands on his throbbing temples as if he could hold his splitting head together. Huma. As a boy, Stern had fed on stories of Huma. His mother, daughter of a knight of Salamnia, married to a knight, had known no other stories to tell her son. Stern's thoughts turned to his mother, his pain making him think of her tender ministrations when he was sick or hurt. Stern's father had sent his wife and their son into exile because the boy, his only heir, was a target for those who would see the knights of Salamnia banished forever from the face of Kryn. Sturm and his mother took refuge in Solis. Sturm made friends readily, particularly one other boy, Karaman, who shared his interest in all things military. But Sturm's proud mother considered the people beneath her, and so, when the fever consumed her, she had died alone, except for her teenage son. She had commended the boy to his father, if his father still lived, which Sturm was beginning to doubt. After his mother's death, the young man became a seasoned warrior under the guidance of Tanis and Flint, who adopted Sturm as they had unofficially adopted Karaman and Racelyn. Together with Tasselhoff, the travel-loving Kender, and, on occasion, the twins' wild and beautiful half-sister, Kitiara. Sturm and his friends escorted Flint on his journeys through the lands of Abanasinia, plying his trade as metalsmith. 5 years ago, however, the companions decided to separate to investigate reports of evil growing in the land. They vowed to meet again in the Inn of the Last Home. Sturm had travelled north to Solamnia, determined to find his father and his heritage. He found nothing, and only narrowly escaped with his life and his father's sword and armour. The journey to his homeland was a harrowing experience. Sturm had known the knights were reviled, but he had been shocked to realise just how deep the bitterness against them ran. Huma, Lightbringer, Knight of Solamnia, had driven back the darkness years ago, during the Age of Dreams, and thus began the Age of Might. Then came the Cataclysm, when the gods abandoned man, according to popular belief. The people had turned to the knights for help as they turned to Huma in the past. But Huma was long dead. The knights could only watch helplessly as terror rained down from heaven and Kryn was smote asunder. The people had cried to the knights, but they could do nothing, and the people had never forgiven them. Standing in front of his family's ruined castle, Sturm vowed that he would restore the honour of the Knights of Solamnia if it meant that he must sacrifice his life in the attempt. But how could he do that, fighting a bunch of clerics? He wondered bitterly, the trail dimming before his eyes. He stumbled, caught himself quickly. Huma had fought dragons. Give me dragons, Sturm dreamed. He lifted his eyes. The leaves blurred into a golden mist, and he knew he was going to faint. Then he blinked. Everything came sharply into focus. Before him rose Prayer's Eye Peak. He and his companions had arrived at the foot of the old glacial mountain. He could see trails twisting and winding up the wooded slope, trails used by Solace residents to reach picnic spots on the eastern side of the peak. Next to one of the well-worn paths stood a white stag. Sturm stared. The stag was the most magnificent animal the knight had ever seen. It was huge, standing several hands taller than any other stag the knight had hunted. It held its head proudly, its splendid rack gleaming like a crown. Its eyes were deep brown against its pure white fur, and it gazed at the knight intently as if it knew him. Then, with a slight shake of his head, the stag bounded away to the southwest. "Stop!" the knight called out hoarsely. The others whirled around in alarm, drawing weapons. Tanis came running back to him. "What is it, Sturm?" The knight involuntarily put his hand to his aching head. "I'm sorry, Sturm," Tanis said. "I didn't realize you were as sick as this. We can rest. We're at the foot of Prayer's Eye Peak. I'm going to climb the mountains and see." "No, look." The knight gripped Tanis' shoulder and turned him around. He pointed. "See it? The white stag." "The white stag?" Tanis stared in the direction the knight indicated. "Where? I don't..." "There," Sturm said softly. He took a few steps forward toward the animal, who had stopped and seemed to be waiting for him. The stag nodded its great head. It darted away again just a few steps, then turned to face the knight once more. "He wants us to follow him, like Huma." The others had gathered around the knight now, regarding him with expressions that ranged from deeply concerned to obviously skeptical. "I see no stag of any colour," Riverwind said, his dark eyes scanning the forest.
You got my
"Head wound," Cameron nodded like a charlatan cleric. "Come on, Sturm. Lie down and rest a while."
off with you.
"You blithering idiot." The knight snarled at Cameron. "With your brains in your stomach, it is just as well you do not see the stag. You would probably shoot it, cook it. I tell you this, we must follow it. The madness of the head wound, Riverwind whispered to Tanis. I have seen it often. I'm not sure, Tanis said. He was silent for a few moments. When he spoke, it was with obvious reluctance. Though I have not seen the white stag myself, I have been with one who has, and I have followed it. Like in the old man's story, his hand absently fingered the ring of twisted ivy leaves that he wore on his left hand. His thoughts with the golden-haired elf maiden who wept when he left Qualanesti. You're suggesting we follow an animal we can't see, Caraman said, his jaw going slack. It would not be the strangest thing we had done, Raisling commented sarcastically in his whispering voice. Though, remember, it was the old man who told the tale of the white stag, and the old man who got us into this. It was our choice got us into this, Tanis snapped. We could have turned the staff over to the High Theocrat and walked our way out of the predicament. We've talked our way out of worse. I say we follow Sturm. He has been chosen, apparently, just as Riverwind was chosen to receive the staff. But it's not even leading us in the right direction, Caraman argued. You know as well as I do there are no trails through the western part of the woods. No one ever goes there. All the better, Goldman said suddenly. Tanis said those creatures must have the paths blocked. Maybe this is a way out. I say we follow the night. She turned and started off with Sturm, not even glancing back at the others, obviously accustomed to being obeyed. Riverwind shrugged and shook his head, scowling darkly, but he walked after Goldmoon, and the others followed. The night left the well-trodden paths of Prayer's Eye Peak behind, moving in a southwesterly direction up the slope. At first, it appeared Caraman was right. There were no trails. Sturm was crashing through the brush like a madman. Then suddenly, a smooth white trail opened up ahead of them. Tanis stared at it in amazement. What or who cleared this trail? He asked Riverwind, who was examining it with a puzzled expression. I don't know, the plainsman said. It's old. That felled tree has lain there long enough to sink over halfway into the dirt, and is covered with moss and vines. But there are no tracks other than stones. There's no sign of anyone or any animal passing through here. Yet, why isn't it overgrown? Tanis couldn't answer, and he couldn't take time to think about it. Sturm forged ahead rapidly. All the party could do was try to keep him in sight. Goblins, boats, lizard men, invisible stags. What next? Complained Flint to the Kender. I wish I could see a stag, Taz said wistfully. Get hit on the head, the dwarf snorted. Although with you, we probably couldn't tell the difference. The companions followed Sturm, who was climbing with a wild kind of elation, his pain and wound forgotten. Tanis had difficulty catching up with the knight. When he did, he was alarmed at the feverish gleam in Sturm's eye. But the knight was obviously being guided by something. The trail led them up the slope of Prayer's Eye Peak. Tanis saw it was taking them to the gap between the hands of stone, a gap that, as far as he knew, no one had ever entered before. Wait a moment, he gasped, running to catch up with Sturm. It was nearly midday, he guessed, though the sun was still hidden by jagged grey clouds. Let's rest. I'm going to take a look at the land from over there. He pointed to a rock ledge that jutted out from the side of the peak. Rest, repeated Sturm vaguely, stopping and catching his breath. He stared ahead for a moment, then turned to Tanis. Yes, we'll rest. His eyes gleamed brightly. Are you all right? Aye, Sturm said absently, and paced around the grass, gently stroking and smoothing his moustaches. Tanis looked at him for a moment, irresolute, then went back to the others who were just coming over the crest of a small rise. We're going to rest here, the half-elf said. Raistlin breathed a sigh of relief and sank down in the wet leaves. I'm going to have a look north, see what's coming back on the road to Haven. I'll come with you, Riverwind offered. Tanis nodded, and the two left the path, heading for the rock ledge. Tanis glanced at the tall warrior as they walked together. He was beginning to feel comfortable with the stern, serious plainsman. A deeply private person himself, Riverwind respected the privacy of others and would never think of probing the boundaries Tanis set around his soul. This was as relaxing to the half-elf as a night's unbroken sleep. He knew that his friends, simply because they were his friends and had known him for years, were speculating on his relationship with Kitiara. Why he had chosen to break it off so abruptly 5 years ago, and why then his obvious disappointment when she failed to join them. Riverwind, of course, knew nothing about Kitiara, but Tanis had the feeling that if he did, it would be all the same to the plainsman. It was Tanis's business, not his. When they were within sight of the Haven Road, they crawled the last few feet, itching their way along the wet rock until they came to the rim of the ledge. Tanis, looking below and to the east, could see the old picnic paths disappearing round the side of the mountain. Riverwind pointed, and Tanis realized there were creatures moving along the picnic trails. That explained the uncanny hush in the forest. Tanis pressed his lips together grimly. The creatures must be waiting to ambush them. Stern and his white stag had probably saved their lives, but it wouldn't take long for the creatures to find the new trail. Tanis glanced below him and blinked. There was no trail. There was nothing but thick, impenetrable forest. The trail had closed behind them. I must be imagining things, he thought, and he turned his eyes back to Haven Road and the many creatures moving along it. It hadn't taken them long to get organized, he thought. He gazed farther to the north and saw the still, peaceful waters of Crystalmere Lake. Then his glance traveled to the horizon. He frowned. There was something wrong. He couldn't place it immediately, so he said nothing to Riverwind, but stared at the skyline. Storm clouds massed in the north more thickly than ever, long grey fingers raking the land. And reaching up to meet them, that was it. Gripping Riverwind's arm, Tanis stabbed a finger northward. Riverwind looked, squinting, seeing nothing at first. Then he saw it. Black smoke drifting into the sky. His thick, heavy brows contracted. Campfires, Tanis said. Many hundred campfires, Riverwind amended softly. The fires of war, that is an army encampment. So, the rumors are confirmed, Sturm said when they returned. There is an army to the north. But what army? Whose? And why? What are they going to attack? Caraman laughed incredulously. No one would send an army after this staff. The warrior paused. Would they? The staff is but a part of this, Raceland hissed. Remember the fallen stars. Children's stories, Flint sniffed. He upended the empty wineskin, shook it, and sighed. My stories are not for children, Raceland said viciously, twisting up from the leaves like a snake. And you would do well to heed my words, dwarf. There it is. There's the stag, Sturm said suddenly, his eyes staring straight at a large boulder. Or so it seemed to his companions. It's time to go. The knight began walking. The others hastily gathered their gear together and hurried after him. As they climbed ever farther up the trail, which seemed to materialize before them as they went, the wind switched and began blowing from the south. It was a warm breeze, carrying with it the fragrance of late-blooming autumn wildflowers. It drove back the storm clouds, and just as they came to the cleft between the two halves of the peak, the sun broke free. It was well past midday when they stopped to rest for one more brief period before attempting to climb through the narrow gap between the walls of Prayer's Eye Peak, through which Stern said they must go. The stag had led the way. He insisted. It'll be supper time soon, Cameron said. He heaved a gusty sigh, staring at his feet. I could eat my boots. They're beginning to look good to me too, Flint said grumpily. I wish the stag was flesh and blood. It might be more useful for something besides getting us lost. Shut up. Sturm turned on the dwarf in a sudden rage, his fists clenched. Tannis rose quickly, put his hands on the knight's shoulder, holding him back. Sturm stood glaring at the dwarf, moustaches quivering. Then he jerked away from Tannis. Let's go, he muttered. As the companions entered the narrow defile, they could see clear blue sky on the other side. The south wind whistled across the steep white walls of the peak, soaring above them. They walked carefully, small stones causing their feet to slip more than once. Fortunately, the way was so narrow that they could easily regain their balance by catching themselves against the steep walls. After about 30 minutes of walking, they came out on the other side of Prayer's Eye Peak. They halted, staring down into a valley, lush, grassy meadowland floating green waves below them to lap on the shores of a light green aspen forest far to the south. The storm clouds were behind them, and the sun shone brightly in a clear azure sky. For the first time, they found their cloaks too heavy, except for Raistlin, who remained huddled in his red hooded cape. Flint had spent the morning complaining about the rain, and now he started on the sunshine. It was too bright, glaring into his eyes. It was too hot, beating down on his helm. I say we throw the dwarf off the mountain, growled Caramon to Tannis. Tannis grinned. He'd rattle all the way down and give away our position. Who's down there to hear him? I bet we're the first living beings to set eyes on this valley. First living beings, Raistlin breathed. You are right there, my brother, for you look on darkened wood. No one spoke. Riverwind shifted uncomfortably. Gordon crept over to stand beside him, staring down into the green trees, her eyes wide. Flint cleared his throat and fell silent, stroking his long beard. Sturm regarded the forest calmly. So did Tasselhoff. It doesn't look all that bad, the Kender said cheerfully. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, a sheaf of parchment spread out on his knees, he was drawing a map with a bit of charcoal, attempting to trace their way up Prayer's Eye Peak. Looks are as deceptive as light-fingered Kender, Raistlin whispered harshly. Tasselhoff frowned, started to retort, then caught Tannis's eyes and went back to his drawing. Tannis walked over to Stern. The knight stood out on a ledge, the south wind blowing back his long hair and whipping his frayed cape about him. Stern, where is the stag? Do you see it now? Yes, Stern answered. He pointed downward. It walked across the meadow. I can see its trail in the tall grass. It has gone into the aspens there. Gone into darkened wood, Tanis murmured. Who says that is darkened wood? Sturm turned to face Tanis. Raistlin. Bah, he's a magi. He's crazed, Sturm replied. Then he shrugged. But stay here rooted on the side of the peak if you like, Tanis. I will follow the stag, as did Huma, even if it leads me into darkened woods. Wrapping his cloak around him, Sturm climbed down the ledge and began to walk along a winding trail that led down the mountainside. Tanis returned to the others, the stags leading him on a straight path right into the forest. How certain are you that this forest is darkened wood, Raistlin? How certain is one of anything, half-elven? I am not certain of drawing my next breath. But go ahead, walk into the wood that no living man has ever walked out of. Death is one of life's great certainty, Tanis. The half-elf felt a sudden urge to throw Raistlin off the side of the mountain. He stared after Sturm, who was nearly halfway down into the valley. I'm going with Sturm, he said suddenly, but I'll be responsible for no one else in this decision. The rest of you may follow as you choose. I'm coming. Tasselhoff rolled up his map and slipped it into his scroll case. He scrambled to his feet, sliding in the loose rock. Ghosts. Then scowled at Raistlin, snapped his fingers derisively, then stumped over to stand beside the half-elf. Golden followed unhesitatingly, though her face was pale. Riverwind joined the group more slowly, his face thoughtful. Tanis was relieved. The barbarians had many frightening legends of darkened wood, he knew. And finally, Raistlin moved forward so rapidly he took his brother completely by surprise. Tanis regarded the mage with a slight smile. Why do you come? He couldn't help asking. Because you will need me, half-elven, the mage hissed. Besides, where would you have us go? You have allowed us to be led this far. There can be no turning back. It is the ogre's choice you offer us, Tanis. Die fast or die slow. He set off down the side of the peak. Come in, brother. The others glanced uneasily at Tanis as the brothers passed. The half-elf felt like a fool. Raistlin was right, of course. He had let this go far beyond his control, then made it seem as if it were their decision, not his, allowing him to go forward with a clear conscience. Angrily, he picked up a rock and hurled it far down the mountainside. Why was it his responsibility in the first place? Why had he gotten involved when all he had wanted was to find Kishiara and tell her his mind was made up? He loved her and wanted her. He could accept her human frailties as he had learned to accept his own. But Kit hadn't come back to him. She had a new lord. Maybe that's why he... Ho! Ho, Tanis! Kenda's voice floated up to him. I'm coming, he muttered. The sun was beginning to dip into the west when the companions reached the edge of the forest. Tanis figured they had at least 3 or 4 hours of daylight left. If the stag continued to lead them on smooth, clear trails, they might be able to get through the forest before darkness fell. Stone waited for them beneath the aspens, resting comfortably in the leafy green shade. The companions left the meadow slowly, none of them in any hurry to enter the woods. The stag entered here, Sturm said, rising to his feet and pointing into the tall grass. Tanis saw no tracks. He took a drink of water from his nearly empty wineskin and stared into the forest. As Tasselhoff had said, The wood did not seem sinister. In fact, it looked cool and inviting after the harsh brilliance of the autumn sunshine. Well, maybe there'd be some game in here, Cameron said, rocking back on his heels. Not stags, of course, he added hastily. Rabbits, maybe. Shoot nothing, eat nothing, drink nothing in darkened wood, Raceland whispered. Tanis looked at the mage, whose hourglass eyes were dilated. The metallic skin shone a ghastly colour in the strong sunlight. Raceland leaned upon his staff, shivering as if from a chill. Children's stories, Flint muttered, but the dwarf's voice lacked conviction. Although Tanis knew Raceland's flair for the dramatic, he had never seen the mage affected like this before. What do you sense, Raceland? There is a great and powerful magic laid on this wood. Evil? Only to those who bring evil in with them. Then you are the only one who need fear the forest, Sturm told the mage coldly. Cameron's face flushed an ugly red, his hand fumbling for his sword. Sturm's hand went to his blade. Tanis gripped Sturm's arm as Raceland touched his brother. The mage stared at the night, his golden eyes glimmering. We shall see, Raceland whispered, their words nothing more than hissing sounds flicking between his teeth. We shall see. Then, leaning heavily upon his staff, Raceland turned to his brother. Come in.
How are ya?
Cameron glared angrily at Sturm and entered the wood, walking beside his twin. The others moved after them, leaving only Tanis and Flint standing in the long waving grass. I'm getting too old for this, Tanis, the dwarf said suddenly. Nonsense, the half-elf replied, smiling. You fought like a... No, I don't mean the bones or the muscles. The dwarf looked at his gnarled hands. Though they're old enough. I mean the spirit. Years ago, before the others were born, you and I would have walked into a magicked wood without giving a second thought. Now... Cheer up, Tanis said. He tried to sound light, though he was deeply disturbed by the dwarf's unusual somberness. He studied Flint closely for the first time since meeting outside Solace. The dwarf looked old, but then Flint had always looked old. His face, what could be seen through the mass of grey beard and moustaches and overhanging white eyebrows, was brown and wrinkled and cracked like old leather. The dwarf grumbled and complained, but then Flint had always grumbled and complained. The change was in the eyes. The fiery luster was gone. Don't let Raceland get to you. We'll sit around the fire tonight and laugh at his ghost stories. I suppose so. Flint sighed. He was silent a moment, then said, Someday I'll slow you up, Tanis. I don't ever want you to think, why do I put up with this grumbling old dwarf? Because I need you, grumbling old dwarf, Tanis said, putting his hand on the dwarf's heavy-set shoulder. He motioned into the wood after the others. I need you, Flint. They're all so young. You are like a solid rock that I can set my back against as I wield my sword. Flint's face flushed in pleasure. He tugged at his beard, then cleared his throat gruffly. Yes, well, you were always sentimental. Come on, we're wasting time. I want to get through this confounded forest as fast as possible. Then he muttered, Just glad it's daylight. Chapter 10, Darkened Wood, The Dead Walk, Raceland's Magic. The only thing Tanis felt on entering the forest was relief at being out of the glare of the autumn sun. The half-elf recalled all the legends he had heard about the Darkenwood, stories of ghosts told around the fire at night, and kept in mind Raislin's foreboding. But all Tanis felt was that the forest was much more alive than any other he had ever entered. There was no deathly hush as they had experienced earlier. Small animals chattered in the brush. Birds fluttered in the high branches above them. Insects with gaily coloured wings flitted past. Leaves rustled and stirred. Flowers swayed, though no breeze touched them, as if the plants revelled in being alive. All the companions entered the forest with their hands on their weapons, wary and watchful and distrustful. After a time of trying to avoid making leaves crunch, Taz said it seemed kind of silly, and they all relaxed, except Raistlin. They walked for about 2 hours, travelling at a smooth but rapid easy pace along a smooth and clear trail. Shadows lengthened as the sun made its downward slide. Tanis felt a peace in this forest. He had no fear that the awful winged creatures could follow them here. Evil seemed out of place, unless, as Raistlin said, one brought his own evil into the wood. Tanis looked at the mage. Raistlin walked alone, his head bowed. The shadows of the forest trees seemed to gather thickly around the young mage. Tanis shivered and realized that the air was turning cool as the sun dropped below the treetops. It was time to begin thinking about making camp for the night. Tanis pulled out Tasselhoff's map to study it once more before the light faded. The map was of elven design, and written across the forest in flowing script were the words Darkened Wood. But the woods themselves were only vaguely outlined, and Tanis couldn't be certain if the words pertained to this forest or one farther south. Raistlin must be wrong, Tanis decided. This can't be Darkened Wood, or if so, its evil was simply a product of the magician's imagination. They walked on. Soon it was twilight, that time of evening when the dying light makes everything most vivid and distinct. The companions began to lag. Raistlin limped, and his breath came in wheezing gasps. Sturm's face turned ashen. The half-elf was just about to call for a halt for the night when, as if anticipating his wishes, the trail led them right to a large green glade. Clear water bubbled up from the underground and trickled down smooth rocks to form a shallow brook. The glade was blanketed with thick, inviting grass. Tall trees stood guard duty on the edges. As they saw the glade, the sun's light reddened, then faded, and the misty shades of night crept around the trees. "Do not leave the path," Raistlin intoned as his companions started to enter the glade. Tanis sighed. "Raistlin," he said patiently, "we'll be all right. The path is in plain sight, not 10 feet away. Come on, you've got to rest. We all do. Look." Tanis held out a map. "I don't think this is Darkenwood, according to this." Raistlin ignored the map with disdain. The rest of the companions ignored the mage and, moving off the path, began setting up camp. Sturm sank down against a tree, his eyes closed in pain, while Caraman stared at the smaller, fleeting shadows with a hungry eye. At a signal from Caraman, Tasselhoff slipped off into the forest after firewood. Watching them, the mage's face twisted in a sardonic smile. "You are all fools. This is Darkenwood, as you will see before the night is ended." He shrugged. "But as you say, I need rest. However, I will not leave the path." Raistlin sat down on the trail, his staff beside him. Caraman flushed in embarrassment as he saw the others exchanging amused glances. "Oh, Raist," the big man said. "Join us. Tass has gone for wood, and maybe I can shoot a rabbit." "Shoot nothing." Raistlin actually spoke above a whisper, making everyone start. "Harm nothing. Dark nothing in darkened wood. Neither plant nor tree, bird nor animal." "I agree with Raistlin," Tanis said. "We have to spend the night here, and I don't want to kill any animal in this forest if we don't have to." "Elves never want to kill, period," Flint grumbled. "The magician scares us to death, and you starve us. Well, if anything does attack us tonight, I hope it's edible." "You and me both, dwarf." Caraman heaved a sigh and went over to the creek and began trying to assuage his hunger by drowning it. Tasselhoff returned with firewood. "I didn't cut it," he assured Raistlin. "I just picked it up." But even Riverwind couldn't make it catch fire. "The wood's wet," he stated finally, and tossed his tinderbox back into his pack. "We need light," Flint said, uneasily as night's shadows closed in thickly. Sounds in the woods that had been innocent in the daytime now seemed sinister and threatening. "Clearly you do not fear children's stories," Raistlin hissed. "No," snapped the dwarf. "I just want to make certain that Kenda doesn't rifle my pack in the dark." "Very well," said Raistlin with unusual mildness. He spoke a word of command, "Shirak." A pale white light shone from the crystal on the tip of the mage's staff. It was a ghostly light and did little to brighten the darkness. In fact, it seemed to emphasize the menace in the night. "There, you have light," the mage whispered softly. He thrust the bottom of the staff into the wet ground. It was then Tanis realized his elven vision was gone. He should have been able to see the warm red outlines of his companions, but they were nothing more than darker shadows against the starry darkness of the glade. The half-elf didn't say anything to the others, but the peaceful feeling he had been enjoying was pierced by a sliver of fear. "I'll take the first watch," Stern offered heavily. "I shouldn't sleep with this head wound anyway. I once knew a man who did. He never woke up. We're watching twos. I'll take first watch with you." The others opened packs and began making up beds on the grass, except for Raistlin. He remained sitting on the trail, the light of his staff shining on his bowed, hooded head. Stern settled down beneath a tree. Tanis walked over to the brook and drank thirstily. Suddenly, he heard a strangled cry behind him. He drew his sword and stood, all in one motion. The others had their weapons drawn. Only Raistlin sat unmoving. "Put your swords away," he said. "They will do you no good. Only a weapon of powerful magic could harm these." An army of warriors surrounded them. That alone would have been enough to chill anyone's blood, but the companions could have dealt with that. What they couldn't handle was the horror that overwhelmed and numbed their senses. Each one recalled Caraman's flippant comment, "I'll fight the living any day of the week, but not the dead." These warriors were dead. Nothing more than a fleeting, fragile white light outlined their bodies. It was as if the human warmth that had been theirs while they lived lingered on horribly after death. The flesh had rotted away, leaving behind the body's image as remembered by the soul. The soul, apparently, remembered other things too. Each warrior was dressed in ancient, remembered armor. Each warrior carried remembered weapons that could inflict well-remembered death. But the undead needed no weapons. They could kill from fear alone or by the touch of their grave cold hands. How can we fight these things? Tanis thought wildly. He who had never felt the touch of fear in the face of flesh and blood enemies. Panic engulfed him, and he considered yelling to the others to turn and run for it. Angrily, the half-elf forced himself to calm down, to get a grip on reality. Reality? He almost laughed at the irony. Running was useless. They would get lost, separated. They had to stay and deal with this somehow. He began to walk towards the ghostly warriors. The dead said nothing, made no threatening moves. They simply stood, blocking the path. It was impossible to count them, since some glimmered into being while others faded, only to return when their comrades dimmed. Not that it makes any difference, Tanis admitted to himself, feeling sweat chill his body. One of these undead warriors could kill all of us by simply lifting its hand. As the half-elf drew nearer to the warriors, he saw a gleam of light, Raislin's staff. The mage, leaning on his staff, stood in front of the huddle of companions. Tanis came to stand beside him. The pale crystal light reflected on the mage's face, making it seem nearly as ghostly as the faces of the dead before him. "Welcome to Darkened Wood, Tanis," the mage said. Raislin. Tanis choked. He had to try more than once to get his dry throat to form a sound. "What are these?" "Spectral minions," the mage whispered without taking his eyes from them. "We are fortunate." "Fortunate?" Tanis repeated incredulously. "Why?" "These are the spirits of men who gave their pledge to perform some task. They failed in that pledge, and it is their doom to keep performing the same task over and over until they win their release and find true rest in death." "How in the name of the abyss does that make us fortunate?" Tanis whispered harshly, releasing his fear in anger. "Perhaps they all pledged to rid the forest of all who entered." "That is possible." Raislin flicked a glance at the half-elf. "Though I do not think it likely. We will find out." Before Tanis could react, the mage stepped away from the group and faced the spectres. "Raist," Harriman said in a strangled voice, starting to shove forward. "Keep him back, Tanis," Raislin commanded harshly. "Our lives depend upon this." Gripping the warrior's arm, Tanis asked Raislin, "What are you going to do?" "I am going to cast a spell that will enable us to communicate with them. I will perceive their thoughts. They will speak through me." The mage threw his head back, his hood slipping off. He stretched out his arms and began to speak. "Ash bilak pa bilaka, Zoitiangas mulpa," he murmured, then repeated that phrase 3 times. As Raislin spoke, the crowd of warriors parted, and a figure more awesome and terrifying than the rest appeared. The spectre was taller than the rest and wore a shimmering crown. His pallid armor was richly decorated with dark jewels. His face showed the most terrible grief and anguish. He advanced upon Raistlin. Caraman choked and averted his eyes. Tanis dared not to speak or cry out, fearful of disturbing the mage and breaking the spell. The spectre raised a fleshless hand, reached out slowly to touch the young mage. Tanis trembled. The spectre's touch meant certain death. But Raistlin, entranced, did not move. Tanis wondered if he even saw the chill hand coming towards his heart. Then Raistlin spoke. "You who have long been dead, use my living voice to tell us of your bitter sorrow. Then give us leave to pass through this forest. For our purpose is not evil, as you will see if you read our hearts." The spectre's hand halted abruptly. The pale eyes searched Raistlin's face. Then, shimmering in the darkness, the spectre bowed before the mage. Tanis sucked in his breath. He had sensed Raistlin's power, but this... Raistlin returned the bow, then moved to stand beside the spectre. His face was nearly as pale as that of the ghostly figure next to him. The living dead and the dead living, Tanis thought, shuddering. When Raistlin spoke, his voice was no longer the wheezing whisper of the fragile mage. It was deep and dark and commanding and rang through the forest. It was cold and hollow and might have come from below the ground. "Who are you who trespass in darkened wood?" Tanis tried to answer, but his throat had dried up completely. Caraman next to him couldn't even lift his head. And then Tanis felt movement at his side. The Kender. Cursing himself, he reached out to grab for Tasselhoff, but it was too late. The small figure, top-knot dancing, ran out into the light of Raistlin's staff and stood before the spectre. Tasselhoff bowed respectfully. "I am Tasselhoff Burford," he said. "My friends," he waved his small hand at the group, "call me Tass. Who are you?" "That matters little," the spectral voice intoned. "Know only that we are warriors from a time long forgotten." "Is it true you broke a pledge and that's how you came to be here?" "It is. We pledged to guard this land. Then came the smouldering mountain from the heavens. The land was ripped apart. Evil things crept from the bowels of the earth, and we dropped our swords and fled in terror until bitter death overtook us. We have been called to fulfill our oath as evil once more stalks the land. And we here will remain until evil is driven back and balance is restored again." Suddenly, Raistlin gave a shriek and flung back his head, his eyes rolling upwards until the watching companions could see only the whites. His voice became 1,000 voices, crying out at once. This startled even the Kender, who stepped back a pace and looked around uneasily for Tanis. The spectre raised his hand in a commanding gesture. The tumult ceased as though swallowed by the darkness. "My men demand to know the reason you enter Darkenwood. If it is for evil, you will find that you have brought evil upon yourselves, for you will not live to see the moon's rise." "No, not evil, certainly not," Tasselhoff said hurriedly. "It's kind of a long story, you see, but we're obviously not going anywhere in a big hurry, and you're obviously not either, so I'll tell you. To begin with, we were in the inn of the last home in Solace. You probably don't know it. I'm not sure how long it's been there, but it wasn't around during the cataclysm, and it sounds to me like you were. Well, there we were, listening to the old man talking of humour, and he, the old man, not humour, told Goldmoon to sing her song, and she said, "What song?" And then she sang, and a seeker decided to be a music critic, and Riverwind, that's the tall man over there, shoved the seeker into the fire. It was an accident, he didn't mean to, but the seeker went up like a torch. You should have seen it all. Anyway, the old man handed me the staff and said, "Hit him!" And I did, and the staff turned to blue crystal, and the flames died, and blue crystal. The spectre's voice echoed hollowly from Raceland's throat as he began to walk towards them. Tanis and Sturm both jumped forward, grabbing Tass and dragging him out of the way, but the spectre seemed intent only on examining the group. His flickering eyes focused on Goldmoon. Raising a pale hand, he motioned her forward. "No." Riverwind tried to prevent her from leaving his side, but she pushed away gently and walked over to stand before the spectre, the staff in her hand. The ghostly army encircled them. Suddenly, the spectre drew his sword from its pallid sheath. He held it high overhead, and white light tinged with blue flame flickered from the blade. "Look at the staff," Goldmoon gasped. The staff glowed pale blue, as if answering the sword. The ghostly king turned to Raceland and reached his pale hand toward the entranced mage. Caraman gave a hoarse bellow and broke free of Tanis' grip. Drawing his sword, he lunged at the undead warrior. The blade pierced the flickering body, but it was Caraman who screamed in pain and dropped, reaving to the ground. Tanis and Sturm knelt beside him. Raceland stared ahead, his expression unchanged, unmoving. "Caraman, where?"
Very good.
Tanis held him, trying frantically to see where the big man was injured. "My hand." Caraman rocked back and forth, sobbing, his left hand, his sword hand, thrust tightly under his right arm. "What's the matter?" Tanis asked. Then, seeing the warrior's sword on the ground, he knew. Caraman's sword was rimmed with frost. Tanis looked up in horror and saw the spectre's hand close tightly around Raceland's wrist. A shudder racked the mage's frail body, his face twisted in pain, but he did not fall. The mage's eyes closed, the lines of cynicism and bitterness smoothed away, and a peace of death descended on him. Tanis watched in awe, only partially aware of Caraman's hoarse cries. He saw Raceland's face transform again, this time imbued with ecstasy. The mage's aura of power intensified until it glowed around him with an almost palpable brilliance. "We are summoned," Raceland said. The voice was his own, and yet like none Tanis had ever heard him use. "We must go." The mage turned his back on them and walked into the woods, the ghostly king's fleshless hand still gripping his wrist. The circle of undead parted to let him pass. "Stop him," Caraman moaned. He staggered to his feet. "We can't." Tanis fought to restrain himself, and finally the big man collapsed in the half-elf's arms, weeping like a child. "We'll follow him. He'll be all right. He's a magi. Caraman, we can't. Understand? We'll follow." The eyes of the undead flickered with an unholy light as they watched the companions pass them and enter the forest. The spectral army closed ranks behind them. The companions stepped into a raging battle. Steel rang, wounded men shrieked for help. So real was the clash of armies in the darkness that Sturm drew his sword reflectively. The tumult deafened him. He ducked and dodged unseen blows that he knew were aimed at him. He swung his sword in desperation black air, knowing that he was doomed and there was no escape. He began to run, and suddenly he stumbled out of the forest into a barren, wasted glade. Raistlin stood before him, alone. The mage's eyes were closed. He sighed gently and then collapsed to the ground. Sturm ran to him. Then Karaman appeared, nearly knocking Sturm over to reach for his brother and gather him tenderly in his arms. One by one, the others ran as if driven into the glade. Raistlin was still murmuring strange, unfamiliar words. The spectres vanished. Raised, Karaman sobbed brokenly. The mage's eyelids flickered and opened. The spell drained me, he whispered. I must rest. And you shall rest, boomed a voice, a living voice. Tanis breathed a sigh of relief, even as he put his hand to his sword. Quickly, he and the others jumped protectively in front of Raistlin, turning to face outward, staring into the darkness. Then the silver moon appeared, suddenly as if a hand had produced it from beneath a black silk scarf. Now they could see the head and shoulders of a man standing amid the trees. His bare shoulders were as large and as heavy as Karaman's. A mane of long hair curled around his neck. His eyes were bright and glittered coldly. The companions heard a rustling in the brush and saw the flash of a spear tip being raised, pointing at Tanis. Put your puny weapons down, the man warned. Ye be surrounded and have not a chance. A trick, Sturm growled, but even as he spoke, there was a tremendous crashing and cracking of tree limbs. More men appeared, surrounding them, all armed with spears that glinted in the moonlight. The first man strode forward then, and the companions stared in amazement, their hands on their weapons going slack. The man wasn't a man at all, but a centaur. Human from the waist up, he had the body of a horse from the waist down. He cantered forward with easy grace, powerful muscles rippling across his barrel chest. Other centaurs moved into the path at his commanding gesture. Tanis sheathed his sword. Flint sneezed. Thee must come with us, the centaur ordered. My brother is ill, Karaman growled. He can't go anywhere. Place him upon my back, the centaur said coldly. In fact, if any of you be tired, thee may ride to where we go. Where are you taking us? Tanis asked. Thee is in no position to ask questions. The centaur reached out and prodded Karaman's back with his spear. We travel far and fast. I suggest thee ride, but fear not. He bowed before Golden, extending his foreleg and touching his hand to his shaggy hair. Harm will not come to thee this night. Can I ride, Tanis, please? Begged Tasselhoff. Don't trust them. Flint sneezed violently. I don't trust them, Tanis muttered. But we don't seem to have a whole lot of choice in the matter. Raistlin can't walk. Go on, Tass. The rest of you, too. Karaman, scowling at the centaurs suspiciously, lifted his brother in his arms and set him upon the back of one of the half-men, half-animal. Raistlin slumped forward weakly. Climb up, the centaur said to Karaman. I can bear the weight of thee both. Thy brother will need thy support, for we ride swiftly tonight. Flushing with embarrassment, the big warrior clambered onto the centaur's broad back, his huge legs dangling almost to the ground. He put an arm around Raistlin as the centaur galloped down the path. Tasselhoff, giggling with excitement, jumped onto a centaur and promptly slid off the other side into the mud. Sturm, sighing, picked up the kender and set him on the centaur's back. Then, before Flint could protest, the knight lifted the dwarf up behind Tass. Flint tried to speak but could only sneeze as the centaur moved away. Tanis rode with the first centaur, who seemed to be the leader. "Where are you taking us?" "To the Forest Master." "The Forest Master? Who is he? One like yourselves?"
"She is the Forest Master,"
the centaur replied and began to canter down the trail. Tanis started to ask another question, but the centaur's quickened pace jolted him, and he nearly bit through his tongue as he came down hard on the centaur's back. Feeling himself start to slide backwards as the centaur trotted faster and faster, Tanis threw his arms around the centaur's broad torso.
"Nah, they don't need to squeeze me in two."
The centaur glanced back, his eyes glittering in the moonlight.
"It is my job to see these stays off. Relax. Put thy hands on me rump to balance thyself. There now. Grip with thy legs."
The centaurs left the trail and plunged into the forest. The moonlight was immediately swallowed up by the dense trees. Tanis felt branches whip past, swiping at his clothing. The centaur never swerved or slowed in his gallop, however, and Tanis could only assume he knew the trail well, a trail the half-elf couldn't see. Soon the pace began to slacken, and the centaur finally came to a stop. Tanis could see nothing in the smothering darkness. He knew his companions were near only because he could hear Raceland's shallow breathing, Caramon's jingling armor, and Flint's unabated sneezing. Even the light from Raceland's staff had died.
"A powerful magic is laid on this forest,"
the mage whispered weakly when Tanis asked him about it.
"This magic dispels all others."
Tanis's uneasiness grew. "Why are we stopping?"
"Because thee art here. Dismount,"
the centaur ordered gruffly. "Where is here?" Tanis slid off the centaur's broad back onto the ground. He stared around him but could see nothing. Apparently, the trees kept even the smallest glimmer of moonlight or starlight from penetrating through the trail.
"Thee stands in the center of darkened wood,"
the centaur replied.
"And now I bid thee farewell, or fair evil, depending on how the Forest Master judges thee."
"Wait a minute," Caramon called out angrily. "You can't just leave us here in the middle of this forest, blind as newborn kittens." "Stop them," Tanis ordered, searching for his sword. But his weapon was gone. An explosive oath from Sturm indicated the knight had discovered the same thing. The centaur chuckled. Tanis heard hooves beat into soft earth and tree branches rustled. The centaurs were gone.
"Good riddance,"
Flint sneezed. "Are we all here?" Tanis asked, reaching out his hand and feeling Sturm's strong, reassuring grasp. "I'm here," piped Tassifov. "Oh, Tanis, wasn't it wonderful?
Hush, Tass,"
Tanis snapped. "The plainsmen?"
"We are here,"
said Riverwind grimly.
"Weaponless."
"No one has a weapon? Not that it would do us much good in this cursed blackness," he amended bitterly. "I have my staff," Goldmoon's low voice said softly.
"A formidable weapon, that is, daughter of Quishu,"
came a deep voice.
"A weapon for good, intended for combat illness and injury and disease."
The unseen voice grew sad.
"In these times, it will also be used as a weapon against the evil creatures who seek to find and banish it from the world."
What's on your mind?
Chapter 11. The Forest Master. A peaceful interlude. "Who are you?" Tanis called.
Show yourself. We will not harm you,
Bluffed Caraman.
Of course you won't.
Now the deep voice was amused.
You have no weapons. I will return them when the time is propitious. No one brings weapons into the darkened wood, not even a knight to Salamnia. Do not fear, noble knight. I recognize your blade as ancient and most valuable. I will keep it safe. Forgive this apparent lack of trust, but even the great Huma laid the dragon lance at my feet.
Huma? Sturm gasped.
Who are you? I am the Forest Master.
Even as the deep voice spoke, the darkness parted. A gasp of awe, gentle as a spring wind, swept the company as they stared before them. Silver moonlight shone brightly on a high rock ledge. Standing on the ledge was a unicorn. She regarded them coolly, her intelligent eyes gleaming with infinite wisdom. The unicorn's beauty pierced the heart. Goldmoon felt swift tears spring to her eyes, and she was forced to close them against the animal's magnificent radiance. Her fur was the silver of moonlight, her horn was shining pearl, her mane like sea foam. The head might have been sculpted from glistening marble, but no human or even dwarven hand could capture the elegance and grace that lived in the fine lines of the powerful neck and muscular chest. The legs were strong but delicate, the hooves small and cloven like those of a goat. In later days, when Goldmoon walked dark paths and her heart was bleak with despair and hopelessness, she had only to shut her eyes and remember the unicorn to find comfort. The unicorn tossed her head and then lowered it in grave welcome. The companions, feeling awkward and clumsy and confused, bowed in return. The unicorn suddenly whirled and left the rock ledge, cantering down the rocks toward them. Tanis, feeling a spell lifted from him, looked around. The bright silver moonlight lit a sylvan glade. Tall trees surrounded them like giant, beneficent guardians. The half-elf was aware of a deep, abiding sense of peace here, but there was also a waiting sadness.
Rest yourselves, the Forest Master said as she came among them. You are tired and hungry. Food will be brought and fresh water for cleansing. You may put aside your watchfulness and fears for this evening. Safety exists here, if it exists anywhere in this land tonight.
Caraman, his eyes lighting up at the mention of food, eased his brother to the ground. Raceland sank into the grass against the trunk of a tree. His face was deathly pale in the silver moonlight, but his breathing was easy. He did not seem ill so much as just terribly exhausted. Caraman sat next to him, looking around for food. Then he heaved a sigh.
Probably more berries anyway. I crave meat roasted deer hunch, a nice sizzling bit of rabbit.
Hush, Sturm remonstrated softly, glancing at the Foremaster. She'd probably consider roasting you first. Centaurs came out of the forest bearing a clean white cloth, which they spread on the grass. Others placed clear crystal globe lights on the cloth, illuminating the forest. Tasselhoff stared at the lights curiously.
"Oh, they're bug lights."
The crystal globes held thousands of tiny bugs, each one having 2 brightly glowing spots on its back. And they crawled around inside the globes, apparently content to explore their surroundings. Next, the centaurs brought bowls of cold water and clean white cloths to bathe their faces and hands. The water refreshed their bodies and minds as it washed away the stains of battle. Other centaurs placed chairs, which Karaman stared at dubiously. They were crafted of one piece of wood that curved around the body. They appeared comfortable, except that each chair had only one leg.
Please be seated,
said the forest master graciously.
I can't sit in that,
The warrior protested. I'll tip over. He stood at the edge of the tablecloth. Besides, the tablecloth is spread on the grass.
I'll sit on the grass with it, close to the food,
muttered Flint into his beard. The others glanced uneasily at the chairs, the strange crystal bug lamps, and the centaurs. The chieftain's daughter, however, knew what was expected of guests. Although the outside world might have considered her people barbarians, Goldmoon's tribe had strict rules of politeness that must be religiously observed. Goldmoon knew that to keep your host waiting was an insult to both the host and his bounty. She sat down with regal grace. The one-legged chair rocked slightly, adjusting to her height, crafting itself for her alone.
Sit at my right hand, warrior,
she said formally, conscious of the many eyes upon them. Riverwind's face showed no emotion, though he was a ludicrous sight trying to bend his tall body to sit in this seemingly fragile chair. But once seated, he leaned back comfortably, almost smiling in disbelieving approval.
Thank you all for waiting until I was seated,
Goldmoon said hastily, to cover the others' hesitation. You may all sit now.
Oh, that's all right,
began Karaman, folding his arms across his chest.
I wasn't waiting. I'm not going to sit in these weird
Sturm's elbow dug sharply into the warrior's ribs.
Gracious lady,
Sturm bowed and sat down with knightly dignity.
Well, if he can do it, so can I,
muttered Karaman, his decision hastened by the fact the centaurs were bringing in food. He helped his brother to a seat and then sat down gingerly, making certain the chair bore his weight. 4 centaurs positioned themselves at each of the 4 corners of the huge white cloth spread out upon the ground. They lifted the cloth to the height of a table, then released it. The cloth remained floating in place, its delicately embroidered surface as hard and sturdy as one of the solid tables in the Inn of the Last Home.
How splendid! How do they do that?
Tasselhoff cried, peering underneath the cloth. There's nothing under there, he reported, his eyes wide. The centaurs laughed uproariously, and even the forest master smiled. Next, the centaurs laid down plates made of beautifully cut and polished wood. Each guest was given a knife and fork fashioned from the horns of a deer. Platters of hot roasted meat filled the air with a tantalizing smoky aroma. Fragrant loaves of bread and huge wooden bowls of fruit glistened in the soft lamplight. Karaman, feeling secure in his chair, rubbed his hands together. Then he grinned broadly and picked up his fork. Ah, he sighed in appreciation as one of the centaurs set before him a platter of roasted deer meat. Karaman plunged his fork in, sniffing in rapture at the steam and juice that gushed forth from the meat. Suddenly, he realized everyone was staring at him. He stopped and looked around.
What?
He asked, blinking. Then, his eyes rested on the forest master, and he flushed and hurriedly removed his fork.
I beg your pardon. This deer must have been someone you knew. I mean, one of your subjects.
The forest master smiled gently.
Be at ease, warrior, she said. The deer fulfills his purpose in life by providing sustenance for the hunter, be it wolf or man. We do not mourn the loss of those who die fulfilling their destinies.
It seemed to Tanis that the forest master's dark eyes went to Sturm as she spoke, and there was a deep sadness in them that filled the half-elf's heart with cold fear. But when he turned back to the forest master, he saw the magnificent animal smiling once more. My imagination, he thought. How do we know, Master, Tanis asked hesitantly, whether the life of any creature has fulfilled its destiny? I have known the very old to die in bitterness and despair. I have seen young children die before their time, but leave behind such a legacy of love and joy that grief for their passing was tempered by the knowledge that their brief lives have given much to others. You have answered your own question, Tanis half-elven, far better than I could. Say that our lives are measured not by gain, but by giving. The half-elf started to reply, but the forest master interrupted. Put your cares aside for now. Enjoy the peace of my forest while you may. Its time is passing. Tanis glanced sharply at the forest master, but the great animal had turned her attention away from him and was staring far off into the woods, her eyes clouded with sorrow. The half-elf wondered what she meant, and he sat, lost in dark thoughts, until he felt a gentle hand touch his. You should eat, Goldmoon said. Your cares won't vanish with the meal. And if they do, so much the better. Tanis smiled at her and began to eat with a sharp appetite. He took the forest master's advice and relegated his worries to the back of his mind for a while. Goldmoon was right. They weren't likely to go away. The rest of the companions did the same, accepting the strangeness of their surroundings with the aplomb of seasoned travellers. Though there was nothing to drink but water, much to Flint's disappointment, the cool, clear liquid washed the terrors and doubts from their hearts as it had cleansed the blood and dirt from their hands. They laughed, talked, and ate, enjoying each other's companionship.
Hi, how are you?
The forest master spoke to them no more, but watched each in turn. Sturm's pale face had regained some colour. He ate with grace and dignity, sitting next to Tasselhoff. He answered the Kender's inexhaustible store of questions about his homeland. He also, without calling undue attention to the fact, removed from Tasselhoff's pouch a knife and fork that had undoubtedly made their way there. The knight sat as far from Karaman as possible and did his best to ignore him. The big warrior was obviously enjoying his meal. He ate 3 times more than anyone else, 3 times as fast, and 3 times as loudly. When not eating, he described to Flint a fight with a troll, using the bone he was chewing as a sword to illustrate his thrusts and parries. Flint ate heartily and told Karaman he was the biggest liar in Kryn. Raistlin, sitting beside his brother, ate very little, taking nibbles of only the tenderest meat, a few grapes, and a bit of bread he soaked in water first. He said nothing, but listened intently to everyone, absorbing all that was said into his soul, storing it for future reference and use. Goldmoon ate her meal delicately, with practiced ease. The Quishu princess was accustomed to eating in public view and could make conversation easily. She chatted with Tanis, encouraging him to describe the elven lands and other places he had visited. Riverwind, next to her, was acutely uncomfortable and self-conscious. Although not a boisterous eater like Karaman, the plainsman was obviously more accustomed to eating at the campfires of his fellow tribesmen than in royal halls. He handled cutlery with awkward clumsiness, and he knew that he appeared crude beside Goldmoon. He said nothing, seeming willing to fade into the background. Finally, everyone began shoving plates away and settling back in the strange wooden chairs, ending their dinner with pieces of sweet shortcake. Tass began to sing his Kender Trail song, to the delight of the centaurs. Then suddenly, Raistlin spoke, his soft whispering voice slithering through the laughter and loud talk.
Forest Master.
The mage hissed the name.
Today, we fought loathsome creatures that we have never before seen on Kryn. Can you tell us of these?
The relaxed and festive mood was smothered as effectively as if covered by a shroud. Everyone exchanged grim looks.
These creatures walk like men,
Caraman added.
but look like reptiles. They have clawed hands and feet and wings, and
His voice dropped.
they turn to stone when they die.
The forest master regarded them with sadness as she rose to her feet. She seemed to expect the question.
I know these creatures, she answered. Some of them entered the darkened wood with a party of goblins from Haven a week ago. They wore hoods and cloaks, no doubt to disguise their horrible appearance. The centaurs followed them in secret to make certain they harmed no one before the spectral minions dealt with them. The centaurs reported back that the creatures call themselves Draconians. They speak of belonging to the Order of Draco.
Raceland's brow furrowed.
Draco,
He whispered, puzzled.
but who are they? What race or species? I do not know. I can tell you only this. They are not of the animal world, and they belong to none of the races of Kryn.
This took a moment for everyone to assimilate. Caraman blinked.
I don't, he began. She means, my brother, that they are not of this world.
Then where'd they come from?
That's the question, isn't it? Where did they come from, and why? I cannot answer that.
The forest master shook her head.
But I can tell you that before the spectral minions put an end to these Draconians, they spoke of armies of the north. I saw them.
Tanis rose to his feet.
Campfires.
His voice caught in his throat as he realized what the forest master had been about to say.
Armies of these Draconians. There must be thousands.
Now, everyone was standing and talking at once.
Impossible,
the knight said, scowling.
Who's behind this? The Seekers? By the gods,
Caraman bellowed.
I've got a notion to go to Haven and bash. Go to Salamnia, not to Haven,
Sturm advised loudly.
We could travel to Qualinas,
Tanis argued.
the elves. The elves have their own problems.
The forest master interrupted, her cool voice a calming influence.
As do the high seekers of Haven. No place is safe. But I will tell you where you must go to find the answers to your questions. What do you mean? You will tell us where to go?
Raceland stepped forward slowly, his red robes rippling around him as he walked.
What do you know of us?
The mage paused, his eyes narrowing with a sudden thought.
I was expecting you,
The forest master replied in answer to Raceland's thoughts.
A great and shining being appeared to me in the wilderness this day. He told me that one bearing the blue crystal staff would come this night to Darkened Wood. The spectral minions would let the staff bearer and her companions pass through. They have allowed no human or elf or dwarf or kender to enter Darkened Wood since the cataclysm. I was to give the bearer of the staff this message. You must fly straight away across the Eastwall Mountains. In 2 days the staff bearer must be in Zaxoroth. There, if you prove worthy, you shall receive the greatest gift given to the world. Eastwall Mountains.
The dwarf's mouth dropped open.
We'll need to fly all right to reach Zaxorov in 2 days. Shining bean, ha!
He snapped his fingers. The rest glanced uneasily at each other. Finally, Tanis said hesitantly, "I'm afraid the dwarf is right, Forest Master. The journey to Zaxorov would be long and perilous. We would have to go back through the lands we know are inhabited by goblins and these draconians.
And then we would have to pass through the plains."
Riverwind spoke for the first time since meeting the Forest Master.
"Our lives are forfeit."
He gestured toward Goldmoon.
"The Quishu are fierce fighters, and they know the land. They are waiting. We would never get through safely."
He looked at Tanis.
"And my people have no love for elves." "And why go to Zaxorov anyway?"
Karaman rumbled.
"Greatest gift. What could that be? A powerful sword? A chest of steel coins? That would come in handy. But there's a battle brewing up north, apparently. I'd hate to miss it."
The Forest Master nodded gravely.
"I understand your dilemma.
I offer what help is in my power. I will see to it you reach Zaxorov in 2 days. The question is, will you go?" Tanis turned to the others. Sturm's face was drawn. He met Tanis's look and sighed.
"The stag led us here," he said slowly,
"perhaps to receive this advice. But my heart lies north, in my homeland. If armies of these draconians are preparing to attack, my place is with those knights who will surely band together to fight this evil. Still, I do not want to desert you, Tanis, or you, lady." He nodded to Goldmoon, and then slumped down, his aching head in his hands. Karaman shrugged.
"I'll go anywhere, fight anything, Tanis. You know that. What say you, brother?"
But Raistlin, staring into the darkness, did not answer. Goldmoon and Riverwind were speaking together in low voices. They nodded to each other. Then Goldmoon said to Tanis, "We will go to Zaxorov. We appreciate everything you've done for us,
but we ask for no man's help any longer. This is the completion of our quest. As we began alone, we will finish it alone. And you will die alone,"
Raistlin said softly. Tanis shivered. "Raistlin, a word with you." The mage turned obediently and walked with the half-elf into a small thicket of gnarled and stunted trees. Darkness closed around them.
"Just like the old days,"
Karaman said, his eyes following his brother uneasily.
"And look at all the trouble we got into then,"
Flint reminded him, plopping down onto the grass. "I wonder what they talk about," Tasselhoff said. Long ago, the Kender had tried to eavesdrop on these private conversations between the mage and the half-elf, but Tanis had always caught him and shooed him away. "And why can't they discuss it with us?" "Because we'd probably rip Raistlin's heart out," Sturm answered in a low, pain-filled voice. "I don't care what you say, Karaman. There's a dark side to your brother, and Tanis has seen it, for which I am grateful. He can deal with it. I couldn't." Uncharacteristically, Karaman said nothing. Sturm stared at the warrior, startled. In the old days, the fighter would have leaped to his brother's defense. Now he sat silent, preoccupied, his face troubled. So there is a dark side to Raistlin, and now Karaman, too, knows what it is. Sturm shuddered, wondering what had happened in these past 5 years to cast such a dark shadow across the cheerful warrior. Raistlin walked close to Tanis. The mage's arms were crossed in the sleeves of his robes. His head bowed in thought. Tanis could feel the heat of Raistlin's body radiate through the red robes, as though he were being consumed by an inner fire. As usual, Tanis felt uncomfortable in the young mage's presence. Yet, right now, he knew of no one else he could turn to for advice. "What do you know of Zaksoraf?" Tanis asked.
There was a temple there, a temple to the ancient gods,
Raistlin whispered, his eyes glittering in the eerie light of the red moon.
It was destroyed in a cataclysm, and its people fled, certain that the gods had abandoned them. It passed from memory. I did not know it still existed.
"What did you see, Raistlin?" Tanis asked softly, after a long pause. "You looked far away. What did you see?"
I am a magi, Tanis, not a seer.
Don't give me that. It's been a long time, but not that long. I know you don't have the gift of foresight. You were thinking, not scrying, and you came up with answers. I want those answers. You've got more brains than all of us put together, even if..." He stopped.
Even if I am twisted and warped.
Raistlin's voice rose with harsh arrogance.
Yes, I am smarter than all of you, and someday I will prove it. Someday you, with all your strength and charm and good looks, you, all of you, will call me master.
His hands clenched to fists inside his robes. His eyes flared red in the crimson moonlight. Tanis, who was accustomed to this tirade, waited patiently. The mage relaxed, his hands unclenched.
But for now, I give you my advice.
What did I see?
These armies, Tanis, armies of draconians, will overrun Solace and Haven and all the lands of your fathers. That is the reason we must reach Zaksoraf. What we find there will prove this army's undoing.
But why are there armies? And what would anyone want with control of Solace and Haven and the plains to the east? Is it the Seekers?
Seekers? Ha! Open your eyes, half-elf. Someone or something powerful created these creatures, these draconians. Not the idiot Seekers, and no one goes to all that trouble to take over 2 farm cities, or even to look for a blue crystal staff. This is a war of conquest, Tanis. Someone seeks to conquer Ansalon. Within 2 days' time, life on Kryn, as we have known it, will come to an end. This is the portent of the fallen stars. The Queen of Darkness has returned. We face a foe who seeks, at the very least, to enslave us, or perhaps destroy us completely.
"Your advice?" Tanis asked reluctantly. He felt change coming, and, like all elves, he feared and detested change. Raistlin smiled his crooked, bitter smile, reveling in the moment of superiority.
That we go to Zaksoraf immediately. That we leave tonight, if possible, by whatever means the Forest Master has planned. If we do not acquire this gift within 2 days, the armies of draconians will.
What do you think this gift might be? Tanis wondered aloud. A sword or coins, like Karaman said?
My brother's a fool. You don't believe that, and neither do I.
What then? Raistlin's eyes narrowed.
I have given you my advice. Act upon it as you will. I have my own reasons for going. Let us leave it at that, half-elf. But it will be dangerous. Zaxxoroth was abandoned 300 years ago. I do not think it will have remained abandoned long. That is true, Tanis mused. He stood silently for long moments. The mage coughed once softly. Do you believe we were chosen, Raistlin? The mage did not hesitate. Yes. So I was given to know in the towers of sorcery, so Parsalan told me. But why? We are not the stuff of heroes. Well, maybe Sturm. But who chose us, and for what purpose? Consider that, Tanis, half-elven. The mage bowed to Tanis mockingly and turned to walk back through the brush to the rest of the group. Chapter 12. Winged sleep, smoke in the east, dark memories. Zaxxoroth, Tanis said. That is my decision. Is that what the mage advises? Sturm asked sullenly. It is, and I believe his advice is sound. If we do not reach Zaxxoroth within 2 days, others will, and this greatest gift may be lost forever. The greatest gift? Tasselhoff said, his eyes shining. Just think, Flint, jewels beyond price, or maybe a keg of ale and Otik's fried potatoes, the dwarf muttered, and a nice warm fire, but no Zaxxoroth. I guess we're all in agreement then, Tanis said. If you feel you are needed in the North, Sturm, of course I will go with you to Zaxxoroth. Sturm sighed. There is nothing in the North for me. I have been deluding myself. The knights of my order are scattered, holed up in crumbling fortresses, fighting off the debt collectors. The knight's face twisted in agony, and he lowered his head. Tanis suddenly felt tired. His neck hurt, his shoulders and back ached, his leg muscles twitched. He started to say something more, and then felt a gentle hand touch his shoulder. He looked up to see Goldman's face, cool and calm in the moonlight. You are weary, my friend, she said. We all are. But we are glad you are coming, Riverwind and I. Her hand was strong. She looked up, her clear gaze encompassing the entire group. We are glad all of you are coming with us. Tanis, glancing at Riverwind, wasn't certain the tall plainsman agreed with her. Just another adventure, Cameron said, flushing with embarrassment. Race? He nudged his brother. Raistlin, ignoring his twin, looked at the forest master. We must leave immediately, the mage said coldly. You mentioned something about helping us cross the mountains. Indeed, the forest master replied, nodding gravely. I, too, am glad you have made this decision. I hope you find my aid welcome. The forest master raised her head, looking up into the sky. The companions followed her gaze. The night sky, seen through the canopy of tall trees, glittered brilliantly with stars. Soon, the companions became aware of something flying up there, winking at the stars in passing. I'll be a gully dwarf, Flint said solemnly. Flying horses, what next? Oh! Tasselhoff drew in a deep breath. The Kender was transfixed with wonder as he watched the beautiful animals circle above them, descending lower and lower with each turn, their fur radiating blue-white in the moonlight. Tas clapped his hands together. Never in his wildest Kender imaginings had he dreamed of flying. This was worth fighting all the Draconians on Kryn.
The Pegasi dipped to the ground, their feathery wings creating a wind that tossed the tree branches and made the grass flat. A large Pegasus with wings that touched the ground when he walked bowed reverently to the forest master. His bearing was proud and noble. Each of the other beautiful creatures bowed in turn.
You have summoned us?
The leader asked the forest master.
These guests of mine have urgent business in the east. I bid you bear them with swiftness of the winds across the east wall mountains.
The Pegasus regarded the companions with astonishment. He walked with stately mane over to stare first at one, then another. When Tas raised his hand to pet the steed's nose, both the animal's ears swiveled forward and he reared his great head back. But when he got to Flint, he snorted in disgust and turned to the forest master.
A Kenda, humans, and a dwarf. Don't do me any favours, horse.
Flint sneezed. The forest master merely nodded and smiled. The Pegasus bowed in reluctant assent.
Very well, master,
he replied. With powerful grace, he walked over to Goldmoon and started to bend his foreleg, dipping low before her to assist her in mounting.
No, do not kneel, noble animal, she said. I have ridden horses since before I could walk. I need no such assistance.
Handing Riverwind her staff, Goldmoon threw her arm around the Pegasus' neck and pulled herself astride his broad back. Her silver gold hair blew feathery white in the moonlight. Her face was pure and cold as marble. Now she truly looked like the princess of a barbarian tribe. She took her staff from Riverwind. Raising it in the air, she lifted her voice in song. Riverwind, his eyes shining with admiration, leaped up behind her on the back of the winged horse. Putting his arms around her, he added his deep baritone voice to hers. Tanis had no idea what they were singing, but it seemed a song of victory and triumph. It stirred his blood, and he would have willingly joined in. One of the Pegasi cantered up to him. He pulled himself up and settled himself on his broad back, sitting in front of the powerful wings. Now, all the companions, caught up in the elation of the moment, mounted. Goldmoon's song added wings to their souls as the Pegasi spread their huge wings and caught the wind currents. They soared up higher and higher, circling above the forest. The silver moon and the red bathed the valley below, and the clouds above in an eerie, beautiful purplish glow that receded into a deeper purple night. As the forest fell away from them, the last thing the companions saw was the forest master, glimmering like a star fallen from the heavens, shining lost and alone in a darkening land. One by one, the companions felt drowsiness overcome them. Tasselhoff fought this magically induced sleep longest. Enchanted by the rush of wind against his face, spellbound by the sight of the tall trees that normally loomed over him, reduced to child's toys, Tas struggled to remain awake long after everyone else. Flint's head rested against his back, the dwarf snoring loudly. Goldmoon was cradled in Riverwind's arms. His head drooped over her shoulder. Even in his sleep, he held her protectively. Caraman slumped over his horse's neck, breathing stentoriously. His brother rested against his twin's strong back. Sturm slept peacefully, the lines of pain gone from his face. Even Tanis's bearded face was clear of care and worry and responsibility. Tas yawned. "No," he mumbled, blinking rapidly and pinching himself.
Rest now, little Kenda,
his Pegasus said in amusement.
Mortals were not meant to fly. This sleep is for your protection. We do not want you to panic and fall off.
I won't, Tas protested, yawning again. His head sank forward. The Pegasus' neck was warm and comfortable. The fur was fragrant and soft. I won't panic, Tas whispered sleepily. Never panic. He slept. The half-elf woke with a start to find that he was lying in a grassy meadow. The leader of the Pegasi stood above him, staring off to the east. Tanis sat up. Where are we? He began. This isn't a city. He looked around. Why, we haven't even crossed the mountains yet.
I'm sorry.
The Pegasus turned to him.
We could not take you as far as the Eastwall Mountains. There is great trouble brewing in the east. A darkness fills the air, such a darkness as I have not felt in Kryn for countless...
He stopped, lowered his head, and pawed the ground restlessly.
I dare not travel farther.
Where are we? The confused half-elf repeated. And where are the other Pegasi?
I sent them home. I remain to guard your sleep. Now that you are awake, I must return home as well.
The Pegasus gazed sternly at Tanis.
I know not what awakened this great evil on Kryn. I trust it was not you and your companions.
He spread out his great wings. Wait. Tanis scrambled to his feet. What? The Pegasus leaped into the air, circled twice, then was gone, flying rapidly back to the west. What evil? Tanis asked glumly. He sighed and looked around. His companions were sleeping soundly, lying on the ground around him in various poses of slumber. He studied the horizon, trying to get his bearings. It was nearly dawn, he realized. The sun's light was just beginning to illuminate the east. He was standing on a flat prairie. There was not a tree in sight, nothing but rolling fields and tall grass as far as he could see. Wondering what the Pegasus had meant about trouble to the east, Tanis sat down to watch the sunrise and wait for his friends to wake. He wasn't particularly worried about where he was, for he guessed Riverwind knew this land down to the last blade of grass. So he stretched out on the ground, facing the east, feeling more relaxed after that strange sleep than he had in many nights. Suddenly, he sat upright, his relaxed feeling gone, a tightness clutching at his throat like an unseen hand. For there, snaking up to meet the bright new morning sun, were 3 thick, twisting columns of greasy, black smoke. Tanis stumbled to his feet. He ran over and shook Riverwind gently, trying to wake the plainsman without disturbing Goldmoon. Hush, Tanis whispered, putting a warning finger on his lips and nodding toward the sleeping woman as Riverwind blinked at the half-elf. Seeing Tanis's dark expression, the barbarian was instantly awake. He stood up quietly and moved off with Tanis, glancing around him.
What's this? He whispered. We're on the plains of Abernathyr. Still about half a day's journey from the Eastwall Mountains. My village lies to the east.
He stopped as Tanis pointed silently eastward, then gave a shallow, raged cry as he saw the smoke curling into the sky. Goldmoon jerked away. She sat up, gazed at Riverwind sleepily, then, with growing alarm, turning, she followed his horrified stare.
No,
she moaned.
no,
she cried again. Quickly rising, she began to gather their possessions, and the others woke up at her cry.
What is it?
Caraman jumped up. Their village, Tanis said softly, gesturing with his hand. It's burning. Apparently the armies are moving quicker than we thought.
No, said Raistlin. Remember, The draconian clerics mentioned they had traced the staff to a village in the plains. My people, Goldmoon murmured, energy draining from her. She slumped in Riverwind's arms, staring at the smoke. My father. We'd better get going. Caraman glanced around uneasily. We show up like a jewel in a gypsy dancer's navel. Yes, we've definitely got to get out of here, but where do we go? He asked Riverwind. Quinshu. Goldmoon's tone allowed no contraction. It's on our way. The Eastwall Mountains are just beyond my village. She started through the tall grass. Tanis glanced at Riverwind. Marulina. The plainsman called out to her, running forward. He caught hold of Goldmoon's arm. Nikala Patas Mirala, he said sternly. She stared up at him, her eyes blue and cold as the morning sky. No, she said, resolutely. I am going to our village. It is our fault if something has happened. I don't care if there are thousands of those monsters waiting. I will die with our people, as I should have done. Her voice failed her. Tanis, watching, felt his heart ache with pity. Riverwind put his arm around her, and together they began walking toward the rising sun. Caraman cleared his throat. I hope I do meet 1,000 of those things, he muttered, hoisting his and his brother's packs. Aye, he said, in astonishment. They're full. He peered in his pack. Provisions, several days' worth, and my sword's back in my scabbard. At least that's one thing we don't have to worry about, Tanis said grimly. You all right, Stone? Yes, the knight answered. I feel much better after that sleep. Right, then. Let's go. Flint, where's Tass? Turning, Tanis nearly fell over the Kender, who had been standing right behind him. Poor Goldmoon, Tass said softly. Tanis patted him on the shoulder. Maybe it won't be as bad as we fear, the half-elf said, following the plainsmen through the rippling grass. Maybe the warriors fought them off, and those are victory fires. Tasselhoff sighed and looked up at Tanis, his brown eyes wide. You're a rotten liar, Tanis, the Kender said. He had the feeling it was going to be a very long day. Twilight. The pale sun set. Shafts of yellow and tan streaked the western sky, then faded into dreary night. The companions sat huddled around a fire that offered no warmth, for there existed no flame on Krynn that would drive the chill from their souls. They did not speak to each other, but sat staring into the fire, trying to make some sense of what they had seen, trying to make sense of the senseless. Tanis had lived through much that was horrible in his life, but the ravaged town of Quishu would always stand out in his mind as a symbol of the horrors of war. Even so, remembering Quishu, he could only grasp fleeting images, his mind refusing to encompass the total, awful vision. Oddly enough, he remembered the mounted stones of the Quishu. He remembered them vividly. Only in his dreams did he recall the twisted and blackened bodies that lay among the smoking stones. The great stone walls, the huge stone temples and edifices, the spacious stone buildings with their rock courtyards and statuary, the large stone arena, all had melted like butter on a hot summer day. The rock still smouldered, though it was obvious that the village must have been attacked well over a sunrise ago. It was as if a white-hot searing flame had engulfed the entire village. But what fire was there on Krynn that could melt rock? He remembered a cracking sound, remembered hearing it and being puzzled by it,
and wondering what it was until locating the source of the only sound in the deathly still town became an obsession. He ran through the ruined village until he located the source. He remembered that he shouted to the others until they came. They stood staring into the mounted arena. Huge stone blocks had poured down from the sides of the bowl-shaped depression, forming molten ripples of rock around the bottom of the dish. In the center, on grass that was blackened and charred, stood a crude gibbet. 2 stout posts had been driven into the burned ground by unspeakable force, their bases splintered by the impact. 10 feet above the ground, a centerpiece pole was lashed to the 2 posts. Wood was charred and blistered. Scavenger birds perched on top. 3 chains made of what appeared to be iron before it had mounted and run together, swung back and forth. This was the cause of the creaking sound. Suspended from each chain, apparently by the feet, was a corpse. The corpses were not human, they were hobgoblin. On top of the gruesome structure was a shield stuck to the crosspiece with a broken sword blade. Roughly clawed on the battered shield were words written in a crude form of common. This is what happens to those who take prisoners against my commands. Kill or be killed. It was signed Verminard. Verminard. The name meant nothing to Tanis. Other images. He remembered Goldmoon standing in the center of her father's ruined house, trying to put back together the pieces of a broken vase. He remembered a dog, the only living thing they found in the entire village, curled around the body of a dead child. Karen stopped to pet the smaller dog. The animal cringed, then licked the big man's hand. It then licked the child's cold face, looking up at the warrior hopefully, expecting this human to make everything all right, to make his little playmate run and laugh again. He remembered Caraman stroking the dog's soft fur with his huge hands. He remembered Riverwind picking up a rock, holding it aimlessly as he stared around his burned and blasted village. He remembered Sturm standing transfixed before the gibbet, staring at the sign. And he remembered the knight's lips moving as though in prayer, or perhaps a silent vow. He remembered the sorrow-lined face of the dwarf who had seen so much tragedy in his long lifetime, as he stood in the center of the ruined village, patting Tasselhoff gently on the back after finding the Kenda sobbing in a corner. He remembered Goldmoon's frantic search for survivors. She crawled through the blackened rubble, screaming out names, listening for faint answers to her calls until she was hoarse and Riverwind finally convinced her it was hopeless. If there were any survivors, they had long since fled. He remembered standing alone in the center of the town, looking at piles of dust with arrowheads in them, and recognizing them as bodies of draconians. He remembered a cold hand touching his arm and the mage's whispering voice. "Tanis, we must leave. There is nothing more we can do, and we must reach Zaxolov. Then we will have our revenge." And so they left Quishu. They travelled far into the night, none of them wanting to stop, each wanting to push his body to the point of exhaustion so that, when they finally slept, there would be no evil dreams. But the dreams came anyway. Chapter 13. Chill Dawn, Vine Bridges, dark water. Tanis felt clawed hands clutching at his throat. He struggled and fought, and then woke to find Riverwind bending over him in the darkness, shaking him roughly. "What?" Tanis sat up.
"You were dreaming. I had to wake you. Your shouts would draw an army down on us."
"Yes, thanks. I'm sorry." He sat up, trying to shake off the nightmare. "What time is it?"
"Still several hours till dawn,"
Riverwind said wearily. He returned to where he had been sitting, his back against the trunk of a twisted tree. Goldmoon lay sleeping on the ground beside him. She began to murmur and shake her head, making small, soft moaning cries like a wounded animal. Riverwind stroked her silver gold hair, and she quieted.
"You should have wakened me earlier,"
Tanis said. He stood up, rubbing his shoulders and neck. "It's my watch."
"Do you think I could sleep?"
asked Riverwind bitterly. "You've got to. You'll show us up if you don't."
"The men in my tribe can travel for many days without sleep,"
Riverwind said. His eyes were dull and glazed, and he seemed to stare at nothing. Tanis started to argue, then sighed and kept quiet. He knew that he could never truly understand the agony the plainsman was suffering. To have friends and family, an entire life utterly destroyed, must be so devastating that the mind shrank from even imagining it. Tanis left him and walked over to where Flint was sitting, carving at a piece of wood.
"You might as well get some sleep,"
Tanis told the dwarf. "I'll watch for a while." Flint nodded.
"I heard you yelling over there."
He sheathed his dagger and thrust the piece of wood into a pouch.
"Defending Guishu?"
Tanis frowned at the memory. Shivering in the chill night, he wrapped his cloak around him and drew up his hood. "Any idea where we are?"
"The plainsman says we're on a rock known as Sageway East,"
the dwarf answered. He stretched out on the cold ground, dragging a blanket up around his shoulders.
"Some old highway. It's been around since before the cataclysm."
"I don't suppose we'd be fortunate enough to have this road take us to Sax-Sordaf."
"Riverwind doesn't seem to think so. Says he's only followed it a short distance, but at least it gets us through the mountains."
He gave a great yawn and turned over, pillowing his head on his cloak. Tanis breathed deeply. The night seemed peaceful enough. They hadn't run into any draconians or goblins in their wild flight from Guishu. As Raistlin said, apparently, the draconians had attacked Guishu in search of the staff, not as part of any preparations for battle. They had struck and then withdrawn. The Forest Master's time limit still held good, Tanis supposed. Sax-Sordaf within 2 days, and 1 day had already passed. Shivering, the half-elf walked back over to Riverwind. "Do you have any idea how far we have to go, and in what direction?" Tanis crouched down next to the plainsman.
"Yes,"
Riverwind nodded, rubbing his burning eyes.
"We must go to the northeast towards New Sea. It is where the city is rumored to be. I have never been there."
He frowned, then shook his head.
"I've never been there."
He repeated. "Can we reach it by tomorrow?" Tanis asked.
"New Sea is said to be 2 days' journey from Guishu. If Sax-Sordaf exists, we should be able to reach it in a day, though I have heard that the land from here to New Sea is swampy and difficult to travel."
He shut his eyes, his hand absently stroking Goldmoon's hair. Tanis fell silent, hoping the plainsman would sleep. The half-elf moved quietly to sit beneath the tree, staring into the night. he made a mental note to ask Tasselhoff in the morning if he had a map. The Kender did have a map, but it wasn't much help, dating as it did before the Cataclysm. New Sea wasn't on the map, since it had appeared after the land had been torn apart and the waters of Tibidus Ocean had rushed in to fill it. Still, the map showed Zaxoloff only a short distance from the highway marked Sageway East. They should reach it sometime that afternoon, if the territory they had to cross wasn't impassable. The companions ate a cheerless breakfast, most forcing the food down without appetite. Raistlin brewed his foul-smelling herbal drink over the small fire, his strange eyes lingering on Goldmoon's staff. "How precious it has become," he commented softly, "now that it has been purchased by the blood of innocence." "Is it worth it? Is it worth the lives of my people?" Goldmoon asked, staring at the nondescript brown staff dully. She seemed to have aged during the night. Grey circles smudged the skin beneath her eyes. None of the companions answered, each looking away in awkward silence. Riverwind stood up abruptly and stalked off into the woods by himself. Goldmoon lifted her eyes and stared after him. Then her head sank into her hand and she began to weep silently. "He blames himself," she shook her head, "and I am not helping him. It wasn't his fault." "It's not anyone's fault," Tanis said slowly, walking over to her. He put his hand on her shoulder, rubbing out the tenseness he felt in the bunched muscles of her neck. "We can't understand. We've just got to keep going and hope we find the answer in Zaxoloff." She nodded and wiped her eyes, drew a deep breath, and then blew her nose on a handkerchief Tasselhoff handed her. "You're right," she said, swallowing. "My father would be ashamed of me. I must remember, I am Chieftain's daughter." "No," came Riverwind's deep voice from where he stood behind her in the shadows of the trees. "You are Chieftain." Goldmoon gasped. She twisted to her feet to stare, wide-eyed at Riverwind. "Perhaps I am," she faltered. "But it is meaningless. Our people are dead." "I saw tracks," Riverwind answered. "Some managed to flee. They have probably gone into the mountains. They will return, and you will be their ruler." "Are people still alive?" Goldmoon's face became radiant. "Not many. Maybe none now. It would depend on whether or not the Draconians followed them into the mountains. Still, you are now their ruler." Bitterness crept into his voice. "And I will be husband of Chieftain." Goldmoon cringed as though he had struck her. She blinked, then shook her head. "No, Riverwind," she said softly. We've talked." "Have we?" he interrupted. "I was thinking about it last night. I've been gone so many years. My thoughts were of you as a woman. I did not realize." He swallowed and then drew a deep breath. "I left Goldmoon. I returned to find Chieftain's daughter." "What choice did I have? My father wasn't well. I had to rule, or lawmen would take over the tribe. Do you know what it's like being Chieftain's daughter? Wondering at every meal if this morsel is the one with the poison? Struggling every day to find the money in the treasury to pay the soldiers so that foremen would have no excuse to take over. And all the time I must act as Chieftain's daughter, while my father sits and drools and mumbles." Her voice choked with tears. Riverwind listened, his face stern and unmoving. He stared at a point above her head. "We should get started,"
he said coldly. It's nearly dawn. The companions had travelled only a few miles on the old broken road when it dumped them, literally, into a swamp. They had noticed that the ground was getting spongier and the tall, sturdy trees of the mountain canyon forest dwindled. Strange, twisted trees rose up before them. A miasma blotted out the sun, and the air became foul to breathe. Raistlin began to cough, and he covered his mouth with a handkerchief. They stayed on the broken stones of the old road, avoiding the dank, swampy ground next to it. Flint was walking in front with Tasselhoff when suddenly the dwarf gave a great shout, then disappeared into the muck. They could see only his head. "Help the dwarf!" Tass shouted, and the others ran up. "It's dragging me under!" Flint flailed about the black, oozing mud in panic. "Hold still," Riverwind cautioned. "You have fallen in death, Merc. Don't go in after him," he warned Sturm, who had leaped forward. "You'll both die. Get a branch." Caraman grabbed a young sapling, took a deep breath, grunted and pulled. They could hear its roots snapping and creaking as the huge warrior dragged it out of the ground. Riverwind stretched out flat, extending the branch to the dwarf. Flint, nearly up to his nose in the slimy muck, thrashed about and finally grabbed hold of it. The warrior hauled the tree out of the death murk, the dwarf clinging to it. "Tanis!" The Kender clutched at the half-elf and pointed. A snake as big around as Caraman's arm slithered into the ooze, right where the dwarf had been floundering. "We can't walk through this." Tanis gestured at the swamp. "Maybe we should turn back." "No time," Raistlin whispered, his hourglass eyes glittering. "There is no other way," Riverwind said. His voice sounded strange. "And we can get through. I know a path." "What?" Tanis turned to him. "I thought you said—" "I've been here," the plainsman said in a strangled voice. "I can't remember when, but I've been here. I know the way through the swamp, and it leads to..." He licked his lips. "Leads to a broken city of evil?" Tanis asked grimly when the plainsman did not finish his sentence. "Zaxordov," Raistlin hissed. "Of course," Tanis said softly. "It makes sense. Where would we go to find answers about the staff, except a place where the staff was given to you? And we must go now," said Raistlin insistently. "We must be there by midnight tonight." The plainsman took the lead. He found firm ground around the black water, and making them all walk in single file, led them away from the road and deeper into the swamp. Trees that he called Ironclaw rose out of the water, their roots standing exposed, twisting in the mud. Vines drooped from their branches and trailed across the faint path. The mist closed in, and soon no one could see beyond a few feet. They were forced to move slowly, testing every step. A false move and they would have plunged into the stinking morass that lay foul and stagnant all around them. Suddenly, the trail came to an end in dark swamp water. "What now?" Caraman asked gloomily. "This," Riverwind said, pointing. A crude bridge made out of vines twisted into ropes was attached to a tree. It spanned the water like a spider web. "Who built it?" Tanis asked. "I don't know," Riverwind said, "but you will find them all along the path wherever it becomes impassable." "I told you Zaxordov would not remain abandoned," Raistlin whispered. "Yes, well, I suppose we shouldn't throw stones at a gift of the gods," replied Tanis.
At least we don't have to swim. The journey across the vine bridge was not pleasant. The vines were coated with slimy moss, which made walking precarious. The structure swayed alarmingly when touched, and its motion became erratic when anyone crossed. They made it safely to the other side, but had walked only a short distance before they were forced to use another bridge. And always below them and around them was the dark water, where strange eyes watched them hungrily. Then they reached a point where the firm ground ended and there were no vine bridges. Ahead was nothing but slimy water.
It isn't very deep, Riverwind muttered. Follow me. Only step where I step.
Riverwind took a step, then another step, feeling his way, the rest keeping right behind him, staring into the water. They stared in disgust and alarm as unknown and unseen things slithered past their legs. When they reached firm ground again, their legs were coated with slime. All of them gagged from the smell. But this last journey seemed perhaps to have been the worst. The jungle growth was not as thick, and they could even see the sun shining faintly through a green haze. The farther north they travelled, the firmer the terrain became. By midday, Tanis called a halt when he found a dry patch of ground beneath an ancient oak tree. The companions sank down to eat lunch and speak hopefully of leaving the swamp behind them. All except Goldmoon and Riverwind. They spoke not at all. Flint's clothes were sopping wet. He shook with cold and began complaining about pains in his joints. Tanis grew worried. He knew the dwarf was subject to rheumatism and remembered what Flint had said about fearing to slow them up. Tanis tapped the kender and gestured him over to one side. I know you've got something in one of your pouches that could take the chill of the dwarf's bones. If you know what I mean, Tanis said softly. Oh, sure, Tanis, Tas said, brightening. He fumbled around, first in one pouch, then in another, and finally came up with a gleaming silver flask. Brandy, Otik's finest. I don't suppose you paid for it, Tanis said, grinning. I will, the kender replied, hurt. Next time I'm there. Sure. Tanis patted him on the shoulder. Share some with Flint, and not too much. He cautioned. Just warm him up. All right, and we'll take the lead, we mighty warriors. Tas returned to the others. They were silently packing up the remains of lunch and preparing to move out. All of us could use some of Otik's finest, he thought. Goldwing and Riverwind had not spoken to each other all morning. Their mood spread a pall over everyone. Tanis could think of nothing to do that would end the torture these two were experiencing. He could only hope that time would salve the wounds. The companions continued along the trail for about an hour after lunch, moving more quickly since the thickest part of the jungle had been left behind. Just as they thought they had left the swamp, however, the firm ground came abruptly to an end. Weary, sick with the smell, and discouraged, the companions found themselves wading through the muck once again. Only Flint and Tasselhoff were unaffected by the return to the swamp. These two had ranged far ahead of the others. Tasselhoff soon forgot Tanis's warning about drinking only a little of the brandy. The liquid warmed the blood and took the edge of the gloomy atmosphere, so the kender and the dwarf passed the flask back and forth many times until it was empty, and they were traipsing along, making jokes about what they would do if they ever encountered a draconian.
I'll turn it to stone, all right,
said the dwarf, swinging an imaginary battle axe.
Wham! Right in the lizard's gizzard.
I'll bet wrestling could turn one into stone with a look. Tass imitated the mage's grim face and dour stare. They both laughed loudly, then hushed, giggling, peering back unsteadily to see if Tanis had heard them.
I bet Caramel would stick a fork in one and eat it,
Flint said. Tass choked with laughter and wiped the tears from his eyes. The dwarf roared. Suddenly, the two came to the end of the spongy ground. Tasselhoff grabbed hold of the dwarf as Flint nearly plunged headfirst into a pool of swamp water so wide that a vine bridge would not span it. A huge iron-clawed tree lay across the water, its thick trunk making a bridge wide enough for two people to walk across side by side.
Now this is a bridge,
Flint said, stepping back a pace and trying to bring the log into focus.
No more spider crawling on these stupid green webs. Let's go.
Shouldn't we wait for the others? Tasselhoff said mildly. Tanis wouldn't want us to get separated.
Tanis?
The dwarf sniffed.
We'll show him.
All right, Tasselhoff agreed cheerfully. He leaped onto the fallen tree. Oh, careful, he said, slipping slightly, then easily catching his balance. It's slick. He took a few quick steps, arms outstretched, his feet pointed out like a rope walker he'd seen once at a summer fair. The dwarf clambered up after the kender, Flint's thick boots clumping clumsily on the log. A voice in the unbrandied part of Flint's mind told him he could never have done this cold sober. It also told him he was a fool for crossing the bridge without waiting for the others. But he ignored it. He was feeling positively young again. Tasselhoff, enchanted with pretending he was Murgo the Magnificent, looked up and discovered that he did, indeed, have an audience. One of those draconian things leaped onto the log in front of him. The sight sobered Tass up rapidly. The kender was not given to fear, but he was certainly amazed. He had presence of mind enough to do two things. First, he yelled out loudly, "Tanis, ambush!" Then he lifted his hoopak staff and swung it in a wide arc. The move took the draconian by surprise. The creature sucked in its breath and jumped back off the log to the bank below. Tass, momentarily off balance, regained his feet quickly and wondered what to do next. He glanced around and saw another draconian on the bank. They were, he puzzled to notice, not armed. Before he could consider this oddity, he heard a roar behind him. He had forgotten the dwarf.
What is it?
Flint shouted. "A draconian thingamajiggers," Tass said, gripping his hoopak and peering through the mists. "Two ahead, here they come."
Well, confound it, get out of my way.
Flint snarled. Reaching behind, he fumbled for his axe. "Where am I supposed to go?" Tass shouted wildly.
Duck, yelled the dwarf.
The kender ducked, throwing himself down on the log as one of the draconians came toward him, its clawed hands outstretched. Flint swung his axe in a mighty blow that would have decapitated the draconian if it had come anywhere near it. Unfortunately, the dwarf miscalculated, and the blade whistled harmlessly in front of the draconian, who was waving its hands in the air and chanting strange words. The momentum of Flint's swing spun the dwarf around. His feet slipped on the slimy log, and, with a loud cry, the dwarf tumbled backwards into the water. Tasselhoff, having been around wrestling for years, recognized that the draconian was casting a magic spell. Lying face down on the log, his hoopak staff clutched in his hand, the kender figured he had about 1.5 seconds to consider what to do. The dwarf was gasping and spluttering in the water beneath him. Not inches away, the draconian was clearly reaching a stunning conclusion to his spell casting. Deciding that anything was better than being magicked, Tass took a deep breath, and dove off the log.
Tannis, ambush!
Damn, swore Karaman as the Kenda's voice floated to them out of the mist somewhere ahead. They all began running toward the sound, cursing the vines and the tree branches that blocked their way. Crashing out through the forest, they saw the fallen Ironclaw Bridge. 4 draconians ran out of the shadows, blocking their path. Suddenly, the companions were plunged into darkness, too thick to see their own hands, much less their comrades.
Magic,
Tannis heard Raistlin hiss.
These are magic users. Stand aside. You cannot fight them.
Then Tannis heard the mage cry out in agony.
Raist,
Karaman shouted.
where?
There was a groan and the sound of a heavy body thudding to the ground. Tannis heard the draconians chanting. Even as he fumbled for his sword, he was suddenly covered head to toe in a thick, gooey substance that clogged up his nose and mouth. Struggling to free himself, he only enmeshed himself further. He heard Sturm swearing next to him. Goldmoon cried out. Riverwind's voice was choked off, then drowsiness overcame him. Tannis sank to his knees, still fighting to free himself from the web-like substance that glued his hands to his sides. Then he fell forward on his face and sank into an unnatural sleep. Chapter 14. Prisoners of the Draconians. Laying on the ground, panting for breath, Tasselhoff watched as the Draconians prepared to carry off his unconscious friends. The Kenda was well hidden beneath a bush near the swamp. The dwarf was stretched out next to him, knocked out cold. Tas glanced at him in remorse. He'd had no choice. In his panic, Flint had dragged the Kenda down in the cold water. If he hadn't clunked the dwarf over the head with his hoopak staff, neither of them would have surfaced alive. He had hauled the comatose dwarf out of the water and hidden him beneath a bush. Then Tasselhoff watched helplessly as the Draconians bound his friends magically in what looked like strong spider webs. Tas saw they were all apparently unconscious or dead because they didn't struggle or put up a fight. The Kenda did get a certain amount of grim amusement out of watching the Draconians try to pick up Goldmoon's staff. Evidently, they recognized it, for they had croaked over it in their guttural language and made gestures of glee. One, presumably the leader, reached out to grasp it. There was a flash of blue light. Giving a screeching cry, the Draconian dropped the staff and hopped up and down on the bank, uttering words Tas assumed were impolite. The leader finally came up with an ingenious idea. Pulling a fur blanket from Goldmoon's pack, the Draconian laid it down on the ground. The creature picked up a stick and used it to roll the staff onto the blanket. Then it gingerly wrapped the staff in the fur and lifted it up triumphantly. The Draconians lifted the webbed bodies of the Kenda's friends and bore them away. Other Draconians followed behind, carrying the companions' packs and their weapons. As the Draconians marched along a path very near the hidden Kenda, Flint suddenly groaned and stirred. Tas clamped his hand over the dwarf's mouth. The Draconians didn't seem to hear and kept moving. Tas could see his friends clearly in the fading afternoon light as the Draconians passed. They seemed to be sound asleep. Karaman was even snoring. The Kenda remembered Raistlin's sleep spell and figured that was what the Draconians had used on his friends. Flint groaned again. One of the Draconians near the end of the line stopped and peered into the brush. Tas picked up his hoopak and held it over the dwarf's head just in case. But it wasn't needed. The Draconian shrugged and muttered to himself, then hurried to catch up with its squad. Sighing in relief, Tas took his hand off the dwarf's mouth. Flint blinked and opened his eyes.
What's happened?
The dwarf moaned, his hand on his head. You fell off the bridge and hit your head on a log, Tas said glibly.
I did?
Flint looked suspicious.
I don't remember that. I remember one of those draconian things coming at me, and I remember falling into the water.
Well, you did, so don't argue, Tas said hurriedly, getting to his feet. Can you walk?
Of course I can walk,
the dwarf snapped. He stood up, a little wobbly, but erect.
Where is everybody?
The draconians captured them and carried them off.
All of them?
Flint's mouth fell open.
Just like that?
These draconians were magic users, Tas said impatiently, anxious to get started. They cast spells, I guess. They didn't hurt them, except for Raceland. I think they did something terrible to him. I saw him as they passed. He looked awful. But he's the only one. The Kender tugged on the dwarf's wet sleeve. Let's go. We've got to follow them.
Yeah, sure.
Flint mumbled, looking around. Then he put his hand on his head again.
Where's my helm?
At the bottom of the swamp, Tas said in exasperation. Do you want me to go in after it? The dwarf gave the murky water a horrified glance, shivered, and turned away hurriedly. He put his hand to his head again and felt a large bump.
I sure don't remember hitting my head,
he muttered. Then a sudden thought struck him. He felt around his back wildly.
My axe?
He cried. Hush, Tas scolded. At least you're alive. Now we've got to rescue the others.
And how do you propose to do that without any weapons except that overgrown slingshot?
Flint grumbled, stumping along after the fast-moving Kender. We'll think of something, Tas said confidently, though he felt as if his heart were getting tangled up with his feet. It had sunk so low. The Kender picked up the Draconian's trail without any trouble. It was obviously an old and well-used trail. It looked as though hundreds of Draconian feet had trampled along it. Tasselhoff, examining the tracks, suddenly realized that they might be walking into a large camp of the monsters. He shrugged. No use worrying about such minor details. Unfortunately, Flint didn't share the same philosophy.
There's a whole damn army up there,
the dwarf gasped, grabbing the Kender by the shoulder. Yes, well, Tas paused to consider the situation. He brightened. That's all the better. The more of them there are, the less chance they have of seeing us. He started off again. Flint frowned. There was something wrong with that logic, but right now he couldn't figure out what, and he was too wet and chilled to argue. Besides, he was thinking the same thing that Kender was. The only other choice they had was to escape into the swamp themselves and leave their friends in the hands of the Draconians. And that was no choice at all. They walked another half hour. The sun sank into the mist, giving it a blood-red tinge, and night fell swiftly in the murky swamp. Soon they saw a blazing light ahead of them. They left the trail and sneaked into the brush. The Kender moved as silently as a mouse. The dwarf stepped on sticks that snapped beneath his feet, ran into trees, and blundered through the brush. Fortunately, the Draconian camp was celebrating, and probably wouldn't have heard an army of dwarves approaching. Flint and Tas knelt just beyond the firelight and watched. The dwarf suddenly grabbed the Kender with such violence that he nearly pulled him over.
Great Riox,
Flint swore, pointing.
A dragon.
Tas was too stunned to say anything. He and the dwarf watched in amazed horror as the Draconians danced and prostrated themselves before a giant black dragon. The creature lurked inside the remaining half shell of a crumbled domed ruin. Its head was higher than the treetops. Its wingspan was enormous. One of the Draconians wearing robes bent before the dragon, gesturing to the staff as it lay on the ground with the captured weapons. "There's something strange about that dragon," Tass whispered after watching for a few moments. "Like they're not supposed to exist." "And that's just the point. Look at it. The creature isn't moving or reacting to anything. It's just sitting there. I always thought that dragons would be more lively, don't you know?" "Go up and tickle its foot. Then you'll see lively." "I think I'll do that," the Kender said. Before the dwarf could say a word, Tasselhoff crept out of the brush, flitting from shadow to shadow as he drew near the camp. Flint could have torn his beard out in frustration, but it would have been disastrous to try and stop him now. The dwarf could do nothing but follow.
Tanis,
The half-elf heard someone calling him from across a huge chasm. He tried to answer, but his mouth was stuffed with something sticky. He shook his head. Then he felt an arm around his shoulders, helping him sit up. He opened his eyes. It was night. Judging by the flickering light, a huge fire blazed brightly somewhere. Sturm's face, looking concerned, was near his. Tanis sighed and reached out his hand to clasp the knight's shoulder. He tried to speak and was forced to pull off bits of the sticky substance that clung to his face and mouth like cobwebs. "I'm all right," Tanis said when he could talk. "Where are we?" He glanced around. "Is everyone here? Anyone hurt?" "We're in the Draconian camp," Sturm said, helping the half-elf stand. "Tasselhoff and Flint are missing, and Racelin's hurt." "Badly?" Tanis asked, alarmed by the serious expression on Sturm's face. "Not good," the knight replied. "Poison dart," Riverwind said. Tanis turned towards the plainsman and got his first clear look at their prison. They were inside a cage made of bamboo. Draconian guards stood outside, their long, curved swords drawn and ready. Beyond the cage, hundreds of Draconians milled around a campfire, and above the campfire... "Yes," Sturm said, seeing Tanis' startled expression. "A dragon. More children's stories." Raceland would gloat. "Raceland." Tanis went over to the mage, who was lying in the corner of the cage, covered in his cloak. The young mage was feverish and shaking with chills. Goldmoon knelt beside him, her hand on his forehead, stroking back the white hair. He was unconscious. His head tossed fitfully, and he murmured strange words, sometimes shouting out garbled commands. Caraman, his face nearly as pale as his brother's, sat beside him. Goldmoon met Tanis' questioning gaze and shook her head sadly, her eyes large and gleaming in the reflected firelight. Riverwind came over to stand beside Tanis. "She found this in his neck," he said, carefully holding up a feathered dart between thumb and forefinger. He glanced at the mage without love, but with a certain amount of pity. "Who can say what poison burns in his blood?" "If we had the staff," Goldwyn said. "Right," Tanis said. "Where is it?" "There," Sturm said, his mouth twisting wryly. He pointed. Tanis peered past hundreds of Draconians and saw the staff lying on Goldmoon's fur blanket in front of the black dragon. Reaching out, Tanis grasped the bar of the cage. "We could break out," he told Sturm. "Caraman could snap this like a twig." "Tasselhoff could snap it like a twig if he were here," Sturm said. "Of course, then, we've only got a few hundred of these creatures to take care of, not to mention the dragon." "All right, don't rub it in," Tanis sighed. "Any idea what happened to Flint and Tass?" Riverwind said he heard a splash just after Tass yelled out that we were being ambushed. If they were lucky, they dived off the log and escaped into the swamp. If not, Sturm didn't finish. Tanis closed his eyes to shut out the firelight. He felt tired, tired of fighting, tired of killing, tired of slogging through the muck. He thought longingly of lying down and sinking back into sleep. Instead, he opened his eyes, stalked over to the cage, and rattled the bars. A draconian guard turned around, sword raised. "You speak common?" Tanis asked, in the very lowest, crudest form of the common language used on Kryn. "I speak common. Apparently better than you do, elfin scum." The draconian sneered. "What do you want?" "One of our party is injured. We ask that you treat him. Give him an antidote to this poison dart." "Poison?" The draconian peered into the cage. "Ah, yes, the magic user." The creature gurgled deep in its throat. The sound obviously meant to be laughter. "Sick, is he? Yes, the poison acts swiftly. Can't have a magic user around. Even behind bars, they are deadly. But don't worry, he won't be lonely. The rest of you will be joining him soon enough. In fact, you should envy him. Your deaths will not be nearly so quick." The draconian turned its back and said something to its partner, jerking its clawed thumb in the direction of the cage. Both of them croaked their gurgling laughter. Tanis, feeling disgust and rage welling up deep inside him, looked back at Raistlin. The mage was rapidly getting worse. Goldmoon put her hand on Raistlin's neck, feeling for the life beat, and then shook her head. Karaman made a moaning sound. Then his glance shifted to the two draconians, laughing and talking together outside. "Stop, Karaman!" Tanis yelled, but it was too late. With a roar like a wounded animal, the huge warrior leaped toward the draconians. Bamboo gave way before him, the shards splintering and cutting into his skin. Mad with the desire to kill, Karaman never noticed. Tanis jumped on his back as the warrior crashed past him, but Karaman shook him off as easily as a bear shakes off an annoying fly. "Karaman, you fool!" Sturm grunted as he and Riverwind both threw themselves on the warrior. But Karaman's rage carried him on. Whirling, one draconian raised its sword, but Karaman sent the weapon flying. The creature hit the ground, knocked senseless by a blow from the big man's fist. Within seconds, there were 6 draconians, bows and arrows in their hands, surrounding the warrior. Sturm and Riverwind wrestled Karaman to the ground. Sturm, sitting on him, shoved his face into the mud until he felt Karaman relax beneath him and heard him give a strangled sob. At that instant, a high-pitched shrill voice screeched through the camp. "Bring the warrior to me," said the dragon. Tanis felt the hair raise on his neck. The draconians lowered their weapons and turned to face the dragon, staring in astonishment and muttering among themselves. Riverwind and Sturm got to their feet. Karaman lay on the ground, choking with sobs. The draconian guards glanced at each other uneasily, while those standing near the dragon backed off hurriedly and formed an immense semicircle around it. One of the creatures, whom Tanis supposed by the insignia on its armor to be some sort of captain, stalked up to a robed draconian who was staring open-mouthed at the black dragon. "What's going on?" the captain demanded. The draconian spoke in the common tongue. Tanis, listening closely, realized that they were of different species. The robed draconians were apparently the magic users and the priests. Presumably, the two could not communicate in their own languages. The military Draconian was clearly upset.
Where is that Bosak priest of yours? He must tell us what to do. The hire of my order is not here.
The rogue Draconian quickly regained his composure.
One of them flew here and took him to confer with Lord Verminard about the staff. But the dragon never speaks when the priest is not here.
The captain lowered his voice.
My boys don't like it. You better do something quickly. What is the delay?
The dragon's voice shrieked like a wailing wind.
Bring me the warrior. Do as the dragon says.
The rogue Draconian motioned quickly with a clawed hand. Several Draconians rushed over, shoved Tanis and Riverwind and Sturm back into the shattered cage, and lifted the bleeding Caraman up by the arms. They dragged him over to stand before the dragon, his back to the blazing fire. Near him lay the blue crystal staff, Racelin's staff, their weapons, and their packs. Caraman raised his head to confront the monster, his eyes blurred with tears and blood from the many cuts the bamboo had inflicted on his face. The dragon loomed above him, seen dimly through the smoke rising from the bonfire.
We mete out justice swiftly and surely, human scum.
The dragon hissed. As it spoke, it beat its huge wings, fanning them slowly. The Draconians gasped and began to back up, some stumbling over themselves as they hurried to get out of the monster's way. Obviously, they knew what was coming. Caraman stared at the creature without fear.
My brother is dying, he shouted. Do what you will to me. I ask only one thing. Give me my sword so that I can die fighting.
The dragon laughed shrilly. The Draconians joined it, gurgling and croaking horribly. As the dragon's wings beat the air, it began to rock back and forth, seemingly preparing to leap on the warrior and devour him.
This will be fun. Let him have his weapon,
the dragon commanded, its flapping wings causing a wind to whip up through the camp, scattering sparks from the fire. Caraman shoved the Draconian guards aside. Wiping his hand across his eyes, he walked over to a pile of weapons and pulled out his sword. He turned to face the dragon, resignation and grief etched into his face. He raised his sword.
We can't let him die there by himself,
Sturm said harshly, and he took a step forward, preparing to break out. Suddenly, a voice came from the shadows behind them.
Hiss, Tanis!
The half-elf whirled around.
Flint,
he exclaimed, then glanced apprehensively at the Draconian guards, but they were absorbed in watching the spectacle of Caraman and the dragon. Tanis hurried to the back of the bamboo cage where the dwarf stood.
Get out of here,
the half-elf ordered. There's nothing you can do. Racelin's dying and the dragon
is Tasselhoff,
Flint said succinctly.
What?
Tanis glared at the dwarf.
It makes sense. The dragon is Tasselhoff,
Flint repeated patiently. For once, Tanis was speechless. He stared at the dwarf.
The dragon's made of wicker,
the dwarf whispered hurriedly.
Tasselhoff sneaked behind it and looked inside. It's rigged. Anyone sitting inside the dragon can make the wings flap and speak through a hollow tube. I think that's how the priests keep order around here. Anyway, Tasselhoff's the one flapping his wings and threatening to eat Caraman.
Tanis gasped. But what can we do? There's still 100 Draconians around. Sooner or later they're going to realize what's going on.
Get over to Caraman, you and Riverwind and Sturm. Grab your weapons and packs, and the staff. I'll help Goldmoon carry Raceland into the woods.
Tasselhoff's got something in mind. Just be ready. Tanis groaned. I don't like this any better than you do, the dwarf growled. Trusting our lives to that rattle-brained Kender. Well, he is the dragon after all. He certainly is, Tanis said, eyeing the dragon, who was shrieking and wailing and flapping its wings and rocking back and forth. The Draconians were staring at it in open-mouthed wonder. Tanis grabbed Sturm and Riverwind and huddled down near Goldmoon, who had not left Racelin's side. The half-elf explained what was happening. Sturm looked at him as if he were as crazed as Racelin. Riverwind shook his head. Well, have you got a better plan? Tanis asked. Both of them looked at the dragon, then back at Tanis and shrugged. Goldmoon goes with the dwarf, Riverwind said. She started to protest. He looked at her, his eyes expressionless, and she swallowed and fell silent. Yes, stay with Racelin, lady, please. We'll bring the staff to you. Hurry then, she said through white lips. He is very nearly gone. We'll hurry, Tanis said grimly. I have a feeling that once things get started out there, we're going to be moving very fast. He patted her hand. Come on. He stood up and took a deep breath. Riverwind's eyes were still on Goldmoon. He started to speak, then shook his head irritably and turned without a word to stand beside Tanis. Sturm joined them. The three crept up behind the Draconian guards. Karaman lifted his sword. It flashed in the firelight. The dragon went into a wild frenzy, and all the Draconians fell back, braying and beating their swords against their shields. Wind from the dragon's wings blew up ashes and sparks from the fire, setting some nearby bamboo huts on fire. The Draconians did not notice, so eager were they for the kill. The dragon shrieked and howled, and Karaman felt his mouth go dry and his stomach muscles clench. It was the first time he had ever gone into battle without his brother. The thought made his heart throb painfully. He was about to leap forward and attack when Tanis, Sturm and Riverwind appeared out of nowhere to stand by his side. We will not let our friend die alone, the half-elf cried defiantly at the dragon. The Draconians cheered wildly. Get out of here, Tanis, Karaman scowled. His face flushed and shrieked with tears. This is my fight. Shut up and listen, Tanis ordered. Get your sword and mine. Sturm, Riverwind, grab your weapons and the packs, and any Draconian weapons you can pick up to replace those we've lost. Karaman, pick up the 2 staffs. Karaman stared at him. What? Tasselhoff's the dragon, Tanis said. There isn't time to explain. Just do as I say. Get the staff and take it into the woods. Goldmoon's waiting. He laid his hand on the warrior's shoulder. Tanis shoved him. Go, Racelin's almost finished. You are his only chance. This statement reached Karaman's mind. He ran to the pile of weapons and grabbed the blue crystal staff and Racelin's staff of mages, while the Draconians yowled. Sturm and Riverwind armed themselves, Sturm bringing Tanis his sword. And now prepare to die, humans, the dragon screamed. Its wings gave a great lurch, and suddenly the creature was flying, hovering in midair. The Draconians croaked and cried out in alarm, some breaking for the woods, others hurling themselves flat on the ground. Now, yelled Tanis, run, Karaman. The big warrior broke for the woods, running swiftly toward where he could see Goldmoon and Flint waiting for him. A Draconian appeared in front of him, but Karaman hurled it out of his way with a thrust of his great arm. He could hear the wild commotion behind him. Sturm chanting a Solanic war cry, Draconians yelling. Other Draconians leaped at Karaman. He used the blue crystal staff as he had seen Goldmoon use it, swinging it in a wide arc with his huge right hand. It flashed blue flame, and the Draconians fell back. Caraman reached the woods and found Raistlin lying at Goldmoon's feet, barely breathing. Goldmoon grabbed the staff from Caraman and laid it on the mage's inert body. Flint watched, shaking his head.
It won't work,
muttered the dwarf.
It's used up. It has to work, Goldmoon said firmly. Please, she murmured. Whoever is master of this staff, heal this man, please.
Unknowing, she repeated it over and over. Caraman watched for a moment, blinking his eyes. Then the woods around him were lit by a gigantic burst of flame.
Name of the abyss,
Flint breathed.
Look at that.
Caraman turned just in time to see the great black wicked dragon crash headlong into the blazing bonfire. Flaming logs flew into the air, showering sparks all over the camp. The Draconians' bamboo huts, some already ablaze, began burning fiercely. The wicked dragon gave a final, horrifying shriek, and then it too caught fire.
Tasselhoff,
Flint swore.
That blasted Kender, he's inside there.
Before Caraman could stop him, the dwarf ran out into the blazing Draconian camp.
Caraman,
Raistlin murmured. The big warrior knelt beside his brother. Raistlin was still pale, but his eyes were open and clear. He sat up, weakly, leaning against his brother, and stared out at the raging fire.
What's going on? I'm not sure,
Caraman said.
Tasselhoff turned into a dragon, and after that, things get real confused. You just rest.
The warrior stared into the smoke, his sword drawn and ready in case any Draconians came for them. But the Draconians now had little interest in the prisoners. The smaller breed, panic-stricken, were fleeing into the forest as their great god dragon went up in flames. A few of the robed Draconians, bigger and apparently more intelligent than the other species, were trying desperately to bring order to the fearful chaos raging around them. Sturm fought and slashed his way through the Draconians without encountering any organized resistance. He had just reached the edge of the clearing near the bamboo cage when Flint passed him, running back toward the camp.
Hey, where?
Sturm yelled at the dwarf.
Tas in the dragon!
The dwarf didn't stop. Sturm turned and saw the black wicked dragon burning with flames that shot high into the air. Thick smoke boiled up, blanketing the camp, the dank, heavy swamp air preventing it from rising and drifting away. Sparks showered down as part of the blazing dragon exploded into the camp. Sturm ducked and battered out sparks that landed on his cape, then ran after the dwarf, catching up with the short-legged Flint easily.
Flint,
he panted, grasping the dwarf's arm.
It's no use. Nothing could live in that furnace. We've got to get back to the others. Let go of me.
Flint roared so furiously that Sturm let go in amazement. The dwarf ran for the burning dragon again. Sturm heaved a sigh and ran after him, his eyes beginning to water in the smoke.
Tasselhoff Burford,
Flint called.
You idiotic Kender, where are you?
There was no answer.
Tasselhoff!
Flint screamed.
If you wreck this escape, I'll murder you, so help me.
Tears of frustration and grief and anger and smoke coursed down the dwarf's cheeks. The heat was overwhelming. It seared Sturm's lungs, and the knight knew they couldn't breathe much more of this, or they would perish themselves. He took hold of the dwarf firmly, intending to knock him out if necessary, when suddenly he saw movement near the edge of the blaze. He rubbed his eyes and looked closer. The dragon lay on the ground, the head still connected to the blazing body by a long wicker neck. The head had not caught on fire yet, but flames were starting to eat into the wicker neck. The head would soon be ablaze too. Sturm saw the movement again.
Flint, look!
Sturm ran toward the head, the dwarf pounding along behind. 2 small legs encased in bright blue pants were sticking out of the dragon's mouth, kicking feebly.
Tass, Sturm yelled. Get out! The head's going to burn!
I can't! I'm stuck! Came a muffled voice. Sturm stared at the head, frantically trying to figure out how to free the kender, while Flint just grabbed hold of Tass's legs and pulled. Oh, stop! Yelled Tass.
No good, the dwarf puffed. He's stuck fast.
The Inferno crept up the dragon's neck. Sturm drew his sword. I may cut off his head, he muttered to Flint, but it's the only chance. Estimating the size of the kender, guessing where his head would be, and hoping his hands weren't stretched out over his head, Sturm lifted his sword above the dragon's neck. Flint closed his eyes. The knight took a deep breath and brought his blade crashing down on the dragon, severing the head from the neck. There was a cry from the kender inside, but whether from pain or astonishment, Sturm couldn't tell.
Paul!
He yelled at the dwarf. Flint grabbed hold of the wicker head and pulled it away from the blazing neck. Suddenly, a tall, dark shape loomed out of the smoke. Sturm whipped around, sword ready, then saw it was Riverwind.
What are you?
The plainsman stared at the dragon's head. Perhaps Flint and Sturm had gone mad. The kender's stuck in there, Sturm yelled. We can't take the head apart out here, surrounded by draconians. We've got to... His words were lost in a roar of flame, but Riverwind finally saw the blue legs sticking out of the dragon's mouth. He grabbed hold of one side of the dragon's head, thrusting his hands into one of the eye sockets. Sturm got hold of the other, and together they lifted the head, kender inside, and began running through the camp. Those few draconians they encountered took one look at the terrifying apparition and fled.
Come on, Race,
Caraman said, his arm around his brother's shoulder.
You've got to try and stand. We have to be ready to move out of here. How do you feel? How do I ever feel? Whispered Raceland bitterly. Help me up. There. Now leave me in peace for a moment.
He leaned against a tree, shivering but standing.
Sure, Race,
Caraman said, hurt, backing off. Goldmoon glanced at Raceland in disgust, remembering Caraman's grief when he thought his brother was dying. She turned away to watch for the others, staring through the gathering smoke. Tanis appeared first, running so fast he crashed into Caraman. The big warrior caught him in his huge arms, breaking the half-elf's forward momentum and keeping him on his feet.
Thanks,
Tanis gasped. He leaned over, hands on his knees to catch his breath.
Where are the others? Weren't they with you?
Caraman frowned.
We got separated.
Tanis drew in huge gulps of air, then coughed as the smoke flew down his lungs.
Sutolak, interrupted Goldmoon in an awed voice.
Tanis and Caraman both spun around in alarm, staring out into the smoke-filled camp to see a grotesque sight emerging from the swirling smoke. A dragon's head with a forked blue tongue was lunging at them. Tanis blinked in disbelief. Then he heard a sound behind him that nearly made him leap into a tree with panic. He whirled around, heart in his throat, sword in his hand. Raceland was laughing. Tanis had never heard the mage laugh before, even when Raceland was a child, and he hoped he would never hear it again. It was weird, shrill, mocking laughter. Caraman stared at his brother in amazement. gulping in horror. Finally, the sound of Raistling's laughter died until the mage was laughing silently, his golden eyes reflecting the glow of the Draconian camp going up in flames. Tannis shuddered and turned back around to see that in fact the dragon's head was carried by Sturm and Riverwind. Flint racing along in front, a Draconian helm on his head. Tannis ran forward to meet them. What in the name of... The Kender's stuck in here, Sturm said. He and Riverwind dropped their head on the ground, both of them breathing heavily. We've got to get him out. Sturm eyed the laughing Raistlin warily. What's the matter with him? Still poisoned? No, he's better, Tannis said, examining the dragon's head. Pity, Sturm muttered as he knelt beside the half-elf. Tass, are you all right? Tannis called out, lifting the huge mouth to see inside.
I think Sturm chopped off my hair,
the Kender wailed.
Luckily it wasn't your head. What's holding him?
Riverwind leaned down to peer inside the dragon's mouth. I'm not sure, Tannis said, swearing softly. I can't see in all this blasted smoke. He stood up, sighing in frustration. And we've got to get out of here. The Draconians will get organized soon. Karen, come here. See if you can rip off the top. The big warrior came over to stand in front of the wicked dragon's head. Bracing himself, he got hold of the two eye sockets, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then grunted and heaved. For a minute, nothing happened. Tannis watched the muscles bulge on the big man's arms, then saw his thigh muscles absorb the strain. Blood rushed to Caraman's face. Then there was a ripping and snapping sound of wood splintering. The top of the dragon's head gave way with a sharp crack. Caraman staggered backwards as the top half of the head suddenly came off in his hands. Tannis reached in, grabbed Tass's hand, and jerked him free. Are you all right? He asked. The Kender seemed wobbly on his feet, but his grin was wide as ever. Oh, I'm fine. Just a little singed. Then his face darkened. Tannis, he said, his face crinkling with unusual worry. He felt at his long topknot. My hair? All there, Tannis said, smiling. Tass breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to talk. Tannis, it was the most wonderful thing, flying like that, and the look on Caraman's face. The story will have to wait. We've got to get out of here. Caraman, can you and your brother make it all right?
Yeah, go on.
Raistlin stumbled forward, accepting the support of his brother's strong arm. The mage glanced behind at the sundered dragon's head, and he wheezed, his shoulders shaking in silent, grim amusement. Chapter 15. Escape the Well, Death on Black Wings. Smoke from the burning Draconian camp hung over the black swamplands, shielding the companions from the eyes of the strange, evil creatures. The smoke floated wraith-like through the swamps, drifting across the silver moon and obscuring the stars. The companions dared not risk a light, even the light from Raistlin's staff, for they could hear horns blowing all around them as the Draconian leaders tried to re-establish order. Riverwind led them. Although Tannis had always prided himself on his own woodland skills, he completely lost all sense of direction in the black, misty mire. An occasional fleeting glimpse of the stars, whenever the smoke lifted, showed him that they were bearing north. They hadn't gone far when Riverwind missed a step and plunged knee-deep into muck. After Tannis and Caraman dragged the plainsman out of the water, Tasselhoff crept ahead, testing the ground with his hoop-axe staff. It sank every time.
We have no choice but to wade, Riverwind said grimly.
Choosing a path where the water seemed shallower, the company left firm ground and splashed into the muck. At first, it was only ankle deep. Then they sank to their knees. Soon, they sank deeper still. Tanis was forced to carry Tasselhoff, the giggling Kender grasping him around the neck. Flint steadfastly refused all offers of help, even when the tip of his beard got wet. Then he vanished. Caramon, following him, fished the dwarf out of the water and slung him over his shoulder like a wet sack. The dwarf, too tired and frightened to grumble. Raceland staggered, coughing, through the water, his robes dragging him down. Weary and still sick from the poison, the mage finally collapsed. Sturm grabbed hold of him and half-dragged, half-carried the mage through the swamp. After an hour of floundering in the icy water, they finally reached firm ground and sank down to rest, shivering with the cold. The trees began to creak and groan, their branches bending as a sharp wind sprang up from the north. The wind blew the mists into wispy rags. Raceland, lying on the ground, looked up. The mage caught his breath. He sat up alarmed.
Storm clouds,
He choked, coughing, and thought to speak.
they come from the north. We have no time. We must reach Zaxorov. Hurry, before the moon sets.
Everyone looked up. A gathering darkness was moving out of the north, swallowing up the stars. Tanis could feel the same sense of urgency that was driving the mage. Wearily, he rose to his feet. Without a word, the rest of the group rose and stumbled forward, Riverwind taking the lead. But dark swamp water blocked their path once more.
Not again.
Flint moaned.
No, we do not have to wade again. Come, look,
Riverwind said. He led the way to the water's edge. There, amid many other ruins protruding from the dark ground, lay an obelisk that had either fallen or been pushed over to form a bridge across to the other bank of the swamp. "I'll go first," Tass volunteered, hopping energetically onto the long stone. "Hey, there's some writing on this thing. Runes of some sort."
I must see.
Raceland whispered, hurrying over. He spoke a word of command. "Shedak," and the crystal on the tip of his staff burst into light.
Hurry,
Sturm growled.
you've just told everything within a 20-mile radius we're here.
But Raceland would not be rushed. He held the light over the spidery runes, studying them intently. Tanis and the others climbed onto the obelisk and joined the mage. The Kender bent down, tracing the runes with his small hand. "What does it say, Raceland? Can you read it? The language seems very old."
It is old, the mage whispered. It dates from before the cataclysm. The runes say, the great city of Zaxorov, whose beauty surrounds you, speaks to the good of the people and their generous deeds. The gods reward us in the grace of our home.
"How awful," Goldmoon shuddered, looking at the ruin and desolation around her.
The gods rewarded them indeed,
Raceland said, his lips parting in a cynical smile. No one spoke. Then Raceland whispered,
Dulak,
and extinguished the light. Suddenly, the night seemed much blacker.
We must keep going, the mage said. Surely there is more than a fallen monument to mark what this place once stood for.
They crossed the obelisk into a thick jungle. At first there seemed to be no trail. Then, Riverwind, searching diligently, found a trail cut through the vines and the trees. He bent down to study it. His face was grim when he rose.
Draconians?
Tanis asked.
Yes. the tracks of many clawed feet, and they lead north, straight to the city.
Is this the broken city where you were given the staff? Tanis asked in an undertone.
And where death had black wings,
Riverwind added. He closed his eyes, wiping his hand over his face. Then he drew a deep, ragged breath.
I don't know. I can't remember. But I am afraid, without knowing why.
Tanis put his hand on Riverwind's arm. The elves have a saying, only the dead are without fear. Riverwind startled him by suddenly clasping the half-elf's hand with his.
I have never known an elf. My people distrust them, saying that the elves have no care for Kryn or for humans. I think my people may have been mistaken. I am glad I met you, Tanis of Quellenost. I count you as a friend.
Tanis knew enough of Plains lore to realize that, with this statement, Riverwind had declared himself willing to sacrifice everything for the half-elf, even his life. A vow of friendship was a solemn vow among the Plainsmen. You are my friend too, Riverwind, Tanis said simply. You and Goldmoon both are my friends. Riverwind turned his eyes to Goldmoon, who stood near them, leaning on her staff, her eyes closed, her face drawn with pain and exhaustion. Riverwind's face softened with compassion as he looked at her. Then it hardened, pride drawing the stem mask over it.
Zaxorov is not far off, he said coolly, and these tracks are old.
He led the way into the jungle. After only a short walk, the northern trails suddenly changed to cobblestones. A street, exclaimed Tasselhoff.
The outskirts of Zaxorov, Raceland breathed.
About time. Flint stared all around in disgust. What a mess. The greatest gift ever given to man is here. It must be well hidden. Tanis agreed. He had never seen a more dismal place. As they walked, the broad street took them into an open paved courtyard. To the east stood 4 tall, freestanding columns that supported nothing. The building lay in ruins around them. A huge unbroken circular stone wall rose about 4 feet above the ground. Caraman, going over to inspect it, announced that it was a well.
Deep at that,
he said. He leaned over and peered down into it.
Smells bad too.
North of the well stood what appeared to be the only building to have escaped the destruction of the cataclysm. It was finely constructed of pure white stone, supported by tall, slender columns. Large golden double doors gleamed in the moonlight.
That was a temple to the ancient gods,
Raceland said, more to himself than anyone else. But Goldmoon, standing near him, heard his soft whisper.
A temple,
she repeated, staring at the building.
How beautiful.
She walked toward it, strangely fascinated. Tanis and the rest searched the grounds and found no other buildings intact. Fluted columns lay on the ground, their broken pieces aligned to show their former beauty. Statues lay broken, and in some cases grotesquely defaced. Everything was old, so old it made even the dwarf feel young. Flint sat down on a column.
Well, we're here.
He blinked at Raceland and yawned.
What now, mage?
Raceland's thin lips parted, but before he could reply, Tasselhoff yelled,
Draconian!
Everyone spun around, weapons in their hands. A Draconian, ready to move, was glaring at them from the edge of the well.
Stop it,
Tanis shouted. It would alert the others. But before anyone could reach it, the Draconian spread its wings and flew into the well. Raceland, his golden eyes flaring in the moonlight, ran to the well and peered over the edge. Raising his hand as if to cast a spell, he hesitated, and then dropped his hand limply to his side. "I can't," he said. "I can't think. I can't concentrate. I must sleep." "We're all tired," Tannis said wearily. "If something's down there, it warned it. There's nothing we can do now. We've got to rest." "It has gone to warn something," Raistlin whispered. He huddled in his cloak and stared round, his eyes wide. "Can't you feel it? Any of you? Half-elf, evil, about to waken and come forth." Silence fell. Then Tasselhoff climbed up onto the stone wall and peered down. "Look, the draconian is floating down, just like a leaf. Its wings don't flap." "Be quiet," Tannis snapped. Tasselhoff glanced at the half-elf in surprise. Tannis's voice sounded strained and unnatural. The half-elf was staring at the well, his hands clenching nervously. Everything was still, too still. The storm clouds massed to the north, but there was no wind. Not a branch creaked, not a leaf stirred. The silver moon and the red cast twin shadows that made things seen from the corner of the eye unreal and distorted. Then, slowly, Raistlin backed away from the well, raising his hands before him as if to ward off some dreadful danger. "I feel it too," Tannis swallowed. "What is it?" "Yes, what is it?" Tasselhoff, leaning over, stared eagerly into the well. It looked as deep and dark as the mage's hourglass eye. "Get him away from there," Raistlin cried. Tannis, infected by the mage's fear and his own growing sense that something was terribly wrong, started to run for Tas. Even as he began to move, though, he felt the ground shake beneath his feet. The Kender gave a startled cry as the ancient stone wall of the well cracked and gave way beneath him. Tas felt himself sliding into the terrible blackness below him. He scrabbled frantically with his hands and feet, trying to clutch the crumbling rocks. Tannis lunged desperately, but he was too far away. Riverwind had started moving when he heard Raistlin's cry, and the tall man's long, swift strides carried him quickly to the well. Catching hold of Tas by his collar, the plainsman plucked him from the well just as the stones and mortar tumbled down into the blackness. The ground trembled again. Tannis tried to force his numb mind to figure out what was happening. Then a blast of cold air burst from the well. The wind swept dirt and leaves from the courtyard into the air, stinging his face and eyes. "Run!" Tannis tried to yell, but he choked on the foul stench erupting from the well. The columns left standing after the cataclysm began to shake. The companion stared fearfully at the well. Then Riverwind tore his gaze away. "Goldmoon," he said, looking around. He dropped Tas to the ground. "Goldmoon." He stopped as a high-pitched shriek rose from the depths of the well. The sound was so loud and shrill that it pierced the head. Riverwind searched frantically for Goldmoon, calling her name. Tannis was stunned by the noise, unable to move. He saw Sturm, hand on his sword, slowly back away from the well. He saw Raistlin, the mage's ghastly face glistening metallic yellow, his golden eyes red in the red moon's light, scream something Tannis couldn't hear. He saw Tasselhoff staring at the well in wide-eyed wonder. Sturm ran across the courtyard, scooped up the Kender under one arm, and ran onto the trees. Caraman ran to his exhausted brother, caught him up, and headed for cover. Tannis knew some monstrous evil was coming up out of the well, but he could not move. The words, "Run, fool, run," screamed in his brain. Riverwind, too, staying near the well, fighting the fear that was growing within him. He couldn't find Goldmoon. Distracted by rescuing the Kender from tumbling into the well, he had not seen Goldmoon approach the unbroken temple. He looked around wildly, struggling to keep his balance as the ground shook beneath him. The high-pitched shrieking noise, the throbbing and trembling of the ground brought back hideous, nightmarish memories.
Death on black wings.
He began to sweat and shake, and then forced his mind to concentrate on Goldmoon. She needed him, and he alone knew that her show of strength only masked her fear, doubt, uncertainty. She would be terribly afraid, and he had to find her. As the stones of the well began to slide, Riverwind moved away and caught sight of Tanis. The half-elf was shouting and pointing past Riverwind toward the temple. Riverwind knew Tanis was saying something, but he couldn't hear above the shrieking sound. Then he knew. Goldmoon. Riverwind turned to go to her, but he lost his balance and fell to his knees. He saw Tanis start to run toward him. Then the horror burst from the well, the horror of his fevered nightmares. Riverwind closed his eyes and saw no more. It was a dragon. Tanis, in those first few moments, when the blood seemed to drain from his body, leaving him limp and lifeless, looked at the dragon as it burst forth from the well and thought, how beautiful. Sleek and black, the dragon rose, her glistening wings folded close to her sides, her scales gleaming, her eyes glowing red-black, the colour of molten rock. Her mouth opened in a snarl, teeth flashing white and wicked. Her long red tongue curled as she breathed the night air. Clear of the well's confines, the dragon spread her wings, blotting out the stars, obliterating moonlight. Each wing was tipped with a pure white claw that shone blood red in the light of Lunatari. Fear, such as Tanis had never imagined, shriveled his stomach. His heart throbbed painfully. He couldn't catch his breath. He could only stare in horror and awe and marvel at the creature's deadly beauty. The dragon circled higher and higher into the night sky. Then, just as Tanis felt the paralyzing fear start to recede, just as he began to fumble for his bow and arrows, the dragon spoke. One word, she said, a word in the language of magic, and a thick, terrible blackness fell from the sky, blinding them all. Tanis instantly lost all grasp on where he was. He only knew that there was a dragon above him, about to attack. He was powerless to defend himself. All he could do was crouch down, crawl among the rubble, and try desperately to hide. Deprived of his sense of sight, the half-elf concentrated on his sense of hearing. The shrieking noise had stopped as the darkness fell. Tanis could hear the slow, gentle flap of the dragon's leathery wings and knew it was circling above them, rising gradually. Then he couldn't hear the flapping anymore. The wings had quit beating. He visualized a great black bird of prey hovering above, waiting. Then there was a very gentle rustling sound, the sound of leaves shivering as the wind rises before a storm. The sound grew louder and louder until it was the rushing of the wind when the storm hits, and then it was the shrieking of the hurricane. Tanis pressed his body close against the crumbled well and covered his head with his arms. The dragon was attacking. She could not see through the darkness she had cast, but Kasanath knew that the intruders were still in the courtyard below. Her minions, the Draconians, had warned her that a group walked the land, carrying the blue crystal staff. Lord Verminard wanted that staff, wanted it kept safe with her, never to be seen in human lands. But she had lost it, and Lord Verminard had not been pleased. She had to get it back. Therefore, Kasanath had waited an instant before casting her darkness spell, studying the intruders carefully, searching for the staff. Unaware that already it had passed beyond her sight, she was pleased. She had only to destroy. The attacking dragon dropped from the sky, her leathery wings curving back like the blade of a black dagger. She drove straight for the well, where she had seen the intruders running for their lives. Knowing that they would be paralyzed by dragon fear, Kasanav was certain she could kill them all with one pass. She opened her fanged mouth. Tanis heard the dragon coming nearer. The great rushing sound grew louder and louder, then stopped for an instant. He could hear huge tendons creaking, lifting and spreading giant wings. Then he heard a great gasping sound, as of air being drawn into a gaping throat. Then a strange sound that reminded him of steam escaping from a boiling kettle. Something liquid splashed near him. He could hear rocks splitting and cracking and bubbling. Drops of the liquid splashed on his hand, and he gasped as a searing pain penetrated his being. Then Tanis heard a scream. It was a deep-voiced scream, a man's scream, Riverwind. So terrible, so agonized was the scream that Tanis dug his fingernails into his palms to keep from adding his own voice to that horrible wail and revealing himself to the dragon. The screaming seemed to go on, then it died into a moan. Tanis felt the rush of a large body swoop past him in the darkness. The stones he pressed his body against shook. Then the tremor of the dragon's passage sank lower and lower into the depths of the well. Finally, the ground was still. There was silence. Tanis drew a painful breath and opened his eyes. The darkness was gone. The stars shone. The moons glowed in the sky. For a moment, the half-elf could do nothing but breathe and breathe again, trying to calm his shaking body. Then he was on his feet, running toward a dark form lying in the stone courtyard. Tanis was the first to reach the plainsman's body. He took one look, then choked and turned away. What remained of Riverwind no longer resembled anything human. The man's flesh had been seared from his body. The white bone was clearly visible where skin and muscle had mounted from his arms. His eyes ran like jelly down the fleshless, cadaverous cheeks. His mouth gaped open in a silent scream. His ribcage lay exposed, hunks of flesh and charred cloth clinging to the bones. But most horrible, the flesh on his torso had been burned away, leaving the organs exposed, pulsing red in the garish red moonlight. Tanis sank down, vomiting. The half-elf had seen men die on his sword. He had seen them hacked to pieces by trolls, but this was horribly different, and Tanis knew the memory of this would haunt him forever. The strong arm gripped him by the shoulders, offering silent comfort and sympathy and understanding. The nausea passed. Tanis sat back and breathed. He wiped his mouth and nose, and then tried to force himself to swallow, gagging painfully. "You all right?" Karaman asked with concern. Tanis nodded, unable to speak. Then he turned at the sound of Sturm's voice. "May the true gods have mercy, Tanis. He's still alive. I saw his hand move." Sturm choked. He could say no more. Tanis rose to his feet and walked shakily toward the body. One of the charred, blackened hands had risen from the stones, plucking horribly at the air. "End it," Tanis said hoarsely, his throat raw with bile. "End it, Sturm." The knight had already drawn his sword. Kissing the hilt, he raised the blade to the sky and stood before Riverwind's body. He closed his eyes and mentally withdrew into the old world where death in battle had been glorious and fine. Slowly and solemnly he began to recite the ancient Salamic death chant. As he spoke the words that laid hold of the warrior's soul and transported it to the realms of peace beyond, he reversed the blade of the sword and held it poised above Riverwind's chest.
Return this man to Huma's breast, beyond the wild, impartial skies. Grant to him a warrior's rest, and set the last spark of his eyes, free from the smothering clouds of wars. Upon the torches of the stars, let the last surge of his breath take refuge in the cradling air, above the dreams of ravens, where only the hawk remembers death. Then let his shade to Huma rise, beyond the wild, impartial skies.
The knight's voice sank. Tanis felt the peace of the gods wash over him like a cool, cleansing water, easing his grief and submerging the horror. Caraman, beside him, wept silently. As they watched, moonlight flashed on the sword blade. Then a clear voice spoke.
Stop! Bring him to me.
Both Tanis and Caraman sprang up to stand in front of the man's tortured body, knowing that Goldmoon must be spared this hideous sight. Sturm, lost in tradition, came back to reality with a start and reversed his killing stroke. Goldmoon stood, a tall, slender shadow silhouetted against the golden moonlit doors of the temple. Tanis started to speak, but he felt suddenly the cold hand of the mage grip his arm. Shivering, he jerked away from Raceland's touch.
Do as she says, the mage hissed. Carry him to her.
Tanis's face contorted with fury at the sight of Raceland's expressionless face, uncaring eyes.
Take him to her, Raceland said coldly. It is not for us to choose death for this man. That is for the gods.
Chapter 16. A Bitter Choice. The Greatest Gift. Tanis stared at Raceland. Not the quiver of an eyelid betrayed his feelings, if the mage had any feelings. Their eyes met, and, as always, Tanis felt that the mage saw more than was visible to him. Suddenly, Tanis hated Raceland, hated him with a passion that shocked the half-elf. Hated him for not feeling this pain, hated him and envied him at the same time.
We must do something, Sturm said harshly. He's not dead, and the dragon may return.
Very well, Tanis said, his voice catching in his throat. Wrap him in a blanket, but give me a moment with Goldmoon. The half-elf walked slowly across the courtyard. His footsteps echoed in the stillness of the night as he climbed marble steps to a wide porch where Goldmoon stood in front of the shining golden doors. Glancing behind him, Tanis could see his friends wrapping blankets from their packs around tree limbs to make a battlefield stretcher. The man's body was nothing more than a dark, shapeless mass in the moonlight.
Bring him to me, Tanis,
Goldmoon repeated as the half-elf came up to her. He took hold of her hand. Goldmoon. Riverwind is horribly injured. He is dying. There is nothing you can do. Not even the staff. Hush, Tanis, Goldmoon said gently. The half-elf fell silent, seeing her clearly for the first time. In astonishment, he realized that the plainswoman was tranquil, calm, uplifted. Her face in the moonlight was the face of the sailor who had fought the stormy seas in his fragile boat and drifted at last into peaceful waters.
Come inside the temple, my friend, Goldmoon said,
her beautiful eyes looking intently into Tanis's.
Come inside and bring Riverwind to me.
Goldmoon had not heard the approach of the dragon, had not seen its attack on Riverwind. When they entered the broken courtyard of Zaxorov, Goldmoon had felt a strange and powerful force drawing her into the temple. She walked across the rubble and up the stairs, oblivious to everything but the golden doors shimmering in the silver-red moonlight. She approached them and stood before them for a moment. Then she became aware of the commotion behind her and heard Riverwind calling her name, Goldmoon. She paused, unwilling to leave Riverwind and his friends, knowing a terrible evil was rising from the well. "Come inside, child," a gentle voice called to her. Goldmoon lifted her head and stared at the doors. Tears came into her eyes. The voice was her mother's. Tearsong, priestess of Quishu, had died long ago when Goldmoon was very young. "Tearsong," Goldmoon choked. "Mother, the years have been sad for you, my daughter." Her mother's voice was not heard so much as felt in her heart. "And I fear your burden will not soon ease. Indeed, if you continue, you will leave this darkness only to enter a deeper darkness. Truth will light your way, my daughter, though you may find its light shines dimly in the vast and terrible night ahead. Still, without the truth, all will perish and will be lost. Come here inside the temple with me, daughter. You will find what you seek." "But my friends, Riverwind." Goldmoon looked back at the well and saw Riverwind stumble on the shaking cobblestones. "They cannot fight this evil. They would die without me. The staff could help. I cannot leave." She started to turn back as the darkness fell. "I can't see them. Riverwind, Mother, help me," she cried in agony. But there was no answer. "This isn't fair," Goldmoon screamed silently, clenching her fists. "We never wanted this. We only wanted to love each other, and now we may lose that. We have sacrificed so much, and none of it has made any difference. I am not 30 years old, Mother. 30 and childless. They have taken my youth. They have taken my people, and I have nothing to show in return. Nothing except this." She shook the staff. "And now I am being asked once again to give still more." Her anger calmed. Riverwind, had he been angry all those long years he searched for answers? And it brought only more questions. No, he hadn't been angry, she thought. His faith is strong. I am the weak one. Riverwind was willing to die for his faith. It seems I must be willing to live, even if it means living without them. Goldmoon leaned her head against the golden doors, their metal surface cool to her skin. Reluctantly, she made her bitter decision. I will go forward, Mother, though if Riverwind dies, my heart dies too. I ask only one thing. If he dies, let him know somehow that I will continue his search. Leaning upon the staff, the chieftain of the Quishu pushed open the golden doors and entered the temple. The doors shut behind her at the precise moment that the black dragon burst from the well. Goldmoon stepped inside soft, enfolding darkness. She could see nothing at first, but a memory of being held very close in her mother's warm embrace played through her mind. A pale light began to shine around her. Goldmoon saw she was under a vast dome that rose high above an intricately inlaid tile floor. Beneath the dome, in the center of the room, stood a marble statue of singular grace and beauty. The light in the room emanated from this statue. Goldmoon, entranced, moved toward it. The statue was of a woman in flowing robes. Her marble face bore an expression of radiant hope, tempered with sadness. Her strange amulet hung around her neck. "This is Meshukul, goddess of healing, whom I serve," said her mother's voice. "Listen to her words, my daughter." Goldmoon stood directly in front of the statue, marveling at its beauty. But it seemed unfinished, incomplete. Part of the statue was missing, Goldmoon realized. The marble woman's hands were curved, as if they had been holding a long, slender pole, but the hands were empty. Without conscious thought, with only the need to complete such beauty, Goldmoon slid her staff into the marble hands. It began to gleam with a soft blue light. Goldmoon, startled, backed away. The staff's light grew into a blinding radiance. Goldmoon shielded her eyes and fell to her knees. A great and loving power filled her heart. She bitterly regretted her anger. "Do not be ashamed of your questioning, beloved disciple. It was your questioning that led you to us. And it is your anger that will sustain you through the many trials ahead. You come seeking the truth, and you shall receive it. The gods have not turned away from man. It is man who turned away from the true gods. Kryn is about to face its greatest trial. Men will need the truth more than ever. You, my disciple, must return the truth and power of the true gods to man. It is time to restore the balance of the universe. Evil now has tipped the scales. For as the gods of good have returned to man, so have the gods of evil, constantly striving for men's souls. The Queen of Darkness has returned, seeking that which will allow her to walk freely from this land once more. Dragons, once banished to the nether regions, walk the land." Dragons, thought Goldmoon dreamily. She found it difficult to concentrate and grasp the words that flooded her mind. It would not be until later that she would fully comprehend the message. Then she would remember the words forever. "To gain the power to defeat them, you will need the truth of the gods. This is the greatest gift of which you were told. Below this temple, in the ruins haunted by the glories of ages past, rest the discs of Meshukul, circular discs made of gleaming platinum. Find the discs, and you can call upon my power, for I am Meshukul, goddess of healing. Your way will not be easy. The gods of evil know and fear the great power of the truth. The ancient and powerful black dragon, Kisamph, known to men as Onyx, guards the discs. Her lair is in the ruined city of Zaxorov below us. Danger lies ahead of you if you choose to try and recover the discs. Therefore, I bless this staff. Present it boldly, never wavering, and you shall prevail." The voice faded. It was then that Goldmoon heard Riverwind's death cry. Tanis entered the temple and felt as if he had walked backward into memory. The sun was shining through the trees in Qualanos, and he and Lorana and her brother Gilthanas were lying on the riverbank, laughing and sharing dreams after some childish game. Happy childhood days had been few for Tanis. The half-elf learned early that he was different from the others. But that day had been a day of golden sunshine and warm friendship. The remembered peace washed over him, easing his grief and horror. He turned to Goldmoon, standing silently beside him. "What is this place?" "That is a story whose telling must wait," Goldmoon answered. With a light hand on Tanis's arm, she drew him across the shimmering tile floor until they both stood before the shining marble statue of Meshukul. The blue crystal staff cast a brilliant glow throughout the chamber. But even as Tanis's lips parted in wonder, a shadow darkened the room. He and Goldmoon turned toward the door. Caraman and Sturm entered, bearing the body of Riverwind between them on the makeshift litter. Flint and Tasselhoff, the dwarf looking old and weary, the Kender, unusually subdued, stood on either side of the litter, an odd sort of honor guard. The somber procession moved slowly inside. Behind them came Raistlin, his hood pulled over his head, his hands folded in his robes, the spectre of death itself. They moved across the marble floor, intent on the burden they bore, and came to a halt before Tanis and Goldmoon. Tanis, looking down at the body at Goldmoon's feet, shut his eyes. Blood had soaked through the thick blanket, spreading in great dark splotches across the fabric.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Remove the blanket.
Goldmoon commanded. Caraman looked at Tanis pleadingly. Goldmoon, Tanis began gently. Suddenly, before anyone could stop him, Raistlin bent down and tore the blood-stained blanket from the body. Goldmoon gave a strangled gasp at the sight of Riverwind's tortured body, turning so pale that Tanis reached out a steadying hand, fearing she might faint. But Goldmoon was the daughter of a strong, proud people. She swallowed, drew a deep, shuddering breath. Then she turned and walked up to the marble statue. She lifted the blue crystal staff carefully from the goddess's hands. Then she returned to kneel beside Riverwind's body.
Gantoka,
she said softly.
my beloved.
Reaching out a shaking hand, she touched the dying plainsman's forehead. The sightless face moved towards her as he heard. One of the blackened hands twitched feebly, as if he would touch her. Then he gave a great shudder and lay perfectly still. Tears streamed unheeded down Goldmoon's cheeks as she laid a staff across Riverwind's body. Soft blue light filled the chamber. Everyone the light touched felt rested and refreshed. The pain and exhaustion from the day's toil left their bodies. The horror of the dragon's attack lifted from their minds as the sun burns through fog. Then the light of the staff dimmed and faded. Night settled over the temple, lit once more only by the light emanating from the marble statue. Tanis blinked, trying once more to reaccustom his eyes to the dark. Then he heard a deep voice.
Gantoka ne Sirenkan.
He heard Goldmoon cry out in joy. Tanis looked down at what should have been Riverwind's corpse. Instead, he saw the plainsman sit up, holding out his arms for Goldmoon. She clung to him, laughing and crying at the same time.
And so, Goldmoon told them, coming to the end of her story, we must find a way down into the ruined city that lies somewhere below the temple. We must remove the discs from the dragon's lair.
They were eating a frugal dinner, sitting on the floor in the main chamber of the temple. A quick inspection of the building revealed that it was empty, although Caraman told of finding draconian tracks on the staircase, as well as tracks of some other creature the warrior couldn't identify. It was not a large building. 2 worship rooms were located on opposite sides of the hallway that led to the main chamber where the statue stood. 2 circular rooms branched off the main chamber to the north and south. They were decorated with frescoes that were now covered with fungus and faded beyond recognition. 2 sets of golden double doors led to the east. Caraman reported finding a staircase there that led down into the wrecked city below. The faint sound of surf could be heard, reminding them that they were perched on top of a great cliff overlooking New Sea. The companions sat, each preoccupied with his own thoughts, trying to assimilate the news Goldmoon had given them. Tasselhoff, however, continued to poke around the rooms, peering into dark corners. Finding little of interest, the Kender grew bored and returned to the group, holding an old leather helmet in his hand. It was too big for him. Kenfolk never wore helmets anyway, considering them as bothersome and restrictive. He tossed it to the dwarf.
What's this?
Flint asked suspiciously, holding it up to the light cast by Racelin's staff. It was a helm of ancient design, well crafted by a skilled metalsmith. Undoubtedly a dwarf, Flint decided, rubbing his hands over it lovingly. A long tail of animal hair decorated the top. Flint tossed the draconian helm he had been wearing to the floor. Then he put the newfound helm on his head. It fit perfectly. Smiling, he took it off, once more admiring the workmanship. Tass watched him with amusement. "That's horsehair," he said, pointing to the tassel.
No, it's not.
The dwarf protested, frowning. He sniffed at it, wrinkling his nose. Failing to sneeze, he glanced at Tanis in triumph.
It's hair from the mane of a griffon.
Caraman gruffed.
Griffon, he snorted. There's about as many griffons on Kryn as there are dragons,
interjected Racelin smoothly. The conversation died abruptly. Sturm cleared his throat. "We'd better get some sleep," he said. "I'll take first watch." "No one need keep watch this night," Goldmoon said softly. She sat close to Riverwind. The tall plainsman had not spoken much since his brush with death. He had stared for a long time at the statue of Mishukal, recognizing the woman in blue light who had given him the staff. But he refused to answer any questions or discuss it. "We are safe here," Goldmoon affirmed, glancing at the statue. Caraman raised his eyebrows. Sturm frowned and stroked his moustaches. Both men were too polite to question Goldmoon's faith, but Tanis knew that neither warrior would feel safe if watches weren't set. Yet there weren't many hours left until dawn, and they all needed rest. Raceland was already asleep, wrapped in his robes in a dark corner of the chamber. "I think Goldmoon is right," Tasselhoff said. "Let's trust these old gods, since it seems we have found them."
The elves never lost them, neither did the dwarfs,
Flint protested, scowling.
I don't understand any of this. Riox is one of the ancient gods, presumably. We have worshipped him since before the cataclysm.
"Worship?" Tanis asked. "Or cry to him in despair because your people were shut out of the kingdom under the mountain? No, don't get mad." Tanis, seeing the dwarf's face flushing ugly red, held up his hand. "The elves are no better. We cried to the gods when our homeland was laid waste. We know of the gods, and we honor their memories as one would honor the dead. The elven clerics vanished long ago, as did the dwarven clerics. I remember Mishukal, the healer. I remember hearing the stories of her when I was young. I remember hearing stories of dragons too. Children's tales, Raceling would say. It seems our childhood has come back to haunt us, or save us. I don't know which. I have seen 2 miracles tonight, one of evil and one of good. I must believe in both if I am to trust the evidence of my senses." Yet the half-elf sighed. "I say we take turns on watch tonight. I am sorry, lady. I wish my faith was as strong as yours." Sturm took first watch. The rest wrapped themselves in their blankets and lay on the tile floor. The knight walked through the moonlit temple, checking the quiet rooms more from force of habit than because he felt any threat. He could hear the wind blow chill and fierce outside, sweeping out from the north, but inside it was strangely warm and comfortable, too comfortable. Sitting at the base of the statue, Sturm felt a sweet peacefulness creep over him. Startled, he sat bolt upright and realized that he had nearly fallen asleep on watch. That was inexcusable. Berating himself severely, the knight determined that he would walk his full watch, the full 2 hours as punishment. He started to rise, then stopped. He heard singing, a woman's voice. Sturm stared around wildly, his hand on his sword. Then his hand slipped from the hilt. He recognized the voice and the song. It was his mother's voice. Once more, Sturm was with her. They were fleeing Salamnia, traveling alone except for one trusted retainer, and he would be dead before they reached Solace. The song was one of those wordless lullabies that were older than dragons. Sturm's mother held her child close and tried to keep her fear from him by singing this gentle, soothing song. Sturm's eyes closed. Sleep blessed him, blessed all of the companions. The light from Raceland's staff glowed brightly, keeping away the darkness. Chapter 17. The Paths of the Dead. Raceland's New Friends. The sound of metal crashing against the tile floor jolted Tannis out of a deep sleep. He sat up, alarmed, his hand fumbling for his sword.
Sorry,
Caramon said, grinning shamefacedly.
I dropped my breastplate.
Tannis drew a deep breath that turned into a yawn, stretched and lay back down on his blanket. The sight of Caramon putting on his armor with Tasselhoff's help reminded the half-elf of what they faced today. He saw Sturm buckling his armor on as well, while Riverwind polished the sword he had picked up. Tannis firmly put the thought of what might happen to them today out of his mind. This was not an easy task, especially for the elven part of Tannis. Elves revere life, and although they believe that death is simply a movement into a higher plane of existence, death of any creature is seen to diminish life on this plane. Tannis forced the human side of him to take possession of his soul today. He would have to kill, and perhaps he would have to accept the death of one or more of these people he loved. He remembered how he had felt yesterday, when he thought he might lose Riverwind. The half-elf frowned and sat up suddenly, feeling as if he had awakened from a bad dream. Is everyone up? He asked, scratching his beard. Flint stumped over and handed him a hunk of bread and some dried strips of venison.
Up and breakfasted, the dwarf grumbled. You could have slept through the cataclysm, half-elf.
Tannis took a bite of the venison without appetite. Then, wrinkling his nose, he sniffed. What's the funny smell?
Some concoction of the mages, the dwarf grimaced,
plopping down next to Tannis. Flint pulled out a block of wood and began carving, hacking away furiously, making chips fly.
He pounded up some sort of powder in a cup and added water, stirred it up and drank it, but not before it had made that gully mud smell. I'm happier not knowing what it is.
Tannis agreed. He chewed on the venison. Raceland was now reading his spellbook, murmuring the words over and over until he had committed them to memory. Tannis wondered what kind of spell Raceland had that might be useful against a dragon. From what little he remembered about dragon lore, learned ages ago from the elven bard, Quivalan Soth, only the spells of the very greatest mages had a chance of affecting dragons who could work their own magic, as they had witnessed. Tannis looked at the frail young man, absorbed in his spellbook, and shook his head. Raceland might be powerful for his age, and he was certainly devious and clever, but dragons were ancient. They had been in Kryn before the first elves, the oldest of races, walked the land. Of course, if the plan the companions discussed last night worked out, they wouldn't even encounter the dragon. They hoped simply to find the lair and escape with the discs. It was a good plan, Tanis thought, and probably worth about as much as smoke on the wind. Despair began to creep over him like a dank fog.
Well, I'm all set,
Caraman announced cheerfully. The big warrior felt immeasurably better in his armor. The dragon seemed a very small annoyance this morning. He tunelessly whistled an old marching song as he stuffed his mud-stained clothing into his pack. Sturm, his armor carefully adjusted, sat apart from the companions. His eyes closed, performing whatever secret ritual knights performed, preparing himself mentally for combat. Tanis stood up, stiff and cold, moving around to get the circulation going and ease the soreness of his muscles. Elves did nothing before battle except ask forgiveness for taking life.
We too are ready,
Goldmoon said. She was dressed in a heavy grey tunic made of soft leather trimmed with fur. She had braided her long silver gold hair in a twist around her head, a precaution against an enemy using her hair to gain a handhold. Let's get this over with. Tanis sighed as he picked up the longbow and quiver of arrows Riverwind had taken from the Draconian camp and slung them over his shoulder. In addition, Tanis was armed with a dagger and his longsword. Sturm had his two-handed sword, Caraman carried his shield, a longsword and two daggers Riverwind had scrounged. Flint had replaced his lost battle-axe with one from the Draconian camp. Tasselhoff had his hoopak and a small dagger he had discovered. He was very proud of it and was deeply wounded when Caraman told him it would be of use if they ran into ferocious rabbits. Riverwind bore his longsword strapped to his back and still carried Tanis's dagger. Goldmoon bore no weapon other than the staff. We're well armed, Tanis thought gloomily, for all the good it will do us. The companions left the chamber of Meshukal, Goldmoon coming last. She gently touched the statue of the goddess with her hand as she passed, whispering a silent prayer. Tas led the way, skipping merrily, his topknot bouncing behind him. He was going to see a real live dragon. The Kenda couldn't imagine anything more exciting. Following Caraman's directions, they headed east, passing through two more sets of golden double doors, and came to a large circular room. A tall, slime-coated pedestal stood in the center. So tall, not even Riverwind could see what, if anything, was on it. Tas stood beneath it, staring at it wistfully. I tried to climb it last night, he said, but it was too slippery. I wonder what's up there. Well, whatever it is, it will have to stay forever beyond the reach of Kendas, Tanis snapped irritably. He walked over to investigate the staircase that spiraled down into the darkness. The stairs were broken and covered with rotting plants and fungus. The paths of the dead, Raistlin said suddenly. What? The paths of the dead. That's what the staircase is called. And how in the name of Riox do you know that? Flint growled. I have read something of this city, Raistlin replied in his whispering voice. This is the first we've heard of it, Sturm said coldly. What else do you know that you haven't told us? A great many things, Knight, Raistlin returned, scowling. While you and my brother played with wooden swords, I spent my time in study. Yes, study of that which is dark and mysterious, the knight sneered. What really happened in the towers of high sorcery, Raistlin?
You didn't gain these wonderful powers of yours without giving something in return. What did you sacrifice in that tower? Your health or your soul? I was with my brother in the tower, Caraman said, the warrior's normally cheerful face now haggard. I saw him battle powerful mages and wizards with only a few simple spells. He defeated them, though they shattered his body. I carried him, dying, from that terrible place, and I... The big man hesitated. Raistlin stepped forward quickly and placed his cold, thin hand on his twin's arm. Be careful what you say, he hissed. Caraman drew a ragged breath and swallowed. I know what he sacrificed, the warrior said in a husky voice. Then he lifted his head proudly. We are forbidden to speak of it, but you have known me for many years, stern Brightblade, and I give you my word of honor. You may trust my brother as you trust me. If ever a time comes when that is not so, may my death and his not be far behind. Raistlin's eyes narrowed at this vow. He regarded his brother with a thoughtful, somber expression. Tanis saw the mage's lip curl, the serious mien wiped out by his customary cynicism. It was a startling change. For a moment, the twins' resemblance to each other had been remarkable. Now they were as different as opposite sides of a coin. Sturm stepped forward and clasped Caraman's hands, gripping it tightly, wordlessly. Then he turned to face Raistlin, unable to regard him without obvious disgust. I apologize, Raistlin, the knight said stiffly. You should be thankful you have such a loyal brother. Oh, I am, Raistlin whispered. Tanis glanced at the mage sharply, wondering if he had only imagined sarcasm in the mage's hissing voice. The half-elf licked his dry lips, a sudden bitter taste in his mouth. Can you guide us through this place? He asked abruptly. I could have, Raistlin answered, if we had come here prior to the cataclysm. The books I studied dated back hundreds of years. During the cataclysm, when the fiery mountain struck Kryn, the city of Zaxorov was cast down the side of a cliff. I recognize this staircase because it is still intact. As for beyond, he shrugged. Where do the stairs lead? To a place known as the Hall of the Ancestors. Priests and kings of Zaxorov were buried in crypts there. Let's get moving, Caraman said gruffly. All we're doing here is scaring ourselves. Yes, Raistlin nodded. We must go, and go quickly. We have until nightfall. By tomorrow, this city will be overrun by the armies moving from the north. Bah, Sturm frowned. You may know lots of things as you claim, mage, but you can't know that. Caraman is right, though. We have stayed here too long. I will take the lead. He started down the stairs, moving carefully to keep from slipping on the slimy surface. Tanis saw Raistlin's eyes narrow, the golden slits of enmity follow Stern down. Raistlin, go with him and light the way, Tanis ordered, ignoring the angry glance Stern flashed up at him. Caraman, walk with Goldmoon. Riverwind and I will take the rear guard. And where does that leave us? Flint grumbled to the Kender as they followed behind Goldmoon and Caraman. In the middle, as usual. Just more useless baggage. There might be anything up there, Tass said, looking back to the pedestal. He obviously hadn't heard a word of what had been said. A crystal bowl of far seeing, a magic ring like I once had. Did I ever tell you about my magic ring? Flint groaned. Tanis heard the Kender's voice prattling on as the two disappeared down the stairs. The half-elf
turned to Riverwind. You were here, you must have been. We have seen the goddess who gave you the staff. Did you come down here?
I don't know, Riverwind said warily. I remember nothing about it. Nothing except the dragon.
Tanis fell silent. It all came down to the dragon. The creature loomed large in everyone's thoughts. And how feeble the small group seemed against a monster who had sprung full-grown from Kryn's darkest legends. Why us? Tanis thought bitterly. Was there ever a more unlikely group of heroes, bickering, grumbling, arguing, half of us not trusting the other half? We were chosen. That thought brought little comfort. Tanis remembered Raislin's words. Who chose us and why? The half-elf was beginning to wonder. They moved silently down the steep stairway that curled ever deeper into the hillside. At first, it was intensely dark as they spiraled down. Then, the way began to get lighter, until Raislin was able to extinguish the light on his staff. Soon, Sturm raised his hand, halting the others behind him. Beyond stretched a short corridor, no more than a few feet long. This led to a large arched doorway that revealed a vast open area. A pale grey light filtered into the corridor, as did the odour of dankness and decay. The companions stood for long moments, listening carefully. The sound of rushing water seemed to come from below and beyond the door, nearly drowning out all other sounds. Still, Tanis thought he had heard something else, a sharp crack, and he had felt more than heard a thumping and throbbing on the floor. But it didn't last long, and the sharp crack wasn't repeated. Then, more puzzling still, came a metallic scraping sound, punctuated by an occasional shrill screech. Tanis glanced at Tasselhoff questioningly. The Kender shrugged. I haven't a clue, he said, cocking his head and listening closely. I've never heard anything like it, Tanis, except once. He paused, then shook his head. Do you want me to go and look? He asked eagerly. Go. Tasselhoff crept down the short corridor, flitting from shadow to shadow. A mouse running across thick carpet makes more noise than a Kender when he wants to escape notice. He reached the door and peered out. Ahead of him stretched what must have once been a vast ceremonial hall. Hall of the Ancestors, that's what Raistlin called it. Now it was a hall of ruins. Part of the floor to the east had fallen into a hole from which a foul-smelling white mist boiled up. Taz noticed other huge holes gaping in the floor, while chunks of large stone tile stuck up like grave markers. Carefully testing the floor beneath his feet, the Kender stepped out into the hole. Through the mist, he could faintly distinguish a dark doorway on the south wall, and another to the north. The strange screeching sound came from the south. Taz turned and began walking in that direction. He suddenly heard the thumping and throbbing sound again to the north behind him and felt the floor start to tremble. The Kender hurriedly dashed back to the stairwell. His friends had heard the sound and were flattened against the wall, weapons in hand. The thumping sound grew into a loud whoosh. Then, 10 or 15 squat, shadowy figures rushed past the arched doorway. The floor shook. They heard hard breathing and an occasional muttered word. Then the figures vanished into the mist, heading south. There was another sharp cracking sound. Then silence.
What in the name of the abyss was that? Caraman exclaimed. Those weren't draconians, unless they come up with a short, fat breed. And where'd they come from?
They came from the north end of the hall, Taz said. There's a doorway there, and one to the south. The weird screeching sound comes from the south, where those things were headed.
What's east? Tanis asked.
Judging by the sound of falling water, I could hear about 1,000-foot drop, the Kender replied. The floor's caved in. I wouldn't recommend walking over there. Flint sniffed.
I smell something. Something familiar. I can't place it.
I smell death, Goldboon said, shivering, holding her staff close.
No, this is something worse,
Flint muttered. Then his eyes opened wide, and his face grew red with rage and anger.
I've got it, he roared. Gully dwarf.
He unslung his axe.
That's what those miserable little things were. Well, they won't be gully dwarfs for long. They'll be stinking corpses.
He dashed forward. Tanis, Sturm, and Caraman leaped after him just as he reached the end of the corridor and dragged him back.
Keep quiet,
Tanis ordered the sputtering dwarf.
Now, how are you sure they were gully dwarfs?
The dwarf angrily shook himself from Caraman's grasp.
Sure,
he roared, then dropped to a loud whisper.
Didn't they hold me prisoner for 3 years?
Did they? Tanis asked, startled.
That's why I never told you where I was these last 5 years, the dwarf said,
flushing with embarrassment. His face darkened.
But I swore I'd get revenge. I'll kill every living gully dwarf I come across.
Wait a minute, Sturm interrupted. Gully dwarfs aren't evil, not like goblins at any rate. What could they be doing living here with draconians?
Slaves, Raistlin answered coolly. Undoubtedly, the gully dwarves have lived here many years, probably ever since the city was abandoned. When the draconians were sent, perhaps to guard the discs, they found the gully dwarves and used them as slave labor.
They might be able to help us then, Tanis murmured.
Gully dwarfs? Flint exploded. You trust those filthy little...
No, Tanis said. We cannot trust them, of course. But nearly every slave is willing to betray his master. The gully dwarfs, like most dwarfs, feel little loyalty to anyone except their own chieftains. As long as we don't ask them to do anything that might endanger their own dirty skins, we might be able to buy their aid.
Well, I'll be an ogre's hind end,
Flint said in disgust. He hurled his axe to the ground, tore his pack off and slumped down against the wall, arms folded.
Go on. Go ask your new friends to help you. I'll not be with you. They'll help you all right. Help you right up the dragon's snout.
Tanis and Sturm exchanged concerned glances, remembering the boat incident. Flint could be incredibly stubborn, and Tanis thought it quite likely that this time the dwarf would prove immovable.
I don't know.
Caraman sighed and shook his head.
It's too bad the dwarf's staying behind. If we do get the gully dwarfs to help us, who'll keep the scum in line?
Amazed that Caraman could be so subtle, Tanis smiled and picked up on the warrior's lead.
Sturm, I guess. Sturm? The dwarf bounded to his feet. A knight who won't stab an enemy in the back. You'll need someone who knows these foul creatures.
You're right, Flint, Tanis said gravely. I guess you'll have to come with us.
You bet.
The dwarf grumbled. He grabbed his things and stomped off down the corridor. He turned around.
You coming?
Hiding their smiles, the companions followed the dwarf out of the Hall of the Ancestors. They kept close to the wall, avoiding the treacherous floor. They headed south, following the gully dwarfs, and entered a dimly lit passage that ran south only a few hundred feet, then turned sharply east. Once again, they heard the cracking noise. The metallic screeching had stopped. Suddenly, they heard behind them the sound of pounding feet.
Gully dwarfs, growled Flint.
Back, Tanis ordered. Be ready to jump them. We can't let them raise an alarm. Everyone flattened himself against the wall, sword drawn and ready. Flint held his battle axe, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Staring back into the vast hall, they saw another group of short, fat figures running toward them. Suddenly, the leader of the gully dwarfs looked up and saw them. Caraman leaped out in front of the small running figures, his huge arms raised commandingly. "Halt!" he said. The gully dwarfs glanced up at him, swarmed round him, and disappeared around the corner to the east. Caraman turned around to stare after them in astonishment. "Halt! Halt!" he said, half-heartedly. A gully dwarf popped back around the corner, glared at Caraman, and put a grubby finger to his lips. "Shh!" Then the squat figure vanished. They heard the cracking sound and the screeching noise started up again. "What do you suppose is going on?" Tannis asked softly. "Do they all look like that?" Goldman said, her eyes wide. "They are so filthy and ragged, and there are sores all over their bodies. And they have the brains of a doorknob," Flint grunted. The group cautiously rounded the corner, hands on their weapons. A long, narrow corridor extended east, lit by torches that flickered and smoked in the stifling air. The light reflected off walls wet with condensed moisture. Arched doorways revealing only blackness opened up off the hallway. "The crypts," Raistlin whispered. Tannis shivered. Water dripped on him from the ceiling. The metallic screeching was louder and nearer. Goldmoon touched the half-elf's arm and pointed. Tannis saw, down at the far end of the corridor, a doorway. Beyond the opening was another passageway forming a T-intersection. The corridor was filled with gully dwarfs. "I wonder why the little guys are lined up," Caraman said. "This is our chance to find out," Tannis said. He was starting forward when he felt the mage's hand on his arm. "Leave this to me," Raistlin whispered. "We had better come with you," Stern stated. "To cover you, of course." "Of course," Raistlin sniffed. "Very well, but do not disturb me." Tannis nodded. "Flint, you and Riverwind guard this end of the corridor." Flint opened his mouth to protest, then scowled and fell back to stand opposite the plainsman. "Stay well behind me," Raistlin ordered, then moved down the corridor, his red robes rustling round his ankles, the staff of mages thumping softly on the floor at each step. Tannis and Sturm followed, moving along the side of the dripping walls. Cold air flowed from the crypts. Peering inside one, Tannis could see the dark outline of a sarcophagus reflected in the sputtering torchlight. The coffin was elaborately carved, decorated with gold that shone no longer. An oppressive air hung over the crypts. Some of the tombs appeared to have been broken into and plundered. Tannis caught a glimpse of a skull grinning out of the darkness. He wondered if these ancient dead were planning their revenge for having their rest disturbed. Tannis forced himself to return to reality. It was bleak enough. Raistlin stopped when he neared the end of the corridor. The gully dwarves watched him curiously, ignoring the others behind him. The mage did not speak. He reached into a pouch on his belt and drew out several golden coins. The gully dwarf's eyes brightened. One or two at the front of the line edged towards Raistlin to get a better view. The mage held up a coin so they could all see it. Then he threw it high into the air and it vanished. The gully dwarfs gasped. Raistlin opened his hand with a flourish to reveal the coin. There was scattered applause. The gully dwarfs crept closer, mouths gaping in wonder. Gully Dwarves, or Agar as their race was known, were truly a miserable lot, the lowest caste in dwarven society. They were to be found all over Kryn, living in filth and squalor in places that had been abandoned by most other living creatures, including animals. Like all dwarves, they were clannish, and several clans often lived together, following the rule of their chieftains or one particularly powerful clan leader. 3 clans lived in Zaxorov: the Sluds, the Bulps, and the Glups. Members of all 3 clans now surrounded Raceland. They were both male and females, though it was not easy to tell the sexes apart. The females lacked whiskers on their chins, but had them on their cheeks. They wore a tattered overskirt wrapped around their waists, extended to their bony knees. Otherwise, they were every bit as ugly as their male counterparts. Despite their wretched appearance, gully dwarves generally led a cheerful existence.
Hello.
Raceland, with marvellous dexterity, made the coin dance over his knuckles, flipping it in and out of his fingers. Then he made it disappear, only to reappear inside the ear of some startled gully dwarf who stared at the mage in amazement. This last trick produced a momentary interruption in the performance, as the Agar's friends grabbed him and peered intently into his ear. One of them even sticking his finger inside it to see if more coins might be forthcoming. This interesting activity ceased, though, when Raceland reached into another pouch and removed a small scroll of parchment. Spreading it open with his long, thin fingers, the mage began to read from it, chanting softly. Sutangas Moipa Ask Akula Kaleba. The gully dwarves watched in total fascination. When the mage finished reading, the spidery-looking words on the scroll began to burn. They flared, then disappeared, leaving traces of green smoke. What was that all about? Sturm asked suspiciously. They are now spellbound, Raceland replied. I have cast over them a spell of friendship. The gully dwarfs were enthralled, and Tanis noticed the expressions on their faces had changed from interest to open, unabashed affection for the mage. They reached out and patted him with their dirty hands, jabbing away in their shapeless language. Sturm glanced at Tanis in alarm. Tanis knew what the knight was thinking. Raceland could have cast that spell on any one of them at any time. Hearing the sound of running feet, Tanis looked quickly back to where Riverwind stood guard. The plainsman pointed to the gully dwarves, then held up his hands, fingers spread. 10 or more were heading their way. Soon, the new Agar trotted into view, passing Riverwind without so much as a glance. And they pulled up short on seeing the commotion around the mage. What's happening? One said, staring at Raceling. The spellbound gully dwarves were gathered around the mage, tugging on his robe and dragging him down the hall. Friend, this is our friend, they all chattered wildly in a crude form of common. Yes, Raceling said, in a soft and gentle voice, so smooth and winning that Tanis was momentarily taken aback. You are all my friends, the mage continued. Now, tell me, my friends, where does this corridor lead? Raceland pointed to the east, and there was an immediate babble of answers. Corridor lead that way, said one, pointing east. No, it lead that way, said another, pointing west. A scuffle broke out, the gully dwarfs pushing and shoving. Soon fists were flying, and then one gully dwarf had another on the ground, kicking him, yelling, that way, at the top of his lungs. Sturm turned to Tanis. This is ridiculous. They'll bring every draconian in the place down on us. I don't know what that crazy magician has done, but you've got to stop him. Before Tanis could intervene, however, one female gully dwarf took matters into her own hands. Dashing into the melee, she grabbed the two combatants, knocked their heads together smartly, and dumped them on the floor. The others, who had been cheering them on, immediately hushed, and the newcomer turned to Raistlin. She had a thick, bulbous nose, and her hair stood up wildly on her head. She wore a patched and ragged dress, thick shoes and stockings that collapsed around her ankles. But she seemed to be a leader amongst the gully dwarfs, for they all eyed her with respect. This may have been because she carried a huge, heavy bag slung over one shoulder. The bag dragged along the ground as she walked, occasionally tripping her, but the bag was apparently of great importance to her. When one of the other gully dwarfs attempted to touch it, she whirled round and smacked him across the face.
"Corridor lead to big bosses,"
she said, nodding her head toward the east.
"Thank you, my dear,"
Raistlin said, reaching out to touch her cheek. He spoke a few words.
"Tantago Musala."
The female gully dwarf watched, fascinated as he spoke. Then she sighed and gazed up at him in adoration.
"Tell me, little one," Raistlin said, "how many bosses?"
The gully dwarf frowned, concentrating. She raised a grubby hand.
"One,"
she said, holding up one finger.
"One, and one, and one."
Looking at Raistlin triumphantly, she held up 4 fingers and said,
2.
"I'm beginning to agree with Flint," Sturm growled.
"Shh,"
Tanis said. Just then the screeching noise stopped. The gully dwarfs looked down the corridor uneasily as into the silence came the harsh cracking sound again.
"What is that noise?"
Raistlin asked his spellbound adorer.
"Whip,"
the female gully dwarf said emotionally. Reaching out her filthy hand, she took hold of Raistlin's robe and started to pull him toward the east end of the corridor.
"Bossies get mad. We go." What is it you do for the bosses?"
Raistlin asked, holding back.
"We go, you see."
The gully dwarf tugged on him.
"We down, they up, down, up, come. You go, we give right down."
Raistlin, being carried along on a tide of Agar, looked back at Tanis, motioning with his hand. Tanis signaled to Riverwind and Flint, and everyone started moving down the hole behind the gully dwarfs. Those Raistlin had charmed remained clustered around him, trying to stay as close as possible, while the rest ran off down the corridor when the whip cracked again. The companions followed Raistlin and the gully dwarfs down to the corner, where the screeching noise started up once again, much louder now. The female gully dwarf brightened as she heard it, and the rest of the gully dwarfs halted. Some of them slouched against the slime-covered walls, others plopped on the floor like sacks. The female stayed near Raistlin, holding the hem of his sleeve in her small hand.
"What is it?" he asked. "Why have we stopped?" "We wait, not our turn yet," she informed him.
"What will we do when it is our turn?"
"Go down,"
she said, staring up at him adoringly. Raistlin looked at Tanis, shook his head. The mage decided to try a new approach.
"What is your name, little one?" he asked.
"Bupu." Karaman snorted and quickly clapped his hand over his mouth.
"Now, Bupu,"
Raistlin said in dulcet tones,
"do you know where the dragon's lair is?" "Dragon?" Bupu repeated, astounded. "You want a dragon?"
"No," Raistlin said hastily. "We don't want the dragon, just the dragon's lair, where the dragon lives."
"Oh, me not know that."
Bupu shook her head. Then, seeing disappointment on Raistlin's face, she clutched his hand.
"But me take you to the great highball." He know everything.
Raistlin raised his eyebrows.
And how do we get to the great highball?
Down, she said, grinning happily. The screeching sound stopped. There was a crack of a whip.
It's our turn to go down now. You come now. Go see Highbope.
Just a moment. Raistlin extricated himself from the gully dwarf's grasp. I must talk to my friends. He walked over to Tanis and Sturm.
The Highbope is probably head of the clan, maybe head of several clans, Sturm growled. If he's as intelligent as this lot, he won't know where his own washball is, let alone the dragon. He'll know, most likely.
Flint spoke up grudgingly.
They're not smart. The gully dwarfs remember everything they see or hear, if you can get them to put it into words with more than one syllable.
We better go see the great Highbolt then, Tanis said ruefully. Now if we could just figure out what this up and down business is, and the squeaking noise. I know, said a voice. Tanis looked around. He had completely forgotten about Tasselhoff. The Kender came running back in from around the corner, his top-knot dancing, eyes shining with merriment. It's a lift, Tanis, he said. Like in dwarven mines. I was in a mine once. It was the most wonderful thing. They had a lift that took rock up and down, and this was just like it. Well, almost like it. You see, he was suddenly overcome with giggles and couldn't go on. The rest glared at him. The Kender made a violent effort to control himself. They're using a giant large rendering pot. The gully dwarfs that had been standing in line here run out when one of the Draco thingamajiggers cracks the big whip. They all jump into the pot that's attached to a huge chain wrapped around a spoked wheel with teeth that fit into the links of the chain. That's the squeaking. The wheel turns and down they go, and pretty soon up comes another pot.
Big bosses, pot full of big bosses,
Bupu said. Filled with draconians, Tanis repeated in alarm.
Not come here, Bupu said. Go that way.
She waved a hand vaguely. Tanis remained uneasy. So these are the bosses. How many draconians are there by the pot?
2,
said Bupu, holding Raistling's sleeve securely.
Not more than 2.
Actually, there are 4, Tass said, with an apologetic glance for contradicting the gully dwarf. They're the little ones, not the big ones that cast spells.
4.
Caramon flexed his huge arms.
We can handle 4.
Yes, but we've got to time it so that 15 more aren't arriving, Tanis pointed out. The whip cracked again.
Come!
Bupu tugged urgently at Raistling's sleeve.
We go. Bosses get mad.
I'd say this is as good a time as any, Sturm said, shrugging. Let the gully dwarfs run as usual. We'll follow and overwhelm the bosses in the confusion. If one pot is up, waiting to be loaded with gully dwarfs, the other has to be on ground level. I suppose, Tanis said. He turned to the gully dwarfs. When you get to the lift pot, don't jump in. Just dodge aside and keep out of the way, all right? The gully dwarfs stared at Tanis with deep suspicion. The half-elf sighed and looked at Raistlin. Smiling slightly, the mage repeated Tanis's instructions. Immediately, the gully dwarfs began to smile and nod enthusiastically. The whip cracked again, and the companions heard a harsh voice.
Quit loafing, you scum, or we'll chop your nasty feet off and give you an excuse for being slow.
We'll see whose feet get chopped off, Caramon said.
This be some fun,
said one of the gully dwarfs solemnly. The Agar dashed down the corridor.
Chapter 18. Fight at the Lift. Boo-Boo's Cure for a Cough. Mist rose from two large holes in the floor, swirling around whatever was nearby. Between the two holes was a large wheel, around which ran a gigantic chain. A tremendous black iron pot hung suspended from the chain over one of the holes. The other end of the chain disappeared through the other hole. 4 armor-clad draconians, 2 of them swinging leather whips and armed with curved swords, stood around the pot. They were visible only briefly. Then the mist hid them from view. Tannis could hear the whip crack and a guttural voice bellowing.
"Yous nose-ridden dwarf vermin. What are you doing, holding back there? Get into this pot before I flay the filthy flesh from your nasty bones."
The draconian stopped in mid-sentence, its eyes bulging out of its reptilian head as Karaman emerged from the mist, roaring his battle cry. The draconian let out a yowl that changed into a choking gurgle as Karaman grabbed the creature round its scrawny neck, lifted it off its clawed feet, and hurled it back against the wall. Gully dwarves scattered as the body hit the wall with a bone-crunching thump. Even as Karaman attacked, Sturm, swinging his great two-handed sword, yelled out the knight's salute to an enemy and lopped the head of a draconian who never saw what was coming. The severed head rolled on the floor with a crunching sound as it changed to stone. Unlike goblins, who attack anything that moves without strategy or thought, draconians are intelligent and quick-thinking. The 2 remaining by the pot had no intention of taking on 5 skilled and well-armed warriors. One of them immediately jumped into the pot, yelling instructions to its companion in their guttural language. The other draconian dashed over to the wheel and freed the mechanism. The pot began to drop through the hole.
"Stop it," Tannis yelled. "It's going for reinforcements."
"Wrong," shouted Tasselhoff, peering over the edge.
"The reinforcements are already on the way up in the other pot. There must be 20 of them."
Karaman ran to stop the draconian operating the lift, but he was too late. The creature left the mechanism turning and dashed toward the pot. With a great bound, it leaped after its companion. Karaman, on the principle of don't let the enemy get away, jumped right into the pot after it. The gully dwarves cheered and hooted, some dashing over to the edge to get a better view.
"That's big idiot,"
Sturm swore. Shoving gully dwarves aside to look down, he saw swinging fists and flashing armor as Karaman and the draconians flailed away at each other. Karaman's added weight caused the pot to fall faster.
"They cut the lummox to jerky down there,"
Sturm muttered. "I'm going after him," he yelled to Tannis. Launching himself into the air, he grabbed hold of the chain and slid right down into the pot.
"Now we've lost both of them,"
Tannis groaned.
"Flint, come with me. Riverwind, stay up there with Raceland and Goldmoon. See if you can reverse that damned wheel." "No, Tass, not you."
Too late. The Kenda, screaming enthusiastically, leaped onto the chain and began shinnying down. Tannis and Flint jumped into the hole too. Tannis wrapped his arms and legs around the chain, hanging on just above the Kenda, but the dwarf missed his hold, landing in the pot helmet first. Karaman promptly stepped on him. The draconians in the pot pinned the warrior against the side. He punched one, sending it slamming to the other side, and drew his dagger on the other as it fumbled for its sword. Karaman stabbed before the draconian could get the sword free, but the warrior's dagger glanced off the creature's armor and was jarred out of Karaman's grasp. The draconian went for his face, trying to gouge his eyes out with its clawed hands. Grabbing the draconian's wrists in a crushing grip, Karaman succeeded in wrenching its hands away from his face. The 2 powerful beings, human and draconian, struggled against the side of the pot. The other draconian recovered from Karaman's blow and seized its sword, but its dive for the warrior came to an abrupt halt when Sturm, sliding down the chain, kicked it hard in the face with his heavy boot. The Draconian reeled backwards, the sword flying from its grasp. Sturm leaped and tried to club the creature with the flat of his sword, but the Draconian thrust the blade aside with its hands.
Get off me!
Flint roared from the bottom of the pot. Blinded by his helm, he was being slowly crushed by Caraman's big feet. In a spurt of ferocious anger, the dwarf straightened his helm, then heaved himself up, causing Caraman to lose his footing and tumble forward into the Draconian. The creature sidestepped while Caraman staggered into the huge chain. The Draconian swung its sword wildly. Caraman ducked and the sword clanged uselessly against the chain, notching the blade. Flint hurled himself at the Draconian, hitting it squarely in the stomach with his head. The two fell against the side. The pot gained momentum, swirling the foul mists around them. Keeping his eyes on the action below, Tanis lowered himself down the chain. "Stay put," he snarled at Tasselhoff. Letting go his grip, Tanis dropped down and landed in the midst of the melee. Taz, disappointed but reluctant to disobey Tanis, clung to the chain with one hand while he reached into his pouch and pulled out a rock, ready to drop it on the head of an enemy, he hoped. The pot began to sway as combatants fell against the sides in their struggles, all the while dropping lower and lower, causing the other pot filled with screaming and cursing Draconians to rise higher and higher. Riverwind, standing at the hall with the gully dwarfs, could see very little through the mist. He could, however, hear thumps and curses and groans from the pot holding his friends. Then, out of the mist rose the other pot. Draconians stood, swords in their hands, staring open-mouthed at him, their long red tongues panting in anticipation. In moments, he and Goldmoon, Raistlin and 15 gully dwarves would be facing about 20 angry Draconians. He spun around, stumbled over a gully dwarf, regained his balance, and ran to the mechanism. Somehow, he had to stop the pot from rising. The huge wheel was turning slowly, the chain screeching through the spokes. Riverwind stared at it with the idea of grabbing the chain in his bare hands. A flurry of red shoved him aside. Raistlin watched the wheel for an instant, timing its rotation. Then he jammed the staff of mages in between the wheel and the floor. The staff shivered for an instant, and Riverwind held his breath, fearing the staff would snap, but it held. The mechanism shuddered to a stop. "Riverwind," Goldmoon yelled from where she had remained by the hole. The plainsman ran over to the edge, Raistlin following. The gully dwarfs, lined up around the hole, were having a wonderful time, thoroughly enjoying one of the most interesting events to occur in their lives. Only Bupu moved away from the edge. She trotted after Raistlin, grasping his robe whenever possible. "Kakumat," breathed Riverwind as he looked down into the swirling mist. Caraman tossed overboard the Draconian he had been fighting. It fell with a shriek into the mist. The big warrior had claw marks on his face and a sword slash on his right arm. Sturm, Tanis and Flint still battled the second Draconian, who seemed willing to kill regardless of the consequences. When it finally became clear that hitting was not enough, Tanis stabbed it with his dagger. The creature sank down immediately, turning to rock, holding Tanis's weapon fast in its stony corpse. Then the pot lurched to a halt, jolting everyone. "Oh, look out, neighbours!" yelled Tasselhoff, dropping off the chain. Tanis looked over to see the other pot, filled with Draconians, swinging only about 20 feet away. Armed to the teeth, the Draconians were preparing a boarding maneuver. Two clambered up onto the edge of the pot, ready to leap across the misty gap. Caraman leaned over the edge of the pot and made a wild, vicious swing with his sword in an attempt to slash one of the boarders. He missed, and the momentum of his swing set the pot rotating on its chain. Caraman lost his balance and fell forward, his great weight tipping the pot dangerously. he found himself staring directly down at the guard far below him. Sturm grabbed hold of Caraman's collar and yanked him back, causing the pot to rock erratically. Tanis slipped, landing on his hands and knees at the bottom of the pot, where he discovered that the stone draconian had decayed into dust, allowing him to retrieve his dagger.
Here they come,
Flint yelled, hauling Tanis to his feet. One draconian launched itself toward them and caught hold of the edge of the pot with its clawed hands. The pot tilted precariously once again.
Get over here.
Tanis shoved Caraman to the opposite side, hoping the warrior's weight would keep the pot stable. Sturm hacked at the draconian's hands, trying to force it to let go. Then another draconian flew over, gauging its distance better than the first. It landed in the pot next to Sturm.
Don't move.
Tanis screamed at Caraman as the warrior instinctively charged into combat. The pot righted itself. The draconian, hanging onto the edge, its fingers oozing green, let go, spread its wings, and floated down into the mist. Tanis spun around to fight the draconian that had landed in the pot and fell over Flint, knocking the dwarf off his feet again. The half-elf staggered against the side. As the pot rocked, he stared down. The mists parted, and he saw the ruined city of Zaxorov far below him. When he drew back, feeling sick and disorientated, he saw Tasselhoff fighting the draconian. The little Kender crawled up the creature's back and bashed it on the head with a rock. At the bottom of the pot, Flint picked up Caraman's dropped dagger and stabbed the same creature in the leg. The draconian screamed as the blade bit deep. Knowing more draconians were about to fly over, Tanis looked up in despair. But the despair turned to hope when he saw Riverwind and Goldmoon staring down through the mist.
Bring us back up,
Tanis yelled frantically. Then something hit him on the head. The pain was excruciating. He felt himself falling and falling and falling. Raistlin did not hear Tanis's yell. The mage had already gone into action.
Come here, my friends,
Raistlin said swiftly. The spellbound gully dwarfs gathered eagerly around him.
Those bosses down there want to hurt me, he said softly.
The gully dwarfs growled, several frowned darkly. A few shook their fists at the pot full of draconians.
But you can help. You can stop them.
The gully dwarfs stared at the maid dubiously. Friendship, after all, only went so far.
All you must do is run over and jump on that chain.
He pointed at the chain attached to the draconian's pot. The gully dwarfs' faces brightened. That didn't sound bad. In fact, it was something they did almost daily when they missed catching hold of the pot. Raistlin waved his arm.
Go,
he ordered. The gully dwarfs, all except Bupu, glanced at each other, then dashed to the edge of the hole and, yelling wildly, flung themselves onto the chain above the draconians, clinging to it with marvellous dexterity. The mage ran over to the wheel, Bupu trotting along after him. Grabbing the staff of mages, he tugged it free. The wheel shivered and began to move once again, turning more and more rapidly as the weight of the gully dwarfs caused the draconian pot to plummet back down into the mists. Several of the draconians, who had been perched on the edge about to jump into the other pot, were caught off guard by the sudden jolt. They lost their balance and fell. Though their wings stopped their fall, they shrieked in rage as they drifted to the ground below, their cries contrasting oddly with the gleeful shouts of the gully dwarfs. Riverwind leaned out over the edge of the hole and caught hold of the companion's pot as it reached the wheel.
Are you all right?
Goldmoon asked anxiously, leaning over to help Caraman out.
Tanis is hurt,
Caraman said, supporting the half-elf.
It's just a bump,
Tanis protested, groggily. He felt a large lump rising on the back of his skull. I thought I was falling out of that thing. He shuddered at the memory.
We can't get down that way, Sturm said, climbing out of the pot. And we can't stay around up here. It won't take them long to get this lift back in operation, and then they'll be after us. We'll have to go back. No, don't go. Bupu clutched at Raistlin. I know way to Hypo. She tugged at his sleeve, pointing north. Good way, secret way, no buses, she said softly, stroking his hand. I not let buses get you. You pretty. We don't seem to have much choice. We've got to get down there, Tanis said, wincing when Goldmoon's staff touched him. Then the healing power flowed through his body. He relaxed as the pain eased and sighed. As you said, you've lived here for years. Flint growled and shook his head as Bupu started down the corridor, heading north. Stop! Listen! Tasselhoff called softly. They heard the sound of clawed feet coming toward them. Draconians, said Sturm. We've got to get out of here. Head back west. I knew it, Flint grumbled, scowling. That gully dwarf's led us right into those lizards. Wait. Goldman gripped Tanis's arm. Look at her. The half-elf turned to see Bupu remove something limp and shapeless from the bag she carried over her shoulder. Stepping up to the wall, she waved the thing in front of the stone slab and muttered a few words. The wall shivered, and within seconds, a doorway appeared, leading into darkness. The companions exchanged uneasy glances. No choice, Tanis muttered. The rattle and clank of armoured draconians could be heard clearly, marching down the corridor toward them. Raistlin, light, he ordered. The mage spoke, and the crystal on his staff flared. He and Bupu and Tanis quickly passed through the secret door. The rest followed, and the door slid shut behind them. The mage's staff revealed a small square room, decorated with wall carvings so covered with green slime that they were impossible to distinguish. They stood in silence as they heard the draconians pass the corridor. They must have heard the fight, Sturm whispered. It won't take them long to get the lift in motion. Then we'll have the whole draconian force after us. I know way down. Bupu waved her hand deprecatingly. No worry. How did you open the door, little one? Raistlin asked, curiously, kneeling beside Bupu. Magic, she said shyly, and held out her hand. Lying in the gully dwarf's grubby palm was a dead rat, its teeth fixed in a permanent grimace. Raistlin raised his eyebrows. Then Tasselhoff touched his arm. It's not magic, Raistlin, the Kender whispered. It's a simple hidden door lock. I saw it when she pointed at the wall, and I was about to say something when she went through the magic rigmarole. She steps on it when she gets close to the door, waves that thing. The Kender giggled. She probably tripped it once, accidentally, while carrying the rat. Bupu gave the Kender a scathing glance. Magic, she stated, pointing and stroking the rat lovingly. She popped it back into her bag and said, Come, you go. She led them north, passing through broken slime-coated rooms. Finally, she came to a halt in a room filled with rock dust and debris. Part of the ceiling had collapsed, and the floor was littered with broken tiles. The gully dwarf jabbered and pointed at something in the northeast corner of the room. Go down, she said. Tanis and Raistlin walked over to inspect. They found a 4-foot-wide pipe, one end sticking out of the crumbling floor. Apparently, it had fallen through the ceiling, caving in the northeast section of the room. Raistlin thrust his staff down inside the pipe and peered inside. Come, you go, Bupu said, pointing and tugging at Raistlin's sleeve urgently. Bosses can't follow. That's probably true, Tanis said. Not with their wings. But there's not room enough to swing a sword, Sturm said, frowning. I don't like it. Suddenly, everyone stopped talking. They heard the wheel creak and the chain start to screech.
The companions looked at each other. Me first, Tasselhoff grinned, poking his head into the pipe. He crawled forward on his hands and knees. Are you sure I'll fit? Cameron asked, staring at the opening anxiously. Don't worry, Tass's voice floated out. It's so slick with slime that you'll slip through like a greased pig. This cheerful statement did not seem to impress Cameron. He continued to regard the pipe gloomily as Raistlin, led by Bupu, clutched his robes around him and slid inside, his staff lighting the way. Flint climbed in next. Goldmoon followed, grimacing in disgust as her hands slipped in the thick green slime. Riverwind slid in after her. This is insane. I hope you know that, Sturm muttered in disgust. Tanis didn't answer. He clapped Cameron on the back. Your turn, he said, listening to the sound of the chain moving faster and faster. Cameron groaned. Getting down on his hands and knees, the big warrior crawled forward into the pipe opening. His sword hilt caught on the edge. Backing out, he fumbled to readjust the sword. Then he tried again. This time, his rump stuck up too far, making his back scrape along the top. Tanis planted a foot firmly on the big warrior's rear end and shoved. Flatten down, the half-elf ordered. Cameron collapsed like a wet sack with another groan. He squirmed in, head first, shoving his shield in front of him, its armour dragging along the metal pipe with a shrill scraping sound that set Tanis's teeth on edge. The half-elf reached out and grasped the top of the pipe. Thrusting his legs in first, he began to slide into the foul-smelling slime. He twisted his head round to look back at Sturm, who came last. Sanity ended when we followed Tika into the kitchen of the Inn of the Last Home, he said. True enough, the knight agreed with a sigh. Tasselhoff, enthralled by the new experience of crawling down the pipe, suddenly saw dark figures at the bottom end. Scrabbling for a handhold, he slid to a stop. Raistlin, the Kender whispered. Something's coming up the pipe. What is it? The mage started to ask, but the foul, moist air caught his throat, and he began to cough. Trying to catch his breath, he shone the staff's light down the pipe to see who approached. Bupu took one look and sniffed. Gorp puffers, she muttered, waving her hand, and shouted, Go back, go back. We go up, right lift, big bosses get mad, yelled one. We go down, see Hybel, Bupu said importantly. At this, the other gully dwarves began backing down, muttering and swearing. But Raistlin couldn't move for a moment. He clutched his chest, hacking, the sound echoing alarmingly in the stillness of the narrow pipe. Bupu gazed at him anxiously and thrust her small hand into her bag, fishing around for several moments, and came up with an object that she held up to the light. She squinted at it, then sighed and shook her head. This not what I want, she mumbled. Tasselhoff, catching sight of a brilliant, colourful flash, crept closer. What is that? He asked, even though he knew the answer. Raistlin, too, was staring at the object with wide, glittering eyes. Bupu shrugged. Pretty rock, she said, without interest, searching through the bag once more. An emerald, Raistlin wheezed. Bupu glanced up. You like? She asked Raistlin. Very much, the mage gasped. You keep. Bupu put the jewel in the mage's hand. Then, with a cry of triumph, she brought out what she had been searching for. Tass, leaning up close to see the new wonder, drew back in disgust. It was a dead, very dead lizard. There was a piece of chewed-on leather cord tied around the lizard's stiff tail. Bupu held it towards Raistlin. Cure wear around neck, she said. Cure cough. The mage, accustomed to handling much more unpleasant objects than this, smiled at Bupu and thanked her, but declined the cure, assuring her that the cough was much improved. She looked at him dubiously. but he did seem better. The spasm had passed. After a moment, she shrugged and put the lizard back in her bag. Raceland, examining the emerald with expert eyes, stared coldly at Tasselhoff. The Kender, sighing, turned his back and continued down the pipe. Raceland slipped the stone into one of the secret inner pockets sewn into his robes. When a branch pipe joined theirs, Tass looked questioningly at the gully dwarf. Bupu hesitantly pointed south into the new pipe. Tass entered slowly. "This is steep," he gasped as he began to slide rapidly down. He tried to slow his descent, but the slime was too thick. Caramel's explosive oath, echoing down the pipe from behind him, told the Kender that his companions were having the same problem. Suddenly, Tass saw a light ahead of him. The tunnel was coming to an end, but where? Tass had a vivid vision of bursting out 500 feet above nothing. But there wasn't anything he could do to stop himself. The light grew brighter, and Tasselhoff shot out at the end of the pipe with a small shriek. Raceland slid out of the pipe, nearly falling on Bupu. The mage, looking around, thought for an instant that he had tumbled into a fire. Great billowing clouds of white rolled around the room. Raceland began to cough and gasp for breath. Ah! Flint flew out of the end of the pipe, falling on his hands and knees. He peered through the cloud. "Poison?" he gasped, crawling over to the mage. Raceland shook his head, but he couldn't answer. Bupu clutched the mage, dragging him toward the door. Goldmoon slid out on her stomach, knocking the breath from her body. Riverwind tumbled out, twisting his body to avoid hitting Goldmoon. There was a clanging bang as Caramel's shield shot from the pipe. Caramel's spiked armor and broad girth had slowed him enough so that he was able to crawl out of the pipe. But he was bruised and battered and covered in green filth. By the time Tanis arrived, everyone was gagging in the powdery atmosphere. "What in the name of the abyss?" Tanis said, astonished, then promptly choked as he inhaled a lungful of the white stuff. "Get out of here," he choked. "Where's that gully dwarf?" Bupu appeared in the doorway. She had taken Raceland out of the room and was now motioning to the others. They emerged thankfully into the unclouded air and slumped down to rest among the ruins of a street. Tanis hoped they weren't waiting for an army of draconians. Suddenly he looked up. "Where's Tass?" he asked in alarm, staggering to his feet. "Here I am," said a choked and miserable voice. Tanis whirled around. Tasselhoff, at least Tanis presumed it was Tasselhoff, stood before him. The Kender was covered from top knot to toes in a thick white pasty substance. All Tanis could see of him were two brown eyes blinking out of a white mask. "What happened?" the half-elf asked. He had never seen anyone quite so miserable as the bedraggled Kender. Tasselhoff didn't answer. He just pointed back inside. Tanis, fearing something disastrous, ran over and peered cautiously through the crumbling doorway. The white cloud had dissipated so that he could see around the room now. Over in one corner, directly opposite the pipe, stood a number of large, bulging sacks. One of them had been split, spilling a mass of white onto the floor. Then Tanis understood. He put his hand over his face to hide his smile. "Flower," he murmured. Chapter 19. One Broken City. Highbolt Fudge the First, the Great. The night of the cataclysm had been a night of horror for the city of Zaksordov. When the fiery mountain struck Kryn, the land split apart. The ancient and beautiful city of Zaxolov slid down the face of a cliff into a vast cavern formed by huge rents in the ground. Thus, underground, it was lost to the sight of men, and most people believed that the city had vanished entirely, swallowed up by Nusi. But it still existed. Clinging to the rough sides of the cavern walls, spread out upon the floor of the cavern, there were ruined buildings on several different levels. The building the companions had fallen into, which Tanis assumed must have been a bakery, was on the middle level, caught by rocks and held up against the sheer cliff face. Water from underground streams flowed down the sides of the rock and ran into the street, swirling among the ruins. Tanis's gaze followed the course of the water. It ran down the middle of the cracked cobblestone street, running past other small shops and houses where people had once lived and gone about their business. When the city fell, the tall buildings that once lined the street toppled against one another, forming a crude archway of broken marble slabs above the cobblestones. Doors and broken shop windows yawned into the street. All was still and quiet, except for the noise of the dripping water. The air was heavy with the odour of decay. It weighed upon the spirit. And though the air was warmer down beneath the ground level than above, the gloomy atmosphere chilled the blood. No one spoke. They washed the slime from their bodies and the flour from Tas, as best they could, then refilled their water skins. Sturm and Karaman searched the area but saw no draconians. After a few moments of rest, the companions rose and moved on. Bupu led them south down the street beneath the archway of ruined buildings. The street opened into a plaza. Here, the water in the streets became a river flowing west.
Follow river, Bupu pointed.
Tanis frowned, hearing above the noise of the river another sound, the crashing and roaring of a great waterfall. But Bupu insisted, so the heroes edged their way around the plaza river, occasionally plunging ankle-deep in the water. Reaching the end of the street, the companions discovered the waterfall. The street dropped off into the air, and the river gushed out from between broken columns to fall nearly 500 feet into the bottom of the cavern. There rested the remainder of the ruined city of Zaxordov. They could see by the dim light that filtered through the cracks in the cavern roof far above that the heart of the ancient city lay scattered about the floor of the cavern, in many states of decay. Some of the buildings were almost completely intact. Others, however, were nothing but rubble. A chill fog created by the many waterfalls plunging down into the cavern hung over the city. The streets had become rivers which combined to flow into a deep abyss to the north. Peering through the mists, the companions could see the huge chain hanging only a few hundred feet away, slightly north of their present position. They realized that the lift raised and lowered people at least 1,000 feet. Where does the Highborg live? Tanis asked, looking down into the dead city below him.
Bupu says he lives over there, Raceland gestured, in those buildings on the western side of the cavern.
And who lives in the reconstructed buildings right below us? Tanis asked.
Bosses,
Bupu replied, scowling. How many bosses?
1 and 1 and 1.
Bupu counted until she had used up all her fingers.
2, she said. Not more than 2.
Which could be anything from 200 to 2,000, Stern muttered. How do we get to see the High Whoop?
Highborg,
Bupu glared at him.
Highborg fudged first, the great.
How do we get to him without the bosses catching us? In answer, Bupu pointed upward to the rising pot full of draconians. Tanis looked blank, glanced at Sturm, who shrugged disgustedly. Bupu sighed in exasperation and turned to Raceland, obviously considering the others incapable of understanding.
Bosses go up, we go down, she said.
Raistlin stared at the lift through the mist. Then he nodded in understanding.
The Draconians probably believe that we are trapped up there with no way to get down into the city. If most of the Draconians are up above, that would allow us to move safely below.
All right, Stern said. But how in the name of Ishtar do we get down? Most of us can't fly. Wilpoo spread her hands.
Vines,
she said. Seeing everyone's look of confusion, the gully dwarf stumped over to the edge of the waterfall and pointed down. Thick green vines hung over the edge of the rocky cliff like giant snakes. The leaves on the vine were torn, tattered, and in some places stripped off entirely, but the vines themselves appeared thick and tough, even if they were slippery. Goldman, unusually pale, crept toward the edge, peered over, and backed away hurriedly. It was a 500-foot drop straight down into the rubble-strewn cobblestone street. Riverwind put his arm around her comfortingly.
I've climbed worse,
Caramon said complacently.
Well, I don't like it, said Flint. But anything's better than sliding down a sewer.
Grabbing hold of the vine, he swung himself over the ledge and began to inch down, slowly hand over hand.
It's not bad,
he shouted up. Tasselhoff slid down the vine after Flint, travelling rapidly and with such skill that he received a grunt of approbation from Boopoo. The gully dwarf turned to look at Raistlin, pointing at his long flowing robes and frowning. The mage smiled at her reassuringly. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he said softly,
Beliefful.
The crystal ball on top of his staff flared, and Raistlin leaped over the edge of the cliff, disappearing into the mist below. Boopoo shrieked. Tanis caught her, fearing the adoring gully dwarf might throw herself over. He'll be fine, the half-elf reassured her, feeling a flash of pity when he saw the look of genuine anguish on her face. He is a magi, he said. Magic, you know. Boopoo obviously did not know because she stared at Tanis suspiciously, threw her bag around her neck and grabbed hold of a vine, and began scrambling down the slippery rock. The rest of the companions were preparing to follow when Goldman whispered brokenly, I can't. Riverwind took her hands.
Kantoka, he said softly. It will be all right. You heard what the dwarf said. Just don't look down.
Goldman shook her head, her chin quivering.
There must be another way, she said stubbornly. We will search for it.
What's the problem? Tanis asked. We should hurry.
She's afraid of heights, Riverwind said.
Goldman shoved him away.
How dare you tell him that?
She shouted, her face flushed with anger. Riverwind stared at her coldly.
Why not? He said, his voice grating. He's not your subject. You can let him know you're human, that you have human frailties. You have only one subject to impress now, chieftain, and that is me.
If Riverwind had stabbed her, he could have inflicted no more terrible pain. The colour drained from Goldmoon's lips, her eyes grew wide and staring, like the eyes of a corpse.
Please secure the staff to my back, she said to Tanis.
Goldmoon, he didn't mean... he began.
Do as I command,
she ordered curtly, her blue eyes blazing in anger. Tanis, sighing, tied the staff to her back with a length of rope. Goldman did not even glance at Riverwind. When the staff was fastened tightly, she started toward the edge of the cliff. Stern jumped in front of her.
Allow me to go down the vine ahead of you, he said. If I slip and fall, you fall with me. The only thing we'd accomplish would be to die together, she snapped.
Leaning down, she took a firm grip on the vine and swung herself over the edge. Almost immediately, her sweating hands slipped. Tanis's breath caught in his throat. Stern lunged forward, though he knew there wasn't anything he could do. Riverwind stood watching, not a sign of emotion on his face. Goldmoon clutched frantically at the vines and thick leaves. She caught hold and clung to them tightly, unable to breathe, unwilling to move. She pressed her face against the wet leaves, shuddering, her eyes closed to block out the sight of the terrifying drop to the ground below. Sturm went over the edge and climbed down to her.
Leave me alone.
Goldmoon said to him through clenched teeth. She drew a trembling breath, cast a proud, defiant glance at Riverwind, and began to lower herself down the vine. Sturm stayed near her, keeping an eye on her as he skillfully climbed down the cliff face. Tanis, standing next to Riverwind, wanted to say something to the plainsman, but feared to do more harm. Saying nothing, therefore, he went over the edge. Riverwind followed silently. The half-elf found the climb easy, though he slipped the last few feet, landing in an inch of water. Raceland, he noticed, was shivering with cold, his cough worsening in the damp air. Several gully dwarfs stood around the mage, staring at him with admiring eyes. Tanis wondered how long the charmed spell would last. Goldmoon leaned against the wall, shaking. She did not look at Riverwind as he reached the ground and moved away from her, his face still expressionless. "Where are we?" Tanis shouted above the noise of the waterfall. The mist was so thick that he couldn't see anything except broken columns overgrown with vines and fungus.
Great Plaza that way.
Buku urgently jabbed her grubby finger toward the west.
Come, you follow. Go see Hybo.
She started off. Tanis reached out his hand and caught hold of her, dragging her to a stop. She glared at him, deeply offended. A half-elf removed his hand. "Please, just listen a moment. What about the dragon? Where's the dragon?" Bupu's eyes widened.
You want dragon?
She asked. "No, we don't want the dragon, but we need to know if the dragon comes to this part of the city." He felt Sturm's hand on his shoulder and gave up. "Forget it, never mind," he said wearily. "Go on." Bupu regarded Raceling with deep sympathy for having to put up with these insane people. Then she took the mage's hand and trotted off down the street to the west, the other gully dwarfs trailing along behind. Half deafened by the thundering noise of the waterfall, the companions waded after, glancing about them uneasily. Dark windows loomed above them, dark doorways threatened. At each moment they expected scaly armoured draconians to appear, but the gully dwarfs did not seem concerned. They sloshed along the street, keeping as close to Raceling as possible and jabbering in their uncouth language. Eventually, the sounds of the waterfall faded into the distance. The mist continued to swirl around them, however, and the silence of the dead city was oppressive. Dark water gushed and gurgled past their feet along the cobblestone riverbed. Suddenly, the buildings came to an end, and the street opened into a huge circular plaza. Through the water, they could see the remnants in the plaza of flagstone paving in an intricate sunburst design. In the center of the plaza, the river was joined by another stream rushing in from the north. They formed a small whirlpool as the waters met and swirled before joining and continuing west between another group of tumble-down buildings. Here, light streamed into the plaza from a crack in the cavern roof hundreds of feet above, illuminating the ghostly mists dancing off the surface of the water whenever the mists parted.
Other side, Great Plaza.
Bupu pointed. The companions came to a halt in the shadows of the ruined buildings. All of them had the same thought. The plaza was over 100 feet across without a scrap of shelter. Once they ventured out, there would be no hiding. Bupu, trotting along without concern, suddenly realized no one was following her, except the other gully dwarfs. She looked back, irritated at the delay.
You come, Hybo this way.
Look,
Goldman grasped Tannis's arm. On the other side of the great flagstone plaza were great tall marble columns that supported a stone roof. The columns were cracked and shattered, letting the roof sag. The mists parted, and Tannis caught a glimpse of a courtyard behind the columns. Dark forms of tall domed buildings were visible beyond the courtyard. Then the mist closed around them. Though now sunk into degradation and ruin, this structure must have once been the most magnificent in Zaxordov.
The Royal Palace,
Raistlin confirmed, coughing. Shh! Goldman shook Tannis's arm.
can't you see? No, wait.
The mists flowed in front of the pillars. For a moment, the companions could not see anything. Then the fog swirled away. The companions shrank back into the dark doorway. The gully dwarves came to a skidding halt in the plaza and, whirling around, raced back to cower behind Raistlin. Bupu peered at Tannis from under the mage's sleeve.
That dragon, she said. You want?
It was the dragon. Sleek and shining black, her leathery wings folded at her side, Kisamph slithered out from under the roof, ducking her head to fit beneath the sagging stone facade. Her clawed front feet clicking on the marble stairs as she stopped and stared into the floating mist with her bright red eyes. Her back legs and heavy reptilian tail were not visible. The dragon's body extended 30 feet or more back into the courtyard. A cringing draconian walked beside her, the two apparently deep in conversation.
Kisamph was angry.
The draconian had brought her disturbing news. It was impossible that any of the strangers could have survived her attack at the well. But now the captain of her guard reported strangers in the city. Strangers who attacked her forces with skill and daring. Strangers bearing a brown staff whose description was known to every draconian serving in this part of the Ansalon continent.
I cannot believe this report. None could have escaped me.
Kazam's voice was soft, almost purring, yet the draconian trembled as he heard it.
The staff was not with them. I would have sensed his presence. You say these intruders are still above in the upper chambers. Are you certain?
The draconian gulped and nodded.
There is no way down, Royal One, except the lift. There are other ways, you lizard.
Kisamph sneered.
These miserable gully dwarves crawl around the place like parasites. The intruders have the staff, and they are trying to get it down into the city. That means only one thing. They are after the discs. How could they have learned of them?
The dragon snaked her head around and up and down as if she could see those who threatened her plans through the blinding mists. But the mists swirled past, thicker than ever. Kisamph snarled in irritation.
The staff. That miserable staff. Verminard should have foreseen this with those clerical being destroyed. But no, he's too busy with his war, and I must rot here in this dank tomb of a city.
Kisamph gnawed at Talon as she pondered.
You could destroy the discs,
the draconian suggested, greatly daring.
Fool, don't you think we've tried? No, it is far too dangerous to stay here longer. If these intruders know of the secret, others must also. The discs should be removed to a safe place. Inform Lord Verminard that I am leaving Zaxordov. I will join him in Pax Vargas, and I will bring the intruders with me for questioning. Inform Lord Verminard,
the draconian asked, shocked.
Very well,
Kisamph responded sarcastically.
If you insist on the charade, ask my lord's permission. I suppose you have sent most of the troops to the top. Yes, Royal One.
The Draconian bowed. Kazam considered the matter.
Perhaps you are not such an idiot after all. I can handle things below. Concentrate your search in the upper parts of the city. When you find these intruders, bring them straight to me. Do not hurt them any more than necessary to subdue them. And be careful of that staff.
The Draconian fell to its knees before the dragon, who sniffed in derision and crept back into the dark shadows out of which he had come. The Draconian ran down the stairs where it was joined by several more creatures who appeared out of the mist. After a brief muffled exchange in their own language, the Draconians started up the North Street. They walked nonchalantly, laughing at some private joke, and soon vanished into the mist
out of which he had come.
"They're not worried, are they?" Sturm said. "No," Tannis agreed grimly. "They think they've got us."
Let's face it, Tannis, they're right.
This plan we've been discussing has one major flaw. If we sneak in without the dragon knowing, and if we get the discs, we still have to get out of this godforsaken city with Draconians crawling all over the upper levels. I asked you before, and I'll ask you now. Have you got a better plan?
I've got a better plan,
Cameron said gruffly.
No disrespect, Taddis, but we all know how elves feel about fighting.
The big man gestured toward the palace.
That's obviously where the dragon lives. Let's lure it out as we planned, only this time we'll fight it. Not creep around its lair like thieves. When the dragon's disposed of, then we can get the discs.
My dear brother,
Raceland whispered.
Your strength lies in your sword arm, not in your mind. Tannis is wise, as the knight said when we started on this little adventure. You would do well to pay attention to him. What do you know of dragons, my brother? Have you seen the effects of its deadly breath?
Raceland was overcome by a fit of coughing. He dragged a soft cloth out from the sleeve of his robe. Tannis saw that the cloth was stained with blood. After a moment, Raceland continued.
You could defend yourself against that, perhaps, and against the sharp claws and fangs, and the slashing tail, which can knock down those pillars. But what will you use, dear brother, against her magic? Dragons are the most ancient of magic users. She could charm you as I have charmed my little friend. She could put you to sleep with a word, then murder you while you dreamed.
All right,
Cameron muttered.
I didn't know any of that, damn it. Who does know anything about these creatures?
There is much lore on the dragons in Salamia, Sturm said softly. He wants to fight the dragon too, Tannis realized. He is thinking of Huma, the perfect knight called Dragonbane. Bupu tugged on Raceland's robe.
Come, you go. No more bosses, no more dragon.
She and the other gully dwarves started splashing across the flagstone plaza. Well, Tannis said, looking at the two warriors. It seems we have no choice, Sturm said stiffly. We do not face the enemy, we hide behind gully dwarves. Sooner or later, time must come when we face these monsters. He spun on his heel and walked off, his back straight, his moustaches bristling. The companions followed. Maybe we're worrying needlessly. Tannis scratched his beard, glancing back at the palace that was now obscured by the mist. Perhaps this is the only dragon left in Kryn, one that survived the Age of Dreams. Raceland's lips twisted. Remember the stars, Tanis. The Queen of Darkness has returned. Recall the words of the canticle. Swarm of her shrieking hosts. Her hosts were dragons, according to the Ancient Ones. She has returned, and her hosts have come with her.
This way.
Bupu clutched at Raceland, pointing down the street branching off to the north.
This home.
At least it's dry,
Flint grumbled. Turning right, they left the river behind them. Mist closed in around the companions as they entered another nest of ruined buildings. This section of town must have been the poorer part of the city of Saxorloth. Even in its glory days, the buildings were in the last stages of decay and collapse. The gully dwarves began whooping and hollering as they ran down the street. Stone looked at Tanis in alarm at the noise. "Can't you get them to be quieter?" Tanis asked Bupu. "So the Draconians, bosses, won't find us."
Pooh, she shrugged. No bosses. They not come here, afraid of the great highball.
Tanis had his doubts about that, but glancing around, he couldn't see any signs of the Draconians. From what he had observed, the lizard-like men seemed to lead a well-ordered, militaristic life. By contrast, the streets in this part of town were cluttered with trash and filth. The disreputable buildings erupted with gully dwarves. Males, females, and dirty, ragged children stared at them curiously as they walked down the street. Bupu and the other spellbound gully dwarves swarmed around Raceland, practically carrying him. The Draconians were undeniably smart, Tanis thought. They allowed their slaves to live their private lives in peace, so long as they didn't stir up trouble. A good idea, considering that gully dwarves outnumbered Draconians about 10-1. Though they were basically cowards, gully dwarves had a reputation as very nasty fighters when backed into a corner. Bupu brought the group to a halt in front of one of the darkest, dingiest, filthiest alleys Tanis had ever seen. A foul mist flowed out of it. The buildings leaned over, holding each side up like drunks stumbling out of a tavern. As he watched, small dark creatures skittered out of the alley, and gully dwarf children began chasing after them.
Tina!
Shrieked one, smacking his lips.
Those are rats,
Goldman cried in horror. Do we have to go in there? Stone growled, staring at the tottering buildings.
The smell alone is enough to knock out a dead troll,
Caraman added.
and I'd rather be under the dragon's claw than have a gully dwarf hoffle fall on top of me.
Bupu gestured down the alley.
The highball,
she added, pointing to the most dilapidated building on the block. Stay here and keep watch if you want, Tanis told Sturm. I'll go talk with the highball.
No,
the night scowled, gesturing the half-elf into the alley.
We're in this together.
The alley ran several hundred feet to the east, then it twisted north and came suddenly to a dead end. Ahead of them was a decaying brick wall and no way out. The return was blocked by gully dwarves who had run in after them.
Ambush,
Sturm hissed and drew his sword. Caraman began to rumble deep in his throat. The gully dwarves, seeing the hash of cold steel, panicked. Falling over themselves and each other, they whirled and fled back down the alley. Bupu glared at Sturm and Caraman in disgust. She turned to Raceling.
You make them stop,
she demanded, pointing to the warriors.
Or I not take to highball. Put your sword away, knight, Raceling hissed. Unless you think you found a foe worthy of your attention.
Sturm glowered at Raceling, and for a moment Tanis thought he might attack the mage. But then the knight thrust his sword away.
I wish I knew what your game was, magician,
Sturm said coldly.
You were so eager to come to this city, even before we knew about the discs. Why? What are you after?"
Raistlin did not reply. He stared at the knight malevolently with his strange golden eyes, then turned to Bupu.
"They will not trouble you further, little one," he whispered.
Bupu looked around to make certain they were properly cowed. Then she walked forward and knocked twice on the wall with her grubby fist.
"Secret door,"
she said importantly. 2 knocks answered Bupu's knock.
"That signal. 3 knocks, now they let in."
But she only knocked twice. Tas began giggling. Bupu glared at him. "Shh!" Tanis nudged the kender. Nothing happened. Bupu, frowning, knocked twice more. 2 knocks answered. She waited. Karaman, his eyes on the alley opening, began moving restlessly from one foot to the other. Bupu knocked twice again. 2 knocks answered. Finally, Bupu yelled at the wall.
"I knock secret code knock. You let in. Secret knock 5 knocks,"
answered the muffled voice.
"I knock 5 knocks,"
Bupu stated angrily.
"You let in. You knock 6 knocks." "I count 8 knocks,"
argued another voice. Bupu suddenly pushed on the wall with both hands. It opened easily. She peered inside.
"I knock 4 knocks. You let in,"
she said, raising her clenched fist.
"All right,"
a voice grumbled. Bupu shut the door, knocked twice. Tanis, hoping to avoid any more incidents and delays, glared at the kender, who was writhing with suppressed laughter. The door swung open again.
"You come in,"
the guard said sourly.
"but that not 4 knocks,"
he whispered to Bupu loudly. She ignored him as she swept disdainfully past him, dragging her bag along the floor.
"We see Highbob,"
she announced.
"You take this lot to Highbob?"
One of the guards gasped, staring at the giant Karaman and the tall Riverwind with wide eyes. His companion began backing up.
"See Highbob,"
Bupu said proudly. The gully dwarf guard, never taking his eyes off the formidable-looking group, backed into a stinking, filthy hallway, then broke into a run. He began shouting at the top of his lungs.
An army has broken in."
You could hear his shouts echo down the hallway.
"Bah," Bupu sniffed. "Glup thunder spawn. Come, see Highbob."
She started down the hallway, clutching her bag to her chest. The companions could still hear the sounds of the gully dwarf echoing down the corridor.
An army of giants, save the Highbob."
The great Highbolt Fudge the First was a gully dwarf among gully dwarfs. He was almost intelligent, rumoured to be fabulously wealthy, and a notorious coward. The Bolts had long been the elite clan of Zaxov, or Thug, as they called it, ever since Northbolt fell down a shaft one night in a drunken stupor and discovered the city. Upon sobering up the next morning, he claimed it for his clan. Bulbs promptly moved in, and in later years graciously allowed the clans of Slud and Gup to occupy the city as well. Life was good in the ruined city, by Gully Dwarf standards anyway. The outside world left them alone, since the outside world hadn't the foggiest notion they were there and wouldn't have cared if it did. The Bulbs had no trouble maintaining their dominance over the other clans, mostly because it was a Bulb Glungu with a scientific turn of mind. Certain jealous members of the Slug clan whispered that his mother had been a gnome, who developed the lift, put into use the 2 enormous iron pots used by the city's former residents for rendering lard. The lift enabled the Gully Dwarfs to extend their scavenging activities to the jungle above the sunken city, greatly improving their standard of living. Glungu Bulb became a hero and was proclaimed High Bulb by unanimous decision. The chieftainship of the clans had remained in the Bulb family ever since. The years passed, and then, suddenly, the outside world took an interest in Zack Soroth. The arrival of the dragon and the Draconians put a sad crimp on the Gully Dwarf lifestyle. The Draconians had initially intended to wipe out the filthy little nuisances, but the Gully Dwarfs, led by the Great Fudge, had cringed and cowered and whimpered and wailed and prostrated themselves so abjectly that the Draconians were merciful and simply enslaved them. So it was that the Gully Dwarfs, for the first time in several hundred years of living in Zack Soroth, were forced to work. The Draconians repaired buildings, put things into military order, and generally made life miserable for the Gully Dwarfs, who had to cook and clean and repair things. Needless to say, the Great Fudge was not pleased with this state of affairs. He spent long hours thinking up ways to remove the dragon. He knew the location of the dragon's lair, of course, and even discovered a secret route leading there. He had actually sneaked in once, when the dragon was away. Fudge had been awestruck by the vast amount of pretty rocks and shining coins gathered in the huge underground room.